Hey everyone, hope you're all doing great. Welcome back to the Anime Fictions 2.0. Today, we're diving into another exciting What If Naruto Get His Game On. Part 2. Part 1 is crazy, guys. If you're enjoying these alternate timelines, make sure to hit that subscribe button, share it with your friends, and check out the other videos on the channel. And of course, drop your thoughts in the comments. I always love hearing your ideas. Alright, enough talk, let's get into the story. Alexander Belmont looked at his new friend with slight concern. He hadn't moved for a while. He was just about to check his pulse when he heard an almost inaudible moan of pain. He swallowed nervously as he looked at the very satisfied girl who was dusting her hands off. Remind me to never piss her off, he thinks to himself, sweat dropping. Smiling, the girl turned to Alexander. When the idiot wakes up, tell him I'll see him later. With an atomic blush, Alexander just nodded, not even bothering to attempt speech. Watching the female obelisk walk away, he regained his composure and walked over to the blonde lump. Poking him in what probably used to be his side with his toe, Alexander tried to rouse the boy. Hey Uzumaki-san, you alright? The pile of flesh groaned, and Alexander just shrugged. At least he was alive. Placing his hand on the dual field, the battered blonde pulled himself up, where he just flopped down. After a few minutes he pushed himself to his feet. Naruto rubbed a particularly large bruise on his face. Damn. Asuka has one mean right hook. Wincing, he put his hand on his crotch and kicks too. He looked over at Alexander. Sir, mind helping me to the infirmary? Alexander raised a brow. Why, you look perfect. The blonde fell flat on his face. Fine. Sure, why not? He sighed. Naruto raised a weak hand to give a thumbs up. Putting the blonde's arm round his shoulder, Alexander dragged his fellow Yellow to the infirmary. Alexander spoke up on the way. So, does this happen a lot, or? He said, trailing off at the end. Naruto shook his head slightly, wincing at the pain the action invoked. No, actually, this is a first. Well, except that time she slapped me. But that wasn't so bad. Alexander's sweat dropped. And he calls himself Casanova of dueling. The English teen thought, shaking his head in slight exasperation. Alexander eventually managed to drag Naruto to the infirmary, where they met a surprised Ayukawa-sensei. Oh my, what happened to you? She asked, helping Alexander place him on a bed. Naruto shrugged with a sheepish grin. Asuka kinda went bonkers on me, over something. Alexander rolled his eyes. Kinda is an understatement, Uzumaki-san, he said in a deadpan tone. Naruto mock glared at him, before blinking. Oh, none of that Uzumaki-san bull, we're friends now, so just call me Naruto, he said, grinning widely. Alexander blinked before smiling slightly. Very well, Naruto-san, then you can just call me Alex, he said. Naruto looked confused. I was going to do that anyway, he said, causing Alexander to face plant. Standing, he rubbed his face. On second thought, you don't get to call me that, he grumbled. Ayukawa-sensei just watched amused as Naruto deflated and Alexander smirked. After a quick examination, the doctor was surprised to see Naruto's wounds almost healed. Quickly composing herself, she decided to file it away for later. Standing straight, she turned to Naruto. Well, Uzumaki-kun, you seem to be alright, so there's no real reason for you to stay here any longer, she informed him. Naruto grinned to himself. He could think of many reasons to stay longer, but the mere thought of saying anything brought back the image of an enraged Asuka, causing him to keep his mouth shut. She smiled, amused at what she could tell he was thinking. Maybe if he was a bit older. Remembering something, she looked at the clock and spoke up. Oh, would you look at the time? Isn't your friend's duel in a few minutes? Naruto followed her gaze and looked at the clock, and began to panic. Oh crap. He ran to the door. Thanks, sensei. Bye, sensei, he shouted, disappearing out the door. Alexander just looked at it blankly, before he turned to Ayukawa-sensei, and instantly blushed. Well, I'll bye, sensei, he stammered, rushing out of the door. Ayukawa chuckled in amusement. Boys, always so silly. Naruto ran down the corridor at full speed, before stopping completely. Hang on a minute, no one told me what time the duel was. So why am I acting like I knew? Facepalm v2ing. He was about to walk at a sedate pace before he was bawled into by Alexander. The two of them comically rolled down the rest of the corridor, somehow making a sharp turn and going into the duel area, where they crashed into the duel field. Groaning, Naruto got off his back and rubbed the back of his head in pain. Looking down, he saw Alexander unconscious, eyes swirling. Glaring at him, he kicked the dazed English boy. God damn it, what is it with people in this place knocking me over, and how the hell did that happen? He grumbled, referring to the roll in turn. Looking around, he noticed Manjum and Kronos staring at him blankly. He returned it just as blankly. What? Any response was cut off when Judai, Sho and Misawa burst into the room. Kronos looked at them distastefully. You're late no any, Signore Misawa. Manjum sneered. I thought you already ran away with your tail between your legs. The three latecomers came up to the center. Judai spoke up. Then, the guy Misawa's facing to change his dorm. I get it. You're the one who threw away Misawa's cards, aren't you? Naruto's eyes widened, gasping lightly. What? He narrowed his eyes at the obelisk blue to think you'd go that far, Manjum. He mused, ignoring Kronos' shocked exclamation. Manjum spoke calmly. What are you falsely accusing me of, Judai? Why would I? I wonder if it's truly a false accusation. A familiar voice rang out, one which caused Naruto to blanch. Everyone turned to see Asuka and Raya standing behind them. Asuka, being the speaker, continued. I happened to see it. I saw you, Manjum-kun, tossing his cards into the shore. Judai, Sho and Kronos let out shocked sounds, while Manjum just growled. And since I was curious, I came here to find out why. Judai turned back around furiously. That's a dirty move, Manjum. So, you really did do it. Naruto also glared at Blue, angered at his actions. Manjum spoke up to defend himself. Shut it. I threw away some of my own cards. Or was there a name or something written on those cards? Naruto smirked. The bastard's just dug his own grave, Judai shouted angrily. You're going to take responsibility for accusing me of being a thief. He turned to Kronos. What would you say to the loser of this duel getting expelled? Judai immediately protested. That's totally unreasonable. Now that Misawa's deck lost some of its key cards, it's... No, I'll accept the duel. I have a deck, and I will accept those conditions, the man of the hour declared. Sho and Judai turned to him, shocked. Misawa! Misawa turned his head to look at them. Sorry I made you worry, Judai. The deck that was tossed away was a mishmash deck for tweaking, he said, unzipping his jacket slightly. My real deck, he dramatically opened his jacket, is right here. On his chest was some sort of flak jacket thing with 6 pouches strapped to it. Behold the 6 decks packed with my blood and soul, he shouted. Kaze as swift as the wind. Mizu as quiet as the water. Hai as aggressive as the fire. Chi as sedentary as the earth. Yami through the evil darkness, Hikari will shine. Naruto's sweat dropped. So that's what he was shouting about the other night. I thought he was rehearsing for a play. Manjum stuttered slightly. As 6 decks, is it? Allow me to take those gaudy bluffs of yours and char them into cinders with these flames of malice of mine. Naruto's sweat drop grew. These guys need to get laid. Misawa chuckled. That settles it. The deck that will defeat you. Is this one? He yelled, pulling one out with a flare and sticking it in his dual disc. Set up. You'll soon learn whether this deck is for show or not, Manjum. Bring it, Misawa. Duel. Naruto smirked. If he's using the deck, I think he is. Then Manjum's toast. Especially if what he said relates to his deck type. Manjum started. I'll go first. I drew a card. I summoned Hell Soldier in attack mode. The armored warrior from his duel with Judai appeared on the field. I place 1 card face down to end my turn. My turn, draw. Which attribute did Misawa choose? Judai asked. Asuka began to list the possible decks. Kaze? Mizu? I summon Hydrageddon in attack mode. In a burst of muddy water, a dinosaur-shaped water monster appeared with a roar. Mizu, Judai confirmed. I use Hydrageddon to attack Hell Soldier. Hydro Breath. Eliminate his Hell Soldier. The dinosaur reared its head back and shot a blast of brown water at Manjum's monster, destroying it. Misawa. Manjum. Manjum recovered in the blink of an eye still. At this moment, Hell Soldier's special effect is activated. It will deal battle damage received by the player straight to the opponent as well. Manjum. Everyone, except Naruto, gasped. Then when he attacks it, Judai said, he'll take the same amount of damage, said a bored voice from next to you, which made everyone jump in shock, and they turned to see Naruto standing there with a bored expression on his face. Seriously, guys, it's not like this is new or anything. Naruto, when did you get here? Judai asked. Naruto rolled his eyes. Geez, I was here before any of you guys. I wasn't gonna be late for my best friend's duel, he said, expression unchanging. A voice from next to Judai made them all jump and turn again. That's funny, didn't you forget all about it? Said a polite voice. Standing there was Alexander Belmont, which made Judai shout in surprise. Whoa! Who are you, and when did you get there? Ignoring Judai, Naruto turned to the English boy. Shut up, Belmont. You're ruining my image, he shouted, eyes pure white and finger pointing. The other four sweat dropped at the two and Asuka sighed. It seems he's still in high spirits, even after earlier. The duel continued with the combatants unaware of the goings-on around them. I'll activate a special effect, as well. When Hydrageddon destroys an opponent's monster by battle, I can special summon another Hydrageddon from my deck. Come out, Hydrageddon. A second water dino appeared in the same manner as the first. My battle phase hasn't concluded yet. I'll use this Hydrageddon to attack you directly, Manjum. Go, Hydrageddon. Hydro breath. Manjum cried out in pain as a pressurized water blast hit him dead on, sending him flying. Naruto gaped in disbelief. How the fuck did that happen? A quick glance showed that none else was shocked by this. Okay, seriously, he thought, brow twitching, am I the only one who notices this shit? Manjum. Manjum stood up angrily. My turn, he growled. Now, I activate the trap card, Call of the Living Dead. Naruto blanked out the explanation, already having heard it 3 times. Be reborn, Hell Soldier. Next, I activate the magic card, Hell Reckless Summoning, which special summons monsters identical to a monster on our fields from our decks, hands, and graveyards, all in attack mode. 2 more Hell Soldiers appeared next to the first one. Also, a third Hydrageddon appeared in between the other 2. Asuka analyzed the situation. No matter how many Hell Soldiers he gets together, their attack is still 1200. They don't come close to Hydrageddon. He must have some sort of plan in store, Raya said. Naruto narrowed his eyes. I wonder. Precisely, Kaiser. And it is I who will succeed you in Obelisk Blue. I think Chapter 9s are still affecting Manjum. I activate the equip spell, Hell Alliance. Naruto closed his eyes. I thought so. This increases the attack of the equipped monster by 800 points for each monster with the same name as it. The attack of the equipped Hell Solider is Go, Hell Soldier. The powered-up monster destroyed a Hydrageddon faster than the human eye could follow. Manjum. Misawa. Misawa. This isn't good. Now Misawa-kun's life is down too. Things have flipped around now, said Sho. Misawa was unfazed. That was nothing. It's my turn. Come forth, Oxygeddon. A pterodactyl made of water appeared in a burst of clear water. Oxygeddon Dinosaur Wind LVL 4 180000. Attack one of his 1200. Attack Hell Soldiers. Oxy Stream. A sound wave came from its mouth, destroying a Hell Soldier. Misawa. Manjum. Naruto smirked. Although Hell Alliance is undoubtedly an amazing card, it has one massive weakness. Hell Soldier's effect then activated, also dealing damage to Misawa's life points. Manjum. Misawa. Misawa just continued, unaffected by the decrease in his life points. Next, I use Hydrageddon to attack another Hell Soldier. A Hell Soldier was once again destroyed, and once again both sides took damage. Manjum. Misawa 600. He can try all he wants, but it's his own life points that are getting reduced, Sho said, and Naruto pushed down the urge to throttle the little idiot. Before Naruto snapped and became violent, Judai unwittingly came to the blue midget's rescue. No, he's fine. Huh! Raya decided to fill his little brother in. Judai's right. The attack of the Hell Soldier with the equipment is. It can't be defeated unless you summon a considerably powerful monster. But look! There were two shattering sounds. I get it now. With fewer Hell Soldiers, its attack has gone down. Naruto scoffed. Well done, you've pointed out the obvious once again, have a gold star. He muttered, so quietly no one else heard him. Yeah, Misawa made his chance to turn the match around by reducing some of his own life. Naruto grinned. Hey, that guy's a genius, he can calculate loads of strategy seconds after a card is played. Hell, those decks gave me some trouble, and that was in the development stages. I place one card face down and finish my turn. My turn. Manjum said Misawa, your petty tricks won't work on me. I sacrifice my Hell Soldier and my entire hand to summon Blazing Demon Hell Burner. Hell Soldier disappeared in a tornado of fire, which turned into a sphere. What? Be Blazing Demon? Misawa stuttered. Naruto frowned. Shit, that's not good. You better have something damn good in store, Misawa. Manjum laughed manically as the sphere exploded, revealing a giant six-legged salamander-like creature, which had a Hell Soldier mounted on it. Blazing Demon Hell Burner Fiend Fire LVL 6. What now, Misawa? My Hell Burner is a high-level monster. And what's more, for every one of my opponent's monsters, its attack goes up by 200 points. There are 3 monsters on your field, and so, Hell Burner's attack goes up by 600 points. BDHB 3400. Judai spoke in awe an attack of 3400. No matter what monster he shields himself with, Misawa's life points will go down to 0. Naruto wetted his dry lips. Come on, Misawa, hang in there. Be burned by my flame of malice, and be gone from this academy, Misawa. A large stream of fire burst from the demon's mouth. Everyone watched worriedly as the attack got closer. Misawa! However, Misawa was not out just yet. Trap activate! Crystal cylinders shot from the ground, protecting his field from the fire. Amorphous barrier! When there are 3 or more monsters on my field, this will negate my opponent's attack and end the battle. The fire stream stopped. That's too bad, Manjum. Manjum just smirked. You're a persistent one. However, your end will no doubt come on my next turn. Oh, come on, Manjum, surely by now you know that saying that is just asking to be defeated next turn. If you have a next turn, that is. What? Cue epic music. My turn. I activated the spell card, Bonding H20. And I'll offer my 2 Hydrogeddons and my 1 Oxygeddon as sacrifices. Come forth, Water Dragon. A massive twister of water appeared before Misawa, revealing a giant Chinese dragon made of water. Water Dragon Sea Serpent Water LVL 8. 28002600. And with fewer monsters on my field, Hell Burner's attack goes down. BDHD 3000. Manjum smirked haughtily. Even so, it's still my monster that has the highest attack. Heh, we'll see about that. Misawa cut in. My equation to defeat you is already complete. What was that? Kronos shouted. Is he saying that the battles so far have been going as he calculated? Judai said. Naruto smirked. Of course. Like I told you. He's a genius. Manjum screamed, seriously, dude, stop it, they're just holograms. You do this every duel, as a massive tidal wave loomed over him. Hell Burner's attack went down. HBBD 0. What's this? Manjum asked. I've activated Water Dragon's special effect. As long as this monster is on the field, the attack of fire attribute and fire-type monsters becomes 0. Misawa raised his arms. Water Dragon. Aqua Punisher! A super-powered water blast shot from the dragon's mouth, causing Manjum to scream once again, and allowing the animator to use the same shot again. The attack destroyed Hellburner and washed Manjum away, and at the same time flooded the room. Manjum burst out the water, gasping for breath. Misawa 600. Manjum. Manjum, as a duelist, you. Shut up. It was because you just so happened to pick a water attribute deck that I. No, Misawa interrupted. It wasn't. It wasn't by chance. You told me before the duel had started. Allow me to take those gaudy bluffs of yours and char them into cinders with these flames of malice of mine. Something that annoys me here, for the flashback, the fucking wording is different to what it originally was, and it was in the same episode. Seriously? In other words, the outcome was clear before the duel began. Also, Manjum. The cards that were thrown into the ocean were without a doubt mine. How are you sure? Manjum demanded. Because I unintentionally made a memo on this. He held out blood vorse for Manjum to see. It's a formula. Here is your proof. After all, there's only one card in the world that's scribbled on like this. He lowered his hand. Manjum. Those who can't treasure their cards lack what it takes to be a duelist. Manjum fell to his hands. I've lost yet again. Signore Misawa. I approve your transfer over to Obelisk Blue no any. No. I must turn down your invitation. Kronos looked shocked. Oh? Why is that no any? I decided back at the entrance exams that when I get into Obelisk Blue it'll be when I'm the number one of this academy. He turned around. Judai, Naruto, I'll have to beat you too in order to get into Obelisk Blue. Alright. If that's the case, let's have a duel right away. I've been dying to duke it out with you too. Naruto smirked. Go ahead and fight him first, Misawa. Everyone knows you save the best till last. Misawa spoke up. I hate to say this, but I can't right now. Why not? The decks here aren't yet completed. These 6 decks are mere prototype decks for the study of your elemental hero and rogue ninja decks. Manjum couldn't believe his ears. Prototype deck? I lost to that. Perhaps I can finish them before the recoded walls of my room are filled up with formulas. They'll be my 7th and 8th decks, and the ones that'll beat your heroes and ninjas. A deck that'll get the better of me, huh? Judai said. Sounds fun. That'll be when we rumble. So bring it, number 2. Right, number 1.5. That's his nickname for Judai now, seeing as he sees Naruto as the biggest obstacle. Naruto grinned. Hell, looks like I'm gonna have to hold my cards a lot closer to my chest now, huh? He smirked. Bring it on, Misawa. Oh, make how it could have been. Misawa unzipped his jacket slightly, and then opened it, revealing 6 red brick-shaped objects. Naruto, mistaking them for something else, runs at Misawa and rugby tackles him. Don't do it, Misawa. It's not worth it, you've got so much to live for, he shouted, holding his rival down. Well, until season 3, that is. Everyone's sweat dropped, wondering if the blonde really was that stupid. Oh, make end. Naruto was once again awoken at an ungodly hour, but this time it wasn't by his rival Misawa. No, this time it was a phone call, and it was the specific ringtone that told him who it was from. It's all about the money. It's all about the dum-dum-da-dee. He picked up the phone before it could wake anyone else up with its obnoxiously cheerful tune. Why the hell did I choose that song? He grumbled, feeling particularly cranky so early in the morning. He heard a dry voice from the other end. Because you thought it was humorous, Kaiba said with a deadpan. Naruto blinked while looking up though. Oh yeah, I did, he thought. He had come across the song after a quick YouTube search, and thought it fitted Kaiba perfectly, even if said man didn't exactly agree. Shaking his head, he glared at the space in front of him. Why the hell'd you wake me up so early in the morning, eh? He demanded, sounding more than slightly annoyed. Kaiba was silent for a few seconds before speaking. A few hours ago, a high-budget, top-secret experiment escaped from the research center on Duel Academy. Naruto blinked before sitting upright. Whoa, an experiment? What is it, and how top-secret is it exactly? He asked, instantly concerned. There came a snort from the other end. Apparently so much so that I didn't know of it. The man sounded annoyed that something could be done under his nose so simply. It seems that the head researcher decided to spend his budget on developing something for a rival company. I am unsure of the details, but it seems he was researching an advanced, dueling machine that could best the top duelists in the world. Now Naruto could practically hear the sneer in the man's tone. I have no doubt that someone wants to defeat me in a duel, most likely to win the rights to Kaiba Corp and put me out of business. They would never be able to find a mercenary with the skill or ability to defeat me. Naruto rolled his eyes at the man's arrogance, but he knew it to be true. So they built a weapon that could do so. At least that's what Makuba and I gathered from the data logs. Naruto nodded in agreement. Yeah, that certainly sounds reasonable, and I use that term lightly. Theory. So, what do you want me to do about it? Kaiba was silent again. What makes you think I want you to do anything? Naruto smirked. Kaiba, please, I know you. You wouldn't have bothered telling me about this unless you wanted me to do something. That's how you work. Kaiba chuckled slightly. Alright. I want you to search the island for this experiment, and report to me on anything you find out about it. Naruto nodded. Sure, but you do realize this is going to cut into my class time? He asked, and he heard a snort from the other end. Like you actually care, he said before hanging up. Naruto blinked before grinning. He knows me so well. Standing up with a large yawn and stretch, he walked over to his wardrobe. Putting on his jacket, he thought about how he was going to go about doing this. Stopping before he opened his door, he got an evil grin. Well, at least I know the perfect helper. Oh. Naruto looked behind him at the shout and rolled his eyes. Oh, come Misawa, it was just a branch. His rival glared at him while holding his nose. One that hit me in the face, he said indignantly. He pulled his hand away and swore at some red on his palm. Shit! Now I'm bleeding. Naruto smirked slightly. He was always so proud whenever he corrupted someone. The old Misawa wouldn't have sworn so easily. You still haven't told me why we're out here yet. It's been 4 hours. Naruto turned to face him fully. Wheelio, Kaiba asked me a favor. Seeing his friend's raised eyebrows, he continued, there's a research center on this island, and an illegal, unauthorized experiment has escaped. Misawa, being the genius, was caught on quick, and his eyes widened. Wait, and we're looking for it? Seeing the blonde nod, his eyes widened even further. What the hell, Naruto? Taking a deep breath to calm himself, the genius asked, do you have any idea how dangerous this experiment is? He asked rather nervously. The blonde shrugged. Well, it's probably just a dueling robot or something to beat Kaiba. Misawa's jaw dropped. Hang on a minute, you don't exactly sound sure. You do know what it is. Right. Seeing the blonde avert his eyes, Misawa facepalmed. Great, this is how I'd die, isn't it? In the middle of a forest by an unknown creation. Naruto rolled his eyes. Stop being such a drama queen, it's not like we're confronting it or anything, just scouting it out. Misawa moved his hand and looked at the blonde questionably. Why exactly is he asking you to do this? Doesn't he have, I don't know, a security personnel or something? Naruto shook his head. Not at the moment. I already told you the experiment was unauthorized. That means the research center went rogue. At the moment, Kaiba's most likely investigating the rest of his staff, and although he never admitted out loud, I'm the only person he can trust right now. It also helps that I'm currently living on the island it escaped from, and he knows I can take care of myself. Misawa thought it over for a while before sighing. Well, whatever. He glared at the blonde. However, you owe me for this. Naruto nodded with a grin. Sure. Thanks, Misawa. The genius smiled slightly before frowning. But come to think about it, why did you get me to help you? Naruto whistled innocently, and he glared again. Oh, I get it, this is for all the times I woke you up early, isn't it? Naruto turned around before his friend could see his grin. Whatever gave you that idea? Grumbling about conniving blonde bastards, Misawa followed his friend further into the forest. Catching up to him, Misawa walked alongside the blonde. So, where do we start? I mean, it's not like it's just going to burst out those bushes, and a loud scream came from the right of them. Turning around, they were shocked to see a monkey, with a dual disc carrying a screaming Junko, jumping from tree to tree, while 3 men in suits, one with a tranquilizer rifle, that was for some reason yellow, chased after it. After that show, Judai, Asuka and Momo appeared and chased after them, none of them noticing the 2 shocked Ari yellows. After they left, the two boys turned to each other with blank expressions, and Misawa spoke the thought on both of their minds. That was the strangest thing I've ever seen, Misawa said. Nodding slowly, Naruto turned and went the way the others did, Misawa not far behind. Eventually they came to a stop, where the two saw the group they were following. Junko and the monkey were on a tree that bent over a cliff, the men in suits were in the middle, with the gunman aiming his rifle, and the Sliferobelisk group were near the trees. Standing behind a tree, the two watched the exchange between the MIB and the DA students, just catching the beginning of it. That is no mere monkey, the short man in a brown suit shouted. He was obviously the one in charge there. This is the dueling monkey that we've been putting a lot of effort into training. The teens were shocked at this information. A dueling monkey? Right, and its name stands for Super Animal Learning, or SAL for short. Looks weak, Momo said. The man without the rifle turned to the small man. Doctor. The man was seemingly unapologetic at the information he let out. Seems it was a slip of the tongue. The two turned around, but turned back when Jidai called out to them. He walked forward a few steps with his usual confident arrogance. Leave it to me. The doctor seemed amused, though with his voice it was hard to tell. To you? And what, pray tell, are you saying you can do? Jidai smirked. I'll decide things with the duel, of course. Ignoring the rest of the chatter, Naruto started thinking over the new info he had discovered. This looks like it could be the experiment that escaped, but really, a monkey? Like an animal, no matter how well trained, could defeat Kaiba. There must be more to this than there appears. Looking up, he saw that the duel had begun. After a few minutes, he turned to Misawa. Well, we've seen all we have to. I doubt that even Jidai could be beaten by a monkey, even if he has the intelligence of one. Before he could leave, he heard the words animal experiments. Turning around, he narrowed his eyes at the short man who was speaking. He had no doubts now that this was the unauthorized experiment. As much as a bastard Kaiba could be sometimes, he knew he wouldn't use animals for experiments, no matter what it was for. At least, he hoped not. Frowning, he spoke once more. Come on, let's go. Nodding, Misawa followed his friend, glad to be done with the whole ordeal. It was later that evening at the docks, and Naruto was calling Kaiba on his phone to give his report. I see, so that's what they were doing, Kaiba said thoughtfully, before scoffing as if a monkey could defeat me. Naruto sighed in relief. So, you didn't know about the monkey? Of course, I told you, an experiment I had not authorized had occurred, and the subject escaped. Are you suspecting me of lying to you? The man asked, annoyed. Naruto shook his head. No. Of course not. It's just. Just what? Kaiba asked, more confused now than annoyed. Naruto frowned. Just. I have a feeling that's not the whole story. I mean, they had to know that a monkey could not defeat you. Also, they were talking about dual spirits, not a weapon. Why would they conduct secret experiments on a monkey, for data on dual spirits of all things? It just doesn't make sense, not to mention it contradicts what you and Mikuba found in their research notes. Naruto was staring off into the ocean. It all just seems odd to me. Kaiba frowned on the other end. Now that he thought about it, it didn't make sense. Before he could say anything, his secretary burst into the room. Mr. Kaiba, sir, you should take a look at this. She trailed off, handing him a folder. Raising a brow, he took it from her and opened it. The contents made his eyes widen and his grip on the phone slackened. Naruto was worried about the noise made by the phone falling on the desk. Hey Kaiba, what's up? Rang the blonde's voice. Picking the phone back up, Kaiba spoke to his nephew. Looking at these statistics and finances, the cost of the equipment used on SAL doesn't come anywhere near the amount that the facility overspent on their budget. Naruto blinked. So, what does that mean exactly? Kaiba frowned. It means that you were right, there's more going on here than we originally believed. Naruto frowned. Damn it, why does my gut always have to be right? Taking a deep breath, he asked the obvious question. So what do we do now? The blonde's question was cut off by a loud splash coming from the ocean. He looked up just in time to see a large figure fly over him. Hearing a loud crash behind him, he spun and was shocked at what he found. Kneeling on the pier, which miraculously had not completely shattered, was a large figure in a black cloak. When it stood up, The cloak that had been caught in some broken wood tore off completely, and if he was shocked before, it was nothing compared to how he felt now. Standing before him was a robot. It was, as already mentioned, quite large, a few inches taller than Titan had been. It had a dual disc on its arm, and despite its silver color and obvious mechanical parts, it could have been mistaken to be human. It had 2 red eyes and a face mask that was pure black that covered its face below the eyes. Its eyes turned to him, and small black shapes flitted across them. Target locked. Registering facial construction. Its eyes glowed for a minute before dimming. Registration complete. Cross-referencing from database. Match found. Identity, Uzumaki Naruto. Mission objection located. Its dual disc activated, engaging target in duel. Naruto put the phone back against his ear. Kaiba? Yeah, I'm gonna have to call you back. Wait, Naru. Turning the phone off, he put it in his pocket. Eyeing the machine warily, he raised his arm. He was glad he listened to his gut and brought his dual disc and deck with him. So, what exactly are you? He asked. The machine's eyes glowed again. Question registered. Checking database. Answer is within my programming to give. I am Synthetically Advanced Dueling Intelligence, or SUDI as my creator calls me as an abbreviation. I have been sent to duel you and crush and humiliate before a painful death. Naruto just stares at the android blandly. Well, as lovely as that sounds, he turned on his dual disc, thus starting the duel. I'm gonna have to whip your mechanical ass. Duel. Initiating the draw phase. Draw phase complete. Initiating the main phase. I summoned Genix Searcher in the offensive position. A mechanical monster that looked like it had pulled itself out of a scrap heap appeared on the field. Genix Searcher Machine Earth LVL 400. I lay a face down card. I will terminate my turn. Naruto's eyes twitched. That's going to get annoying fast. Drawing a card, he summoned a monster. I summoned Akatsuki Konan in attack mode. The beautiful kunoichi of the Akatsuki appeared in a flurry of paper. AK. Konan destroyed Genix Searcher. A storm of razor-sharp paper shredded the machine to pieces. SUDI showed no reaction to the loss of its life points. Naruto. SUDI. Genix Searcher's effect is initiated. Upon its destruction, I can special summon a Genix monster of 1,500 attack points or less from my deck. SUDI picked out its deck and chose the card it wanted before shuffling the deck and putting it back in its disc. I summoned Genix Turbine in the offensive position. A monster shaped like, a turbine with a green glowy light emitting from it appeared on the field. Genix Turbine Machine Earth LVL 1,300. Genix Turbine's effect is initiated. All Genix monsters receive a boost of 400 points to their attack points. GT 1800. Naruto frowned at the monster before pulling a card from his hand. I place a face on and end my turn. Looking at the robot, he decided to push it a bit. Say, SUDI, was it? You wouldn't happen to know anything about the overspent budget of the research facility, do you? The android's eyes glowed. Question registered. Checking database. Answer is within my programming to give. I was created by the scientists who worked at the research institution on this island. I am informed that the majority of the budget was spent on my creation. Naruto frowned. Okay, another question. Where does SAL fit into all of this? Once again, the robot's eyes glowed. Question registered. Checking database. Answer is within my programming to give. The data gathered from the experimentation on the primate named SAL and field tests such as the incident this afternoon were used in my creation. I am a highly advanced dueling machine, created for the sole purpose of your destruction, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto's eyes widened before composing himself. He could see Haku standing next to him, her body language tense and on guard, despite the fact she could do nothing in her state. Swallowing, he asked one more question. Who created you? Who could possibly want me dead? SUDI's eyes glowed again. Question registered. Checking database. Answer is not within my programming to give. I shall commence with my turn. Initiating draw phase. Draw phase complete. Initiating main phase. I summoned our Genix Accelerator in the offensive position. Honestly, I don't know how to describe this one, look it up. Our Gen X Accelerator Machine Wind LVL 4 15001900. In consequence to Gen X Turbine's effect, it receives a boost of 400 points to its attack points. RGA 1900. I activated the Quick Play spell card Hand Destruction. In consequence to this card's activation, each player must discard 2 cards from their hands to the graveyard, and then draw 2 cards from their decks. Naruto growled in frustration. I swear to RA, that is really fucking annoying. Looking at his hand, he smirked, already devising a way to use the last card played to his advantage. Putting 2 cards in the graveyard, he drew 2 more, Suddy doing the same. If the android could, Naruto had the feeling it would be smirking right now. In consequence to the effect of our Gen X Accelerator, since I have added a Gen X monster to my hand from the deck, I can special summon that monster, for the price of revealing that monster. I special summon in the offensive position from within my hand, Gen X Solar. A plane-like android appeared before Suddy. Gen X Solar Machine Light LVL 7 25001500. In consequence to Gen X Turbine's effect, it receives a boost of 400 points to its attack points. GS 2900. Naruto's eyes widened, he couldn't let that attack. Suddy continued its turn. Gen X Solar engaged his Akatsuki Konin. Gen X Solar flew at Konin to deliver a punch. Naruto flourished his arm outwards. Not so fast. I activated my face-down trap card Paper Person of God. This card destroys an opponent's attacking monster, and negates the attack. Suddy's eyes glowed. You have made a tactical error, Uzumaki Naruto. I activate my face-down trap card Trap Stew. Naruto smirked. Oh no you don't. I activate the Quick Play card Explosive Tag from my hand. This negates and destroys your trap card, and if that isn't enough, say goodbye to 500 life points. The trap card was destroyed, causing 500 points of damage to Suddy's life points, and enabling Naruto's trap card to destroy Gen X Solar. Naruto. Suddy 3100. Suddy continued its move. I lay a face-down card. I will terminate my turn. Naruto drew a card and smirked at it. I summon Akatsuki Deidara in attack mode. The blonde Akatsuki member appeared in a puff of smoke, and immediately 2 clay birds flew out and landed on Suddy's shoulders. Next, I activate the spell card Edo Tensei. By removing Deidara from the field, I can special summon a monster from the graveyard. Suddy spoke up. Tactical error, Uzumaki Naruto. You currently have 0 monster cards in your graveyard. Naruto smirked. Tactical fuck up, Suddy. Remember hand destruction? I put 2 monsters in the graveyard then. If it had the physical ability for its eyes to widen, then he was sure Suddy's would have. By removing Akatsuki Deidara from play, I special summon Akatsuki Haiden in attack mode. The Psycho Zealot of the Akatsuki appeared out of a coffin. And since Deidara has been removed from the field, the clay tokens on your shoulders detonate. As he said they would, the birds exploded, actually causing Suddy to stumble slightly. Naruto. Suddy. Next, I activate the effect of Akatsuki Haiden. By sacrificing 500 life points, I can destroy 1 monster on your side of the field, and I choose Gen X Turbine. Haiden's skin turned black with skeletal decorations. Laughing madly, the silver-haired Nin stabbed himself, causing Gen X Turbine to shatter. This also had the effect of reducing our Gen X Accelerator's attack back to normal. Naruto 3500. Suddy. RGA 1500. Now Konin destroys our Gen X Accelerator, Shikigami Dance. The Gen X monster was buffeted in a storm of paper, shredding it, and causing it to explode, right in Suddy's face. Naruto 3500. Suddy. And with that I'll end my turn. Suddy was silent for a few seconds before continuing. I initiated my draw phase. Draw phase complete. I am summoned to the field. Gen X controller in the defensive position. A small robot on tracks that looked like a lunar rover appeared on the field. Gen X controller machine Dark LVL 3 1200. I activated the spell card Double Summon. In consequence to this card's activation, I may normally summon an additional monster this turn. The effect of a card in my hand is activated. When there is a Genix controller present on the battlefield, I can normally summon Genix Furnace in the offensive position, without the requirement of a tribute. A furnace with small arms and legs appeared, the front of it opening and letting out a roar of flame. Genix Furnace Pyrofire LVL 5 1300. Study wasn't done yet. I activate the continuous spell card machine assembly line. All face-up machine-type monsters gain a boost of 200 points to their attack points. GC. Genix Furnace engages Akatsuki Haiden. The front hatch opened again, blasting Haiden with an intense burst of flames. Naruto smirked, even though his life points decreased. Naruto 3200. Suddy. When the fire had died down, it was revealed that Haiden was still there. Suddy's head twitched slightly. Technical error. Akatsuki Haiden is still present on the field. Naruto's smirk grew. Sorry Suki, but that's Haiden's other effect. He can't be destroyed by battle. The android twitched again. My identity is Suddy. Naruto grinned. That's what I said, Suki. Stupid, useless, crappy knockoff of intelligence. The robot twitched again. Incorrect. My identity is Suddy, and it stands for Synthetically Advanced Dueling Intelligence. It said firmly, sounding a tiny bit annoyed even though it was a robot. Naruto made a sound of realization. Oh, so it's Suddy? Seeing the affirming nod, he grinned. Right, let's see if I've got this, Suddy, super annoying dancing idiot? The machine's eyes darkened slightly. Synthetically Advanced Dueling Intelligence. Sandwich applying dinner inquisitor? Synthetically Advanced Dueling Intelligence. Stale apple defeats iguanas? Synthetically Advanced Dueling Intelligence. Skinny anorexic dieting Inuit? Synthetically Advanced Dueling Intelligence. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious? Suddy's left eye exploded. Those don't even have the same beginning letters. Error, 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 error. The android's head started spinning. Error, 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 yarror. The head stopped spinning, and the machine's remaining eye dulled, turning blank. With a mighty creak, the robot fell over and landed on the ground with a loud crash. Naruto blinked and stared in confusion. Owukawokawii, that's never happened before. Shrugging, he walked over to the fallen machine and pokes it with his foot. Hello, anyone in there? Do I have to call the Windows helpline? After a few seconds, he shrugged again and depowered his dual disc, ending the match. Well, not the usual way to win a duel, but against an emotionless android that had been ordered to quote crush and humiliate before a painful death unquote me. I'll take what I can get. Taking his phone out of his pocket, he redialed the last number he called. Yeah, Kaiba. You might want to send a pickup team to the docks ASAP. Meanwhile, in an unknown location, a figure cloaked in shadows stared at a computer screen that was flashing the words "lost connection." The figure's eye twitched in annoyance. The damn brat broke his robot. Slowly and dangerous, he turned his angry gaze to a heavily sweating man in a white lab coat. Opening his mouth, he spoke in a slow and angry voice. You told me that Suddy would be able to crush that little urchin effortlessly. Yet, what I just witnessed was your prize creation get run round in circles and then completely and utterly annoyed to destruction. That was hardly the state-of-the-art artificial intelligence you so loudly bragged about. In fact, I've seen more intelligence in a back-flipping dog TOY. He finished with a shout, standing up, emphasizing his last words with a mighty slam on his desk. The man let out a small shriek of fear as he brought his hands up protectively. He quickly began to make excuses. PPPP, please SS sir. GGG, give me another CH chance. He begged, falling to his knees. The shadowed man glared at him furiously. You insolent worm! Don't ask me for forgiveness, ask the Lord. You better hope he hears your prayers and stops this bullet from hitting your skull. Whipping out a gun incredibly fast, the man fired a single shot that hit the scientist square in the head, causing him to fall with a thud. Sneering, the man put the gun away, turning back to the computer screen. Insufferable heretic! May he rot in hell! The glow from the screen illuminated the sneer as well as a dog collar round his neck. Glaring at the computer screen, he spat on it as a picture of the blonde Ari yellow appeared on it. Enjoy this victory, Uzumaki Naruto, for soon, God's vengeance shall be before thee, and now shall be smite Ed. With a mad grin, the man burst into a fit of evil laughter, causing the guards dragging the scientist's body away to become very uncomfortable. For today's P class, we'll be playing tennis. Right. Naruto smirked at Misawa from the other side of the net. Hey, you're going down, pal. Imma gonna you so hard Andy Marie's gonna be like WH. Misawa looked at his rival with a sweat drop. What does that even mean? He asked the hyperactive blonde. Naruto tilted his head with a confused expression. I dunno, he's the only tennis player I know of. He turned to Alexander Belmont, fellow RA Yellow and his current tennis partner. Hey, Belmont, who else plays tennis? Alexander raised a brow. What makes you think I know any tennis players' names? He asked, exasperated, confused and bemused. Naruto has that effect on a lot of people, doesn't he? Naruto shrugged. I dunno, you're English? Don't you guys love tennis? I mean, you have Templeton. Alexander's eye twitched. Okay, it's Wimbledon. 2, that's somewhat racist, and 3, I'm only half English. Naruto blinked. Dude, I only asked about famous tennis players, not for your whole life story. Alexander twitched and turned to Ishiki. You wanna switch? I really want to smash a brutalizer in this guy's face right now. Ishiki swallowed nervously. Thanks but no thanks. Not that I doubt you or anything, but I really don't want to risk being hit in the face. Yeah, Shuri, your face is bad enough as it is. Twitching at the comment, Ishiki turned to his partner, Misawa. Mind switching with Belmont? Misawa chuckled nervously and turned to his rival. Maybe we should go play solo. Naruto blinked. Why? Following his friend's finger, he looked at Alexander and Ishiki, both of whom were glaring at the blonde. He chuckled nervously. Yeah, sure. The two angry RA Yellows watched as their respective partners went off to the other side of the court. Turning to each other, they started to viciously smash the ball at each other, both imagining it to be a tiny blonde head. As Naruto and Misawa made their way to the free court, Naruto overheard Judai mutter. Come on. What's tennis got to do with dueling? Naruto blinked and stopped walking. Come to think about it, what does tennis have to do with dueling? Staring at his racket, he sweat dropped. What the hell? This is usually the kind of thing I'd pick up on. And worst of all, it was Judai who made me realize it. Shuddering violently, he decided to forget about the horrific event, one that could bring unearthly ruin to the world if it were to be examined further. It would rip the very fabric of space itself. Once again, Haku rolled her eyes at her friend's overdramaticness. It was just plain silly now. Suddenly, Naruto's hot girl in danger senses tingled. Turning around, he looked on in horror as he saw a tennis ball go flying at Asuka. Quickly, he ran over to intercept the ball. However, he was not quick enough, as a silhouetted figure jumped in front of the ball and whacked it flying, which had the unfortunate effect of hitting Kronos in the face. Ignoring this, Naruto stared wide-eyed as a boy, about 2 years older than himself, landed in a crouch before Asuka. Asuka looked at him. Junko and Momo ran up to her. Asuka-san, you're not hurt, are you? Before he could go over and ask her the same thing, the older teen stood up and turned to Asuka. He had brown hair that was short on top and went down to his neck from the back. You all right? You weren't hurt, were you? He asked with a charming smile. A sudden surge of rage filled Naruto as he stared at the smug older tall long-haired stupid doo-doo head. Haku's sweat dropped at her friend's oh-so-extensive vocabulary, before giggling. Looks like someone's jealous, she thought with a smirk. Junko and Momo stared at the teen with hearts in their eyes. Asuka just smiled at the boy. No, I'm fine. She bowed slightly. Thanks a lot for saving me so politely. Naruto chid. Police, I could have done that with my bare hands, and it would have hit Judai too, he muttered, crossing his arms and looking away childishly. Misawa smirked at his rival. What's wrong, Naruto? Jealous? Naruto turned to him with the death glare from hell. What? Me? Jealous? Of him? He laughed a slightly crazy laugh. Why would I be jealous of him? Just because he's tall, good-looking, charming, has long hair, athletic and is older than me? That doesn't mean anything. I'd sooner be jealous of Judai than I would him. And what would make me jealous? That he saved Asuka's life and she'll fall in love with him and marry him, and then I'll be stuck looking like a lemon, while all I have is my hatred of Judai and my rich stuck-up bastard and uncle and my questionably gay mentor. No, of course not. Why would I be jealous? Do you think I'm jealous? Do I look jealous? You think anyone is looking or just heard that? Tell me, Misawa. He said the last 3 words while frantically shaking his rival by the shoulders. Looking around, he noticed people staring. Realizing he was acting crazy, he let go of Misawa and turned around with his eyes closed. Besides, we're just friends. I'd be happy for her. Opening his eyes, he saw the older teen holding Asuka's hand. Although he quickly let go, Naruto glared at him viciously, eyes following him as he left awkwardly. Growling, he closed his eyes again. Looks like I'm gonna have to find someplace to hide my body. Calming down, he walked over to Asuka, a fake smile on his face. Hey Asuka, you alright? Looking at her friend, she smiled. Yes, I'm fine, Naruto. His smile becoming less forced, he turned around. Good. That's good to know. Hearing the bell ring, he proceeded to walk off. Well, I'll catch you later, Asuka. I've got a bitch to bury. What was that last bit? She asked his retreating form. Waving his hand over his shoulder, he answered casually. Nothing at all. Misawa stood up, dusting off his jacket before following his friend, swaying as he went. Ugh, note to self, keep mouth shut. He stumbled past the knocked out Kronos, who lay on the ground twitching, eye bruised once again. In the girls' changing rooms, Asuka was putting away her things when she heard someone calling her name. Turning around, she saw Momo and Junko approach her. We figured out who that gentleman was. Don't raise your voice like that. It's embarrassing. Asuka scolded, annoyed with their antics. It almost looks like I told you to investigate, doesn't it? Still, Junko said. We were really interested. Momo finished. Let's see. His name's Ayanokuji Mitsuru. An obelisk blue third year who's not just in charge of the tennis club, but also the heir to Ayanokuji Motors. Asuka stood with her arms crossed and eyes closed. Come on, she said exasperatedly. On top of that, he's apparently pretty skilled at dueling. His skills rival those of that great Marufuji Ryo, too. Asuka closed her eyes again. That's why I'm not interested, guys. Suddenly, Sho ran in front of them, in a panic. What else is new? Oh no! 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 The 3 of them stared at them as he ran on the spot. What are you so fussy about? Momo asked. So noisy, said Junko. The Slifer finally realized that they were there. Oh, I'm sorry. Do you know where that tennis club is? The tennis club was playing in class today, Asuka told him. Oh, those courts, huh? Thanks, Asuka-san. What was up with him? Did he just ignore us? Sho ran back over. Oh, by the way, Aniki took the brunt of Professor Kronos' anger, and he's having a private practice with the tennis club's captain. Well, there you have it. He ran off down the corridor, panicking once again. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Momo turned to her brunette friend. Isn't that Ayanokuji-san? I don't really get much of it, but let's go, Momo. Right. The 2 girls ran off after Sho. Asuka made to follow them, but a voice stopped her. Asuka-san, said the girl who turned to see Duel Academy's resident cat owner. Daidokuji-sensei. And all teachers besides Kronos will be called sensei, while the man himself will be referred to as professor. It seems like he'd be the kind of guy who'd demand to be called professor. I have something to tell you, Naya. Later on, Naruto was walking around, looking for the perfect spot. I need to find somewhere that no one will stumble across. Oh, and I'll have to make sure the ground doesn't look like it's been dug up and refilled. Hearing a loud smacking noise, he looked up and saw he was in the tennis court area, somehow. Looking around, his sweat dropped. Man, I need to stop doing this. It almost seems like a lackluster excuse to get me where I need to be for the plot to proceed, but that's ridiculous. Going to where he heard the noise, he raised a brow at the sight of Judai attempting to hit tennis balls that flew at him. He snorted as he saw the boy trip, but turned his gaze when he heard a voice. Stand up. Stand up, Takiagario. Yuki Judai-kun. You can't be crushed by this much. What'll you do if you don't do your best now? The day we call today won't last for just a day. Naruto glared at the teen from before, the guy who just so happened to be in his thoughts all morning. Sizing him up, he began to calculate how long and deep the hole would have to be. And the day we call tomorrow is written as a bright day. Naruto now looked at the guy nervously. He was starting to remind him of someone. Now, hit 50 more balls for tomorrow's sake, he said, arm raised dramatically, gazing into the distance. 50 more balls. Well? Get in the spirit. Do your best with me. Your sweat and tears will lead to food for tomorrow. Hurrah for such lovely youth. Naruto's world froze, everything going gray as he heard that last word. Youth, 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 youth. Yes. This is what youth is all about. The springtime of youth. Naruto felt bile rise from his throat, before swallowing it. Oh God, not another idiot obsessed with youth. It's official, that guy needs to die. After one last shudder he turned to see Sho, Junko and Momo. What are they doing here? Come to think of it, what are any of them doing here? Hell, what am I doing here? Naruto watched Judai as he hit 50 more balls, wondering A. Why was he hitting tennis balls with Guy Clone II and B. Why was he watching him hit tennis balls with Guy Clone II? He noticed the last ball roll at Asuka's feet, who had just arrived. Everyone noticed her when she picked it up. It's Asuka. Guy Clone II turned around at the name. Asuka-kun? Naruto felt the urge to throw up. Oh God! He even has a twinkle! As Guy Clone II ran over to greet her, she completely ignored him and walked over to Judai. Hey, I've got something to tell you. I heard it from Daidokuji-sensei a bit earlier, but it sounds like someone said they saw Manjum-kun. Naruto blinked. Nay, Manjum's missing since when, turning slightly, he saw Guy Clone II glaring at Judai, flames covering him. Naruto covered his mouth. Ugh! He even has the flames. He heard the teen talk to himself. To think Yuki Judai-kun is talking so casually to Tenjoin Asuka-kun. I'm filled with the burning rage of jealousy right now. Get away from him, Asuka-kun. The two turned to the raging teen. I don't really want to tell you this, but Asuka-kun, an obelisk blue fairy like you, is way out of a slifer red like Judai-kun's league. Naruto blinked as he imagined an obelisk fairy, and was almost sick again. Good God, this guy makes me so nauseous. Guy Clone II was glaring at the slifer red, eyes almost red with rage. Asuka-kun! A man like me is most suitable for you. Naruto glared at him. Like hell you are. Now, please, don't blame me and get away from Judai-kun. Judai stuttered. Hold up. Aren't you getting the wrong idea? Me and her aren't really. Suddenly, somehow the elder teen appeared right in front of Judai, causing him to freak the fuck out. I don't need your unsightly excuses, Judai-kun. And no, I'm telling you. Ayanokuji grinned evilly. You're calling Asuka-kun her, are you? Naruto blinked. Well, looking at her chest I'd say she's a her. To think you've got such a close relationship. Naruto watched on with a deadpan. Seriously, what's wrong with this guy? Ayanokuji gripped his racket tightly. Judai-kun! Duel with me. Listen to what someone's telling you. Ayanokuji walked past the slifer. If you're a duelist, too, then how about we use this duel to settle things man to man? Oh come on. Judai said, exasperated. Just what are we settling for? To sum it up, the winner will become Asuka-kun's fiancé. Naruto's eyes bugged out his head. What? Wait a second. What are you? Asuka protested. Naruto shook. The nerve of this guy. I don't really get what you mean, but I'm a guy who'll take on any challenge duel. Alright, I'll accept your duel. Asuka gasped. You're accepting? Asked Junko. Things turned into such trouble, said Sho. As the two went to get into position, a loud smack was heard, and Judai only had time to blink before a tennis ball hit him smack bang in the face. Aniki! Sho shouted, rushing to his fallen friend. The others gasped and ran over to him too. They found him lying on the ground, unconscious with a tennis ball stuck in his face. Hearing a sheepish chuckle, they turned around to see Naruto rubbing the back of his head. Ha ha, sorry about that. I was, practicing my backhand when it went. Of course, slightly. Everyone's sweat dropped at the blonde as he rubbed his head. So, what was this about a duel? I guess if Judai can't do it what with being unconscious and all, then I'll gladly take his place. Asuka walked forward slightly. Naruto, do you know what's going on? He blinked and tilted his head. What? It's just a duel, right? He asked, oh so innocently. Asuka went to say something, before stopping. Yeah, just a duel, she said, turning around to hide her blush. Ayano-kuji glared at Naruto. Grr, to think Uzumaki Naruto-kun of RA Yellow is also talking so casually with Asuka-kun. He marched over to the blonde. Naruto-kun! Since Judai-kun is unconscious, you are the only obstacle between me and Asuka-kun. Let us duel to resolve this. Naruto blinked. Yeah, sure. The two got into position. Naruto hid a smirk. Hehehe, I fooled them all so easily. Now to humiliate this chump. Let's do this, Naruto-kun. Sure, hope you're ready to lose. Duel. At the sidelines, Momo looked at Asuka. Asuka, to think those two gentlemen are dueling for you. It's too cool. Junko turned to Asuka with a sly grin. And now it's Naruto-kun instead of Judai. You must be happy right now, Asuka-san. Said girl blushed at her friend's words. Don't be absurd. Saying no more, she turned to the duel to be, ignoring her two grinning friends. That's what you're saying, but you're still paying attention. Asuka glared slightly at Junko. That tennis club captain, Ayano-kuji Mitsuru, I just want to see the dueling skills that are said to rival Marufuji Raya's for myself. Naruto smirked. Hey, you're meant to be as strong as Ryateen? Please don't make me laugh. I could have beaten you when I was 12, so forget about beating me now. Ayano-kuji just smirked, with a glint, and Naruto managed to suppress his shudder. It's my turn. Draw the first to strike is the first to victory. The spell card, Service Ace. Naruto frowned at his hand. Damn it! For once I don't have an explosive tag. This card is a gamble card that makes you guess the type of card I choose. He picked out a card and held it up, the back facing Naruto. Is it a spell? A trap? Or even a monster? If you get it right nicely, you'll be okay. But if you're wrong, Naruto-kun, you'll end up taking 1,500 pints of damage. Naruto grit his teeth. Shit! Of all the times to be missing that card. Trap card, he said, making a split decision. Are you sure? You can change your mind if you wish. No, I'm sure, he said stubbornly. Asuka's sweat dropped. He's so stubborn. Ayano-kuji smirked a goofy smirk. A monster card. Sorry, but you missed your chance to save on some points. Shit. Naruto cursed. Then I'll remove this card from the game. And with Service Ace's effect I deal 1,500 damage to the opposing player. A blast of light shot at Naruto, engulfing him in smoke. Ayano-kuji. Naruto 2,500. 15 love. Next, I'll set one reverse card, ending my turn. Naruto placed his hand on his deck. TCH, don't think you've got me on the ropes yet. Drawing a card, he smirked at it. Alright, I haven't used this strategy in a while. I summoned fake Hunter Haku in attack mode. In a swirl of icy mist, the genderly confusing Haku appeared in the field. FYH 1800. Next, I activate the spell card Hidden Mist Jutsu. This covers my field and protects my monster. The unnatural fog covered Naruto's field, hiding Haku from view. Now Haku attacks with water needles. Hundreds of watery needles appeared before the mist, and all of them shot out at Ayano-kuji. Instead of looking worried, he just smirked. I activate the trap card Receive Ace. It negates a direct attack and deals 1,500 damage to the opposing player. Naruto's eyes widened. Shit! What an amateur mistake! A heavy wind blew, redirecting the liquid weapons back at the blonde. Ga! Naruto-kun, shouted a worried Haku. Naruto could be seen due to a bit of the mist that had been parted from the wind, before it quickly rolled back over. The people on the sideline gasped. Naruto-san! Naruto, though Asuka. Ayanokuji. Naruto. 30 love. At its cost, I sent 3 cards from my deck to the graveyard. I set my face down and end my turn. Junko spoke up. Naruto-kun doesn't seem to be doing so well. Are you okay with this, Asuka-san? Asuka just watched Naruto. Naruto, do you really not know what this duel is about? Because if so, win. If it was you, I'd be okay with that. She suddenly blushed deeply in embarrassment at her own thoughts. Wait, did I just think that? Really? Hey Naruto-san, snap out of it. If you don't, then that flirting captain's going to be Asuka-san's fiancé. Sho shouted. Momo clasped her hands together. I'm so jealous. Asuka closed her eyes, fighting her blush down. It's my turn. Draw, let's get down to it. With this, the spell card, Smash Ace. I flip over 1 card from the top of my deck, and if that card's a monster, it'll deal you points of damage, Naruto-kun. Naruto glared. What's up? Too weak to actually fight me head on. You have to use cheap tricks to win. Sorry, but that's how I duel, Ayanokuji said, not sounding apologetic at all. And the first card is a monster card. Naruto cursed. Damn, this guy's luckier than I am. Heh, the luck of the draw is just one of my skills. No, try my Smash Ace in for size. A swirl vortex appeared in the sky, before a blast of light flew at Naruto. Not so fast. I activated the trap card Water Encampment Wall Jutsu. As long as I have a water attribute monster on the field, this negates a magic or trap card. What? A large amount of water hit the ground, before pushing upwards to form a protective shield. The blast of light hit the water wall, causing a small explosion of hot steam. What? Ayanokuji repeated. Naruto smirked. You're not the only one with aces, Ayanokuji. I've just got a lot more up my sleeve than you do. TCH. The teen smirked. Not bad, Naruto-kun. That makes you my rival. You're indeed a worthy rival. Ha 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 ha. Naruto went green at his words. Yash, my eternal rival. Naruto couldn't hide this shiver this time. Ayanokuji stopped laughing. Well, although you may be my rival, that doesn't mean you have a chance of beating me. Naruto glared at him hatefully. Oh, don't give me that look at Naruto-kun. You and I both know that Asuka-kun is out of your league. This duel proves it. Naruto growled, before smirking. Che, you can't afford to be so cocky? After all, your field is wide open, and you're completely defenseless against my monster attacks. My turn, draw. Looking at his draw, he grinned widely. Alright, you're going down. First of all, I sacrifice fake Hunter Haku to summon the demon of the mist Zabuza. Haku shattered into shards of ice, and they smashed together before melting into a puddle that Zabuza rose from. DOTMZ. Due to Zabuza's effect, when he is summoned by sacrificing fake Hunter Haku, I can add 1 Mist Demon's Rage equipped spell card from my deck to my hand. A card jutted from Naruto's deck, and he plucked it out. Next, I equip it to Zabuza, increasing his attack by points. Zabuza's face wrapping fell off, revealing his sharp teeth, in between which a kunai materialized. He bent over, and a dark purple mist rose up behind him, in the shape of a snarling demon. DOTMZ 3000. Now, Zabuza, attack Ayanokuji directly. Zabuza charged at the tennis player with a feral growl, making the teen step back in fear. Before he knew it, Zabuza had gutted him with the kunai, causing him to let out a cry of pain. Ayanokuji. Naruto. Now, Zabuza loses all of his attack and defense points. DOTMZ 00. However, he won't be sticking around long enough for that to be a problem, because I activate the spell card Edo Tensei to special summon fake Hunter Haku from the graveyard. Haku rose from the grave, mist flowing out of the open coffin. FHH 1800. And that's that, my turn up. All right, go Naruto-san, Sho said, raising his fist. The noise awoke Judai. He sat up groaning. Ow geez, what happened? Aniki, you're awake, Sho shouted, hugging the brunette. What the ga? Sho, get off of me. Naruto smirked. How'd you like that? I can't actually think of something to call you. Aha! I got it. He coughed. Let me try again. Everyone's sweat dropped. Ha! Take that, Randy Murray. Mwahahaha. Asuka sighed. Geez. He really gets carried away too easily. Well, looks like we're back to where we started. Only this time our scores are even. In fact, you could even say we're at a deuce, Naruto said. It's funny you should say that. It's my turn. Draw. I've been waiting for this chance, Naruto-kun. I activate the permanent magic, Deuce. Naruto sighed. Another spell? This is a permanent spell card that I can activate when the opposing players and my own life points are at an equal points. Naruto's sweat dropped. That's a pretty circumstantial card, isn't it? I mean, you can't actually get to use that often. Ayanokuji twitched, before continuing. Both players are only allowed to attack with one monster during their battle phase. And life points are insignificant. As he was talking, Ayanokuji pulled out a comb and started combing his hair. Naruto's sweat dropped. Victory goes to the player who inflicts damage twice in a row. Naruto raised a brow. So you changed the rules on how to win? It's just like the rules of tennis. Asuka mused. I'll end this duel right here and now. I summoned legendary Big Server. A large man in tennis clothes and a bandana appeared on the field. He had robot legs and arms, with a tennis racket in the place of one of the hands. Legendary Big Server Warrior Earth LVL 3. 300,300. My legendary Big Server is able to bypass my opponent's monsters and wage a direct attack. He smirked a shiny smirk. Now go, legendary Big Server. Big Serve. With a roar, the colossal man hit a spiked iron ball at Naruto, causing an explosion. The older teen smirked advantage, Ayanokuji. And due to the effect of the permanent spell, Deuce, if I can deal you damage again in a row, I'll win this duel. Next, since I dealt damage to you, legendary Big Server's monster effect activates. From my deck, I add the spell card, Service Ace, to my hand. And the opposing player draws one card. Well, Naruto-kun, go on and draw. Naruto did so. Looking at the card he drew, he smirked internally. Yes. All right. Here goes. I activate the spell card, Service Ace. Oh no you don't. I activated the instant spell card, Explosive Tag. This card negates the activation of a spell card, and oh, you're gonna just love this next bit, and it deals 500 points of damage. Ayanokuji gasped as his spell was destroyed and life points damaged. Naruto. Ayanokuji 500. Ayanokuji cursed at the move. Sho cheered. Go Naruto-san. Asuka smiled. That was a close call, Naruto. Gets me, in the anime, how Asuka's like, show me you're the real deal. Seriously, anyone can fucking win a 1 in 3 guess, just look at rock paper scissors. Fucking children win at that game. It was like this for everyone, but Judai is an idiot. Finally, I activated the equipment spell, Giant Racket. I'll equip it with my legendary Big Server. In a flash of light, the giant tennis player had a giant racket attached to his back. My turn's over. Naruto smirked. Heh, looks like this is my advantage. Even though your deuce says otherwise, another explosive tag or something similar, and you're toast. Draw. TCH, you got lucky. Oh well, I'll even the score this turn. Do you think I don't have a strategy? The monster equipped with Giant Racket can reduce its battle damage to 0 once. Naruto's eyes widened. Oh no, really? He smirked. That's what you want me to say, right? Ayanokuji blinked in confusion. Do you think I don't have a strategy? I summon Akatsuki Haiden in attack mode. The Jashinist of the Akatsuki appeared on the field. AH 1800. I activate his special effect. By sacrificing 500 life points, I can destroy one monster on the field. And you know what that means? Ayanokuji gasped. The legendary big server will be. Naruto smirked. That's right. Even with that equipment, it won't save him from the god Jashin. Haiden stabbed himself, destroying legendary big server. Naruto 500. Ayanokuji 500. Now Haku, attack! Haku flung senbons out of the mist, hitting Ayanokuji straight on. Deuce! Naruto said with a cheeky grin. Ayanokuji sweated. Damn it, my defense! It's your turn, Randy Murray. Wow, Naruto-kun really turned this duel around, Junko said, Momo nodding in agreement. Jidai grinned. Suga. He's as strong as ever. I love Suga, who doesn't? Asuka smiled. And my turn, draw. Looking at his hand he swallowed. He had nothing. I end my turn. Naruto broke out into a large grin. Haiden, finish him off. Scythe throw. Haiden threw his scythe, hitting Ayanokuji and ending the match. Ga. Naruto 500. Ayanokuji 0. I don't care if it would have taken another turn. Do you really want me to waste more time on that bit, making it awkward? No? Good. Alright. Naruto-san won. Sho cheered. Stopping, he turned to Asuka. Hey, where are you cheering for? Before you know it. Asuka laughed slightly. Ayanokuji fell to his knees in defeat. I lost. Naruto smirked. Naturally. The older teen stood up, bawling his eyes out. How could I lose this? Why, he ran off, letting out a scream of anguish. Naruto watched with a blank expression. He turned around as he heard a shout. Naruto-san, you were great. Naruto smirked slightly. Of course I was, who do you think I am? But is this okay? Junko asked, now Asuka-san's. Huh? Her fiancé. No way. Naruto grinned and walked over. Heh, well, I won, as to be expected. Asuka blushed slightly. No way, is he? He stopped. What's a fiancé? Is it some kind of tax, because they suck? Asuka blinked, blushing, before she got annoyed. Glaring, she hit him on the head. Ouch. What was that for? Turning her nose up, she walked off. Idiot. She muttered. Asuka-san, wait up. Naruto lay there as she walked off, smiling. Haku appeared next to him. So, why'd you lie like that? I know you're not stupid. Closing his eyes, he replied mentally. If I were to get Asuka to be my, I'd want it to be on my own terms, with her permission, not on the whim of some crazy tennis freak. I thought that I could borrow my old mask, as much as I hate to do so. Haku blinked before smiling. I see. She smirked slyly. My, Naruto-kun, have you really put so much thought into this? I had no idea. His eyes flying open, he began to stutter. And no, he stopped at the sound of her giggling. TCH, I just got played, didn't I? Yep, like a spell card. Groaning, he stood up, glad to see he had been alone when he had his outburst. Mock glaring at his dual spirit, he walked off to his dorm. Later, after hearing what seemed to be a shout of anger-sadness, Naruto received a call. Here comes the money. Here we go, money talks. Here comes the money. Talk to me. What? Never mind. So, Kaiba, what's up? We've finished those scans. Oh. And? Kaiba, I don't like that silence. Silence is never good. Sai, we got nothing. What do you mean? I mean what I said. We got absolutely nothing from the scans from Suddy. But how? Did it wipe itself? No, it had already fried before it would have had the chance. Okay, so that means either Suddy had absolutely nothing stored in it except for speech, but that's simply ridiculous, impossible. Then that leaves us with? That someone, most likely the creator or someone else, fried it. Now, that means I either have a breach of staff, or someone was watching the duel. Exactly. Shit. Couldn't have put it better myself. I have to go now, but keep an eye out. Yeah, you don't need to tell me twice. Night, Kaiba. Good night. Chapter end. Omake. A young Ayano Mitsuru sat in his room, crying. He was always bullied at school. No matter what he did, he got picked on. Slowly, the young boy cried himself to sleep. In his dream, why does everyone pick on me? Don't worry. A figure appeared out of nowhere. Who are you? Yash, I am the spirit of Youth. Youth? Yosh. And I am here to teach you in the way of youth. The figure's teeth gleamed. Wow. Will I be able to do that? Yosh. With enough training, anyone can learn the ways of youth. But be warned, people will try to decrease your youth with mean remarks and general unyouthfulness. Don't let them get you down, just smile, and the gleam will do the rest. Okay, mister. What's your name? Just call me the beautiful green beast of youth. Omake end. Chapter 14 Return of the Master. Some days, one has the motivation to do many great things, such as run a triathlon. Other days, one can have the imagination and creativity to make great art, along the likes of Van Gogh and Leonardo da Vinci. Sometimes, one has so many things to do that they don't know where to start. And some days, some dreary, miserable days, one can be really bored. And Uzumaki Naruto was bored as fuck. Misawa. Misawa Daichi twitched in annoyance at the blonde's whining. Misawa. Misawa. Daichi. The genius gritted his teeth as he tried to concentrate on his new deck. Dude. Buddy. Misawa. Me finally having enough, he spun around angrily. What? He yelled at the irritating blonde. What could you possibly want that you feel the need to pester me so infuriatingly? I'm bored. Naruto whined. He was lying on Misawa's bed, or more accurately over the side of the bed with his head on the floor. Misawa twitched again and turned back to his desk, where he was writing an equation on his teacup. Well, go do something then, he said. Naruto whined again. But there's nothing to do, he whined. I mean seriously, there's nothing to do on this island. It sucks. Deciding he would get no peace at the moment, Misawa dropped his pen and turned back round on his swivel chair. What do you mean there's nothing to do? Misawa asked incredulously. Go duel an unimportant side character or something. Oh great, now they're breaking the fourth wall, someone go call Shoddy. Naruto whined again, and slipped off the bed into a pathetic pile on the floor. But I don't wanna. I've already dueled in the last 2 chapters, and people don't want to see too much of the same thing, it'll go stale quickly. Seriously guys, stop it. Misawa twitched again. Why don't you go and hang out with Asuka then or something? Naruto blushed. Because of reasons? He said weakly. Misawa was starting to get a permanent twitch. How about Alexander then? You two seem to get on well enough. Naruto, surprise, whined again. But he's no fun. Whenever I try to flirt with girls, he becomes all shy and ends up ruining it all. Misawa blinked. Wait, why was he with you during that? And since when did you flirt with girls? Naruto shrugged. Ever since I watched How I Met Your Mother, that Barney guy has some cool techniques that I wanted to try. Naruto said. And Belmont was supposed to be my wingman, but like I said, he kept screwing it up. It's kind of hard to explain how I now own Italy when my vice prime minister is too busy being unconscious. Misawa's sweat dropped. Does anyone actually fall for that? Sitting up against the bed, Naruto shrugged again. Not really, they usually roll their eyes and move on, though I did pick up a girl by wearing a scuba diver suit once. Misawa stared at the blonde in sheer confusion. Wait, what, how? Naruto smirked and tapped his nose. That's for me to know, and you to desperately try to figure out how I did it. Okay, what about Ishiki? Naruto blinked. Who? Misawa facepalmed. You know I can teach you a way to make that painless. The twitch came back. You know what, never mind. Just never mind. Thinking for a few moments, he tried something else. He had to think of a way to get him out of here. After all, it's not easy to build a deck to beat someone when they are sitting right behind you. Do you have any old hobbies that you could take up again? Naruto thought for a few minutes before a light bulb appeared above his head. I know. Jumping to his feet, he rushed towards the door. Thanks, Misawa. Sighing in relief, the genius turned to his desk again. As he picked up his teacup, he had a sudden bad feeling. Why do I feel like I've just unleashed an unspeakable evil upon the world? Asuka-san, said the girl, who turned around to see her friends Momo and Junko approaching her. She sighed. What do you two want? Stopping before her, the two girls looked at each other and went back to Asuka. When is it? Seeing the girl's raised eyebrow, Momo elaborated. The wedding, Asuka. When is it? Blushing madly, the girl shouted at her friends. What are you talking about? The two blinked in confusion. There is no date, because there is no wedding. The two girls gasped. But why Asuka-san? Junko asked, scandalized. Asuka growled. 1. Because that idiot had no idea what that word meant. And 2. We're just friends, so we wouldn't get married anyway. The two girls blinked, and then grinned. You sound quite upset, Asuka. Is it because you want to? Before Momo could finish, Asuka was up in her face, the most evil and terrifying of glares upon her own. Now listen here, because I'm only going to say this once. She ground out, me and Naruto are not getting married, and neither do we want to. Momo and Junko held each other in terror. Understand? They nodded rapidly. Absolutely. CCC Crystal. Asuka nodded in satisfaction before walking away. The two girls turned to each other, pale as sheets. She totally does. Yep. Naruto was walking around Duel Academy, with a shit-eating grin on his face. He rubbed his hands together. Ashishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishishish. But I should be able to do something awesome. Haku appeared next to him. I thought you weren't going to act like you used to? And this definitely falls under what you used to. Naruto shrugged. Boredom makes one do strange things. Haku face-bombed. You really don't make sense sometimes. She said loudly. You say how you don't want to act like an idiot, but you still do. Do you even notice? Is it even intentional? I mean, really? You contradict yourself every other day. You hate perverts, but you act like one. You hate how Judai wins through luck, but when it happens to you, you're okay with that. You know what you are? You're a hypocrite. And not to mention, Naruto just nodded, pretending to listen while she continued to go on. She did this sometimes. When it was all too much for her to take, she just let it out. He learned early on to block it out and not take anything she says to heart. And then the Bill Cosby lookalike hit the policeman on the head with a turkey drummer. Blinking, he turned and looked at the girl in confusion. She was now panting loudly from the strain on her lungs. Naruto stared at her for a few seconds before turning around. Right. He walked off. As he walked, he put a hand under his chin. I should probably start with something small, to get me started. He rubbed his chin for a few minutes, before a light bulb appeared above his head. Aha! Perfect. Nice, simple and effective. He slapped his hands together and rubbed them deviously. This is gonna be good. Haku stared at her friend with her head tilted, a cute, confused look on her face. Kronos was walking towards his office, congratulating himself on his latest plan. Wahahaha. That Slifer dropout boy is so easy to fool. It was so simple to send him after that dual giant no NE. Best case scenario, he loses and his best card will be taken. Worst case scenario, the dual giant is apprehended, and I will be praised for it. He's quite delusional, ain't he? Reaching the door to his office, he opened it and went inside. As he sat on his desk, he noticed a small present on it. Oh, what is this, a gift? He picked up the little box that had ancient gear golem wrapping paper. Opening it, he was surprised to see a lipstick tube. Oh my! This is brand new, and very expensive. Pulling out a mirror, he prepared to put some on. I must have quite the admirer, nah, no one. Plucking his lips, he applied the lipstick. Bellissimo. He blinked and licked his lips. What an unusual taste. After a few seconds, his lips began to burn like tissue paper dropped on a bonfire. Mamma mia! He jumped out of his seat, madly fanning his lips. Oh no! Oh no! This product is defective! He ran into the hallway and charged down the corridor. Coming across the men's room, he yanked the door open and ran to the sink. Turning the cold tap on full blast, he stuck his mouth under it. However, this just made the burning even worse. Pulling away from the tap like it was gonna explode, he ran and tried to open the door to leave. However, when he tried, he slipped on a banana peel and fell right into a cubicle. He landed on something warm and slightly soft. Blinking, pain temporarily forgotten, he looked up and saw a fuming Ayakawa glaring down at him. Looking down again, he noticed his head was on her exposed legs, and she was on the toilet. Swallowing nervously, he looked up again. Mercy no, and he was cut off by an enraged shriek, before he was beaten viciously with a toilet seat. The force of Ayakawa's scream had knocked off the men's sign on the bathroom door, to reveal it had been concealing a women's sign. Misericordia. Naruto stood outside the bathroom, laughing his arse off. Oh God! Oh Kami! Oh RA! Oh, everything else there is too much praise, that was brilliant! Haku stood next to him, giggling like mad. That was brilliant, Naruto-kun, nothing that he didn't deserve. Naruto drew in large breaths to refill his lungs. I'm glad you think so, Haku. He looked wishful for a few seconds, but picture the sight he would have seen before his untimely demise. Haku's brow twitched and she threw in his neck, causing the boy to drop on the floor. Carefully, with much pain and effort, he pulled it back out and stood up. Ow! He rubbed his neck. Anyway, you ain't seen nothing yet, Haku. There are still so many people to see. He suddenly struck a pose, left arm pointing upwards and right arm pointing down. The prank master has returned. Haku's sweat dropped. Yamashima was relaxing in his room, listening to some music, Justin Bieber, when suddenly his favorite song stopped. Looking over, he noticed his Kai Pod docking station had turned off. Frowning in confusion, he went to check it out. When he pressed the button to turn it on, nothing happened. Bending down to check the plug, he never noticed someone sneak in and replace his Kai Pod with an exact replica. By the time he stood back up, the person had disappeared and Yamashima, none the wiser, turned the Kai Pod back on. As he walked back to his bed, he noticed that a different song to what he was listening to earlier was playing. Burn baby burn. Disco Inferno. Burn baby burn. His eyes widened as he had a flashback to his duel with Naruto. Quickly running back over, he clicked the next song. Hearts on Fire, Strong Desire. Click. We didn't start the fire. It was. Click. Fire, 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 can't put it out with WAT. Click. I fell into a burning ring of fire. Click. House of Fire. House of Fire. Click. Walk through the fire. Click. Raging fire. Can you see the flames? Click. You've been burned now. Click. Relight my fire. Wah-wah-wah-wah. Yamashima screamed, collapsing into the fetal position as Take That continued to sing. Naruto stood outside the window, sniggering. Haku blinked. That was a bit harsh. Remembering what his words had done to her friend, she smirked evilly. It's less than that bastard deserves. Alexander Belmont was relaxing by the lake, trying to recover from his latest episode. He sighed, I really need to get over my problem. You see, while he was in the card shop, looking for that card, which he had been searching a long time for, he was served by one of the beautiful young ladies working there. Now, usually Tomo was on duty when he went to the shop, he always timed his visits, but she had come down with a cold, so she was unable to work today. So, instead of asking the attendant for a booster pack, he stammered out a request for 3 bagels and a tube of lip gloss. It was with great difficulty that he got out of there without fainting, and he didn't want to end up in the medical center. I think you can guess why. With another sigh, he bit into one of his bagels and started chewing on it. Hearing his phone beep, he picked it up with his other hand and saw that he had a text message, with a photograph attached. Raising a brow, he opened the message, still chewing on his bagel. Upon opening the text, he started choking on his snack. In the message was a picture of a woman with no clothing on and giant breasts. Dropping his phone, he grabbed his throat to try and dislodge the bagel. Oh my, hang on, Alexander. Suddenly he felt a small hand pat him hard on the back. After a few pats, he spat out the bagel and coughed. Rubbing his throat, he turned around and saw Asuka looking at him worriedly. Are you okay? Blushing heavily, he backpedaled before jumping to his feet. No, I mean, why, yes, I'm great, good even, he stammered out. Asuka looked at him oddly before noticing something on the ground. Oh, you dropped your phone. Alexander froze. Let me get that for you. He watched, rooted to spot in terror as she bent down to pick it up. He started sweating when he noticed that the phone was facing the screen up. Asuka paused for a few seconds before picking it up. Turning to the quivering lad, she spoke in a dangerous voice. Alexander. What is this? Alexander gulped and tried to get out a reply. Well, wait a second, I can X. Pervert. Aha. Naruto sat in a tree, quietly laughing his arse off. Ha ha ha. That's revenge for abandoning me the other day. Suffer the same fate. He burst out laughing, and while doing so, fell out of the tree. Reacting quickly, he grabbed hold of the branch and swung a few times, before letting go and landing on his feet. Phew, that was close. Haku's sweat dropped. And to think he used to be a ninja. She shook her head. Naruto grinned. Putting a hand on his chin, he started wandering aimlessly. Right. Who is next? I can't do Manjum. He left in a hissy fit. I can't for the life of me find Judai and his cheerleaders. I wouldn't prank Asuka. RA knows what she'd do to me. And the same goes for Rio team. He rubbed his chin. I've already pranked the people who've pissed me off lately. Looking up, he noticed that while he had been thinking, he had ended up outside the dueling area. His sweat dropped. Okay, seriously, what the hell? How do I keep doing this shit? He heard a voice from behind him. Hey, Naruto! Startled at the shout, he turned around to see the 3 who had been eluding him all afternoon. He sneered lightly. Che, what you want? Sho and Hayato gulped nervously, but Judai, dense as ever, carried on. Have you heard anything about the dual giant? Naruto raised a brow. What's that? Some kind of dueling rock star? The Slifer's sweat dropped at his response. No. Never mind then. Turning around, the 3 Slifers carried in their way. Watching them for a few seconds, he shrugged, before getting an idea. I know. How about I repay Misawa for his wonderful idea? With a happy smile, he walked away, plotting his biggest prank of the day. Misawa had returned from his break outside, and was once again at his desk in his room, and he was close to finishing his anti-Naruto deck. Finishing some calculations on the sole of his shoe, he put it and his pen down and slumped in his chair. It was pretty damn tiring being a genius for so long. Opening his tired eyes, he had a brief moment to be surprised, before all went black. Misawa never spoke of what happened that night, nor did he remember much of it. All he remembers was pain, humiliation, and more pain. When he awoke from his blackout, all he found was a note. It said, "You have been the victim of prank 275XOZ, please enjoy the rest of your life." Needless to say, Misawa never forgot that experience, and he was forever more wary of Naruto. I knew I had released an evil yesterday. I just never could have imagined what it could be. Naruto was walking down the hallways, music blasting from his earphones as he nodded his head to it. When the last part, he yelled it out, stopping in the middle of the corridor and doing the air guitar. People walking by gave him a wide berth and strange looks, except the RA Yellows, who were used to such behavior from their dorm aces. Suddenly, the lunch bell tolled, causing everyone to shift their attention away from the eccentric blonde and charge off to the shop. After an excited Slifer pushed past Naruto, he opened his eyes in annoyance. Looking at his watch, he rolled his eyes. Oh, come on, what's so good about that drawbread thing anyway? He wondered out loud. Maybe because it's cheap food? Turning around, the Pharaoh of Ra, yes, that's what people started to call him, saw his friend rival wingman apprentice, Alexander Belmont. People love a bargain after all, as we say in England. The black-haired teen said. Naruto scoffed. Oh, trust me, I get that, but it's not even good cheap food. He grumbled, plus it's stupid. I mean, there's no ramen bread for Ra's sake, he said, crying anime tears. Alexander's sweat dropped. Ramen brie. Who would even? He whispered to himself. Remembering something, he put his hand on his chin. Oh yeah, I heard that Asuka-san is quite fond of the draw bread. He jumped back in shock as Naruto was suddenly in his face. Well, why didn't you say so? Let's go and try some. And grabbing his fellow Ariello by the arm, he dragged him down the hallway, his feet off the floor and hanging like a towel caught in a car door. Let go off me, you maniac! Once the two reached the shop, Naruto let go of Alexander, causing the poor boy to drop onto his face. Barely sparing him a glance, he looked around and lo and behold, the Chuckle brothers were there. And also standing there, looking at them, for they made quite an entrance, was Asuka. Looking at her hands, Naruto grinned. Nice buns, Asuka. The girl blushed and put her hands down to her sides, glaring at the blonde. Shut up. Turning her back to him around to face the two slifers, she glared at them. And no, I'm not here because I like the golden egg bread, I'm just practicing my luck of the draw. Naruto raised a brow. Oh come on, as if you can practice such a thing. But if you could, I'm sure Judai would have honed it to perfection. Naruto grinned as he looked down. Real nice buns. He turned as he heard a voice. I'm really sorry, everyone. He grabbed his heart in shock as he saw who was behind him. Holy crap! Forget what I said about requirements. She completely disproves that. To tell you the truth, there isn't a golden egg bread in here, Tom said apologetically. Yelled the Chuckle brothers. Tomo continued her explanation. Since last week, someone's been stealing the egg wedges. Bastard! Naruto yelled, slamming his fist in his palm. Funny story, this was my reaction a few years ago when I watched this episode, except I slammed a desk. Everyone turned to him with deadpans, causing him to rub his neck sheepishly. Finally getting to his feet, Alexander asked the obvious question. You say someone's been stealing the egg wedges, as you call them? Sho sounded unnecessarily impressed. Amazing. If he just stole the golden egg bread, he's got to have an amazing luck of the draw. Naruto leaned into Alexander. Either that or he unwrapped them one by one, he muttered, Alexander nodding in agreement. And while everyone came, I was looking forward to them too. She bowed her head. Please accept my apologies. Judai raised his gripped fists. You didn't do anything wrong, Tom-san. The bad guys are drawing thief guys. That's why I'm going to catch him. Naruto nodded. As much as I hate to agree with Judai, it's not your fault, so don't apologize for something you can't control, he said, chewing in a toothpick that randomly appeared in his mouth. So, I'm going to catch him as well. Asuka looked at him with a smile. Sho nodded. Yo, that's the way, Aniki, Naruto-san. Judai and Naruto looked at each other and nodded, before Judai turned back to Sho. Sho! From today on, we're staking out. Sho nodded with a happy smile. Right. His face fell as he just realized what he agreed to. Late that night, a small group was sitting in the shop's office. Sho and Judai were playing a card game, playing cards not duel monsters, while Hayato watched. Asuka was reading a book while Naruto and Alexander looked around in the cupboards. Spinning on her turny chair, she looked at them with a curious expression. What exactly are you two doing? Naruto turned around while Alexander kept searching. Nothing. Naruto said, a way too innocent expression on his face. Asuka narrowed her eyes. Right, and I'm the king of Germany. Naruto blinked. But Germany doesn't even have a king. Seeing her deadpan, he blinked. Oh, I see what you did there. Noticing her expectant gaze, he gulped. Really, we're not doing anything, just looking. Asuka's sweat dropped. So, let me get this straight. You are looking through cupboards and drawers, for no other reason than just to look through them. The two boys nodded. Well, we're bored, I forgot my Kai pod. The girl sighed. Well, why don't you join those two then? Naruto looked at the two slifers, completely enthralled in their game. Judai was looking at Sho's hand, about to pick a card. That one. All right. Sho sighed. Geez. Your draws are amazing, all right, Aniki. Of course they are. Naruto rolled his eyes at Judai's arrogance. But still, why did I even have to be here? Hayato asked, confusion in his voice. Judai sat back in his seat. For Tome-san. But wait, I called Hayato over, and Naruto brought Alexander, so why are you here? He asked, turning to Asuka. I'm free, was all she said. Naruto rolled his eyes. More like she wants to get back at that sandwich thief. What a weird sentence. He turned his head as the door opened, and he saw Alexander quickly close a cupboard from the corner of his eye, looking innocently at Tomo, who had just walked in carrying a plate of rice balls. Thank you very much, everyone. Here's your midnight snack. Naruto frowned and looked at his watch. Surely it wasn't that late already. He couldn't help but wonder why it took Hayato all night to ask why he was here. Surely that was information one would want from the start. What flavor are they? Looking at the table, he noticed everyone had gathered round it. Shrugging, he went and stood next to Asuka. They're apricot, dried fish crackers and salmon flavored. Naruto screwed his face up. Eat these and keep it up. I'll stay with you tonight. Thanks, Tome-san. Hayato leaned in to look at them closer. Which one's salmon? Tome was about to point it out, before Judai stopped her. Wait. We should draw them. I like salmon too. We'll take turns and draw. Huh? Shouldn't we just split them between everyone? Hayato asked. But it sounds interesting. Sho chimed in. Naruto sighed. If Judai suggested jumping off a cliff, you'd probably find it interesting. Sounds boring, said Asuka. Judai stared at the rice balls happily. My turn. Draw them. He chewed on it for a second. I summon salmon. Naruto rolled his eyes. Yeah, well, I summon a Snickers, he said, pulling one from his pocket. Everyone ignored him. Your draws are really awesome, Aniki. Jesus, I feel like I just copied and pasted that. My skills couldn't be worse. If those golden egg breads weren't stolen, I would have broken my record, you know. Naruto heard what sounded like a giggle from Asuka. He narrowed his eyes. Honestly, luck is not a skill. Asuka turned to Naruto. Don't you want one, Naruto? Naruto shook his head. Hell no. I had a disturbing encounter with a rice ball once, put me off them for life. Seriously, in retrospect, that Hinata was off her rocker. Well, I don't know what brought this on, but I'm glad it happened. Naruto was hiding in a locker with Asuka. Did I mention it was a small locker? Everyone had taken their positions so that they could ambush the sandwich thief. The goof troop hid under the table, Tome hid under the desk, Alexander was between the locker and a cabinet, and Naruto and Asuka were in the locker. Naruto was just happy that he had enough room to move his waist back a bit that could make things a bit awkward. Asuka was blushing up a storm as her head rested against her best friend's chest. There was nowhere else, she reasoned to herself. Everyone became alert as they heard a noise outside the door. As they emerged from their hiding spots, Naruto couldn't help but wonder why they were hiding in such places, seeing as the sandwiches were in the complete other room. Not that he minded that much. Seriously, why were they hiding like that? All they had to do was not stand in front of the door window. What's he trying to do? Judai wondered as the noise continued. Everyone's eyes widened as they saw the shop's metal blind things lift up, revealing a pair of hands and legs. Look at that strength! Sho all but shouted. Naruto facepalmed. These guys would be the worst ninjas ever. A black figure snuck under the gap and approached the box of sandwiches. Reaching his hand in, he searched around for the golden egg bread. Everyone watched with bated breath as he pulled out one of the sandwiches and examined it. The automatic door opened. Now, Judai whispered. Naruto prepared to sneak up on the intruder, but his plan was ruined by Tome turning the light on. The figure gasped as the lights turned on, and the group came round the corner. Hey! You thief! You can't get away now, Tome gasped, but didn't give any thought to it, too busy sizing up the thief. Holy shit! This guy could give the Reikage a run for his money. He jumped as the thief yelled at them, before running off with the sandwich cart. He smashed through the screen thingy, and flew down the corridor. He's trying to get away? Let's go! Hold it! The group chased after the thief into the night. Naruto was in the lead, followed by the Sliffers with the girls picking up the rear. As they reached the edge of the building, the thief jumped off and started swinging on vines. What's with him? Is he Tarzan? Naruto walked back a bit, before taking a running jump and landing on one of the branches. He turned back to the shocked group. I'll follow him this way, you guys take the low ground. And with that he jumped from branch to branch, chasing after the thief. The thief was still hollering, and Naruto narrowed his eyes as he caught up to him. Jumping, he grabbed the thief around the waist and they both fell to the ground. The group that had somehow gotten ahead of them, how the fuck does that work, jumped as the two fell in front of them, before Tarzan kicked Naruto away and ran over to a waterfall. They watched amazed as he proceeded to climb the waterfall. What's with that guy? Just before he reached the top he heard a scream. Taizen-kun! The group turned to see an exhausted Tome catch up to them. You're Taizen-kun, aren't you? She asked the thief. He turned his head, and the distraction caused him to fall and land in the water at the bottom. They rushed over and saw the newly dubbed Taizen emerge, gasping for breath. I knew it! Taizen-kun! So he was Tarzan, Hayato said. Tome-san. It has been a while. He's speaking perfectly. Tome-san, who is this guy? Asked Judai. Taira Taizen-kun. He was an obelisk blue student. Everyone gasped. He was an outstanding student, but a year ago, he suddenly went missing. And so, to think he was somewhere like this. Naruto frowned in thought. Wait, if he went missing a year ago, then does that mean? Eyes widening he turned to Asuka, who also had a thoughtful expression. But Taizen-kun, you drew a lot of golden egg breads, didn't you? A year ago, no matter how hard you tried. Taizen had a little spaz out at Tome's words. What do you mean, Tome-san? Judai asked the woman. Just like you and the others, Judai-chan, when Taizen-kun came to the store, he often bought some draw bread too. But he would always draw the less desirable breads. Taizen shuddered. Fish. He muttered, green in the face. But this guy's drawings are amazing. Wasn't it someone else? Taizen started chuckling, before he stood up and burst into laughter. Yes, that's right. I was reborn. In this 1 year, I confined myself in the mountains and practiced drawing. Naruto felt his brain crash. Why it's no ho you can't practice drawing, he screamed in his mind. You were reborn? That's right. Before I always got the top grade on the obelisk blue written exam. But when it came to actual combat, my draws back then were the worst. I wished for draws. That's what I wanted from the bottom of my heart. I screamed to the ocean, please, give me powerful draws. But I didn't get an answer. All I gathered from the waves was just to draw. It was the same before, and it wouldn't change in the future or for eternity. And it was then I figured it out. That it was just like drawing in a duel. Draws also don't change, just like the waves. I thought the true meaning of drawing lies in nature itself. Naruto leaned into Alexander. Am I the only one not getting any of this? He shook his head. I'm as confused as you are. And I confined myself to the mountains. I gave myself to nature, and I gained wisdom from nature. I became one with nature. Naruto looked down in thought. Nature, huh? To get stronger draws, I trained for 1 year. And to be sure that I'd completed my training, I used the golden egg bread to test myself. And I got it for a full week. I really hung in there. His voice wavered at the end. Naruto's eyes softened. Although I find all this ridiculous, I can really relate to this guy. Training so hard, never giving up, fighting for your goal. Maybe, just maybe, it is possible. That must have been awful, Tome said. Naruto watched as the poor guy cried tears of joy. You know, this is a pretty touching moment. Wait a sec. Until you stole them, I always got them. Naruto facepalmed. And it's gone. What? Well, I'm pretty confident in my own draws too. How about we battle now, and call it a graduation exam? Heh, interesting. I've wanted to test my luck in a duel. Alright then, let's do I. Naruto coughed, and everyone turned to him. Actually, Jidai, maybe the real master of luck should handle this. Jidai frowned in confusion. Eh? What do you mean? Naruto smirked. Well, I don't mean to brag, but I'm pretty damn lucky myself, so how about I duel Taizen? I really want to battle this guy. He reminds me of me. Jidai smirked. Alright, how we will decide. Naruto smirked right back. Easy. Rock, paper, scissors. Everyone collapsed anime style, except Naruto and Jidai. Fine, you're on. The two of them stood, one leg before the other, and lowered their bodies, hands close to their sides. Raising their arms, everyone watched tensely as they moved them. Rock, paper, scissors. Naruto whooped. Alright. Rock beats scissors. Jidai sighed. Man! I really wanted to fight him. Naruto turned to Taizen. Shall we? Taizen stared at him, before smirking and nodding. Very well, you shall be my ultimate test. Naruto smirked wider. Heh, this should be good. Two geniuses of hard work, battling it out. Duel. Naruto drew a card. I'll go first, then draw. He grinned at the card in his hand. Perfect. I'll summon Akatsuki Sasori in attack mode. The red-haired puppeteer of the Akatsuki appeared on the field. AS 1800, quick rant. Why in canon does he always start his duels with a monster with attack points, in attack mode? God, he is so arrogant. Next I place a face zone and end my turn. Now, show me the drawing skills you've perfected. I'll show you the fruits of my year of training. My turn. Draw first. I'll place a card face down. And I'll summon this card I drew, Drawler. He yelled again as his monster was summoned. A giant blue stone golem on wheels appeared in the field. Drawler Rock Earth LVL 3. Drawler's total and def is 500 times the number of cards in my hand that I send back to my deck. I'll send back the 4 cards in my hand. All his cards. Huh. He's with the twitching brown Naruto world on the 2 cheerleaders. Seriously, shut up. If I wanted someone to point out the obvious, I would have hired Legolas to commentate. With a squeak, the two shut up, and Naruto turned back to Taizen. Please continue. D. Ah, bollocks. I used Drawler to attack Akatsuki Sasori. Roller press. The monster charged at Sasori, squishing him under its giant frame. Taizen. Naruto 3800. An attack mode monster destroyed by Drawler is returned to the bottom of the deck, instead of going to the graveyard. So you can't draw it out from your graveyard. This'll end my turn. Naruto grinned. Heh, not bad, but you haven't proved anything yet. Draw. I summoned Akatsuki Deidara from my hand. The blonde-haired terrorist appeared. AD. 2 birds flew from Deidara's hands and landed on Taizen's shoulder. I'll end my turn with a face down. I activate the trap card. I activated my face down quick play spell card explosive tag. It negates the activation of a spell or trap card, and deals 500 life points damage to you. Taizen's eyes widened as a piece of paper flew onto his trap card and exploded. Naruto 3800. Taizen 3500. Alright, nice intervention, Naruto-san. Sho cheered. Taizen grit his teeth. Alright, I'll draw normally. I activated card loan. My enemy gains life points while I lose life points. Naruto 4800. Taizen 2500. Then I draw, and the drawn card is then returned to my deck until the end phase. He's that obsessed with drawing, Hayato said. It's here. Behold this draw. From my hand, I activate the spell card, Drawber. Draw 1 card, and I'll guess it. If I guess it right, all the cards on your field and in your hand are returned to your deck and shuffled. Asuka frowned. There's no way he can guess it correctly. Most of the cards in Naruto's deck are unique, only seen by him and Pegasus J. Crawford. Taizen closed his eyes before they snapped open. It's trap hole. Naruto's eyes widened. Holy. Yeah, it is. Asuka facepalmed. And of course, the card he happens to draw is one of the most common cards in the world. Amazing! Naruto put his cards in his deck, and he smirked as the birds on Taizen's shoulders began to glow. Boom! Naruto 4,800. Taizen 1,500. Oh, did I forget to mention that? You see, when Deidara is removed from the field, those tokens explode, dealing 500 damage apiece. Taizen grit his teeth before calming down. I used Brawler to attack that player directly. Roller press. Naruto stood still as the monster passed through him, only wincing slightly at the pain. Naruto 2,800. Taizen 1,500. My turn has ended. My turn, draw. I summon Akatsuki Tobi in defense mode. The mask-wearing goofball of the Akatsuki appeared in a defensive position. AT Def 500. This is quite the duel, Asuka thought. Did one of them win? Asked Tome, causing everyone to sweat drop. Taizen analyzed the situation. His Akatsuki Tobi's in defense mode. That's it. If I can draw Shield Crush, that effect will destroy his defending monster. The card I'll draw is Shield Crash. When he saw his drawn card, he gasped. I was wrong. TCH, I summoned Drone in attack mode. A humanoid monster appeared on the field. Drone Warrior Earth LVL, 2. 900,500. I have the advantage here. No matter what happens, I will win. I'll use Brawler to attack Akatsuki Tobi. Roller press. The giant monster once again charged, but this time it went straight through Tobi, not even harming it. What? Naruto smirked. Heh, that's Tobi's special effect, he can't be harmed in battle. Taizen growled. I end my turn. Naruto drew a card, and smirked at it. Heh, I play the spell card Pot of Greed, which allows me to draw cards, but I'm sure someone like you knows all about it. Picking up 2 cards from his deck, he grinned widely. Heh, looks like my luck is on fire today. I summon Akatsuki Konan in attack mode. The blue-haired beauty appeared on the field. AK 1900. Next I play the field spell card Geto Mazo, which increases the attack of all Akatsuki monsters by 300 points. AK 2200. AT 1100. Now, Akatsuki Konan destroys Drala. A storm of paper surrounded the stone golem bike thingy and destroyed it. Taizen 1300. Now Akatsuki Tobi destroys Drone. Whack-a-mole! Tobi disappeared underground, reappearing next to Drone, where he promptly whacked him in the head with a stick. Naruto 2800. Taizen 1100. Yeah, go Naruto-san. Yeah, nice draw, man. Naruto smirked. Damn straight it was. Asuka laughed a little to herself. He really is too much like Judai sometimes, and he doesn't even notice it. Alexander smirked. Yeah, you thought I forgot about him. Alright, yeah, I did. We need a rematch soon, Uzumaki. Taizen punched the ground in anger. Damn it! Standing up, he prepared himself. This next draw will decide it. Draw. Looking at his hand, he gaped, and fell to his knees in defeat. I surrender. Floating onto the floor, the card he drew was revealed. Fake trap. The holograms disappeared. Naruto turned to see the Slifer trio approach him. Nice draws there, Naruto, Jidai said with a grin. Naruto closed his eyes. What did I say about stating the obvious? Everyone laughed. It still wasn't enough, Taizen said, punching the ground. I didn't understand what the drawing was. Naruto looked at Judai, and the Slifer went over. You want to draw some drawbread together? After all, I still haven't shown you my drawing skills. So let's nab that golden egg bread. Taizen looked up to see everyone smiling at him. He stared for a few seconds before bursting into tears. Taizen-kun. I really wanted to eat the golden egg bread, no matter what, so I climbed down from the mountains. Tom kneeled next to the sobbing obelisk. Come back, Taizen-kun. He grabbed the old woman in an embrace. Tom-san. Naruto grinned at Asuka, who smiled back. Turning to the others he spoke. Let's call it a night. The next day, Naruto and Asuka were watching Jidai and Taizen, with his dorky-ass haircut back again, preparing to draw from the cart. Turning to Asuka, who was fidgeting, he grinned. Hey, why not have a go? When she turned to him he grinned wider. Don't hold yourself back. Go for it, you never know. Blushing heavily she nodded and grabbed his arm. Only if you do it with me. As she dragged him over he grinned. Anytime. He. Both of them shoving their arms in, they moved around, accidentally grabbing each other's hands. Quickly letting go, the two blushed and turned away, continuing their search. Grabbing hold of something, his instincts told him it was the golden egg bread. Getting a sly idea, he subtly moved his hand in the pile, over to Asuka's, where he shoved the bread into her grasping hand. Quickly grabbing another one, they both pulled them out at the same time. Opening them, Asuka both took a bite, and she squealed in delight. I got it! It's the golden egg bread! I'm so happy! Naruto grinned madly at the girl, feeling very pleased with himself, and happy for her. Unwrapping his own, he took a bite, and cried tears of joy. It's ramen bread! Sobbing with happiness, he joined Asuka in her celebrations. Oh, make how it could have been. Taizen was kneeling on the ground sobbing in anguish. How did I draw the fake trap? I didn't even put fake traps on my deck. Wahhhh. Sometimes, Naruto got tired of the random crap that went on at Duel Academy. The last couple of weeks had been, well, strange. Firstly, some guy from RA Yellow stole Yugi Moto's deck from its display cabinet, and everyone watched as he and Jidai dueled it out on the rocks. After that, Ryo had a fangirl sneak into his room, pretty much molest his things, and it all ended up with, surprise surprise, a duel with Jidai, which he, surprise surprise, won. Then, the fangirl converted from Ryo to Jidai, and left, promising to return to him. Naruto was just glad that he had nothing to do with either event. He had seen Yugi's deck loads of times, and when he got the first whisper of there being a fangirl on the island he retreated into his room for days. Once Naruto finally decided to venture from his safe haven, or was chased out by a very pointy, he got a big surprise. See, could you repeat that, Professor? He said, staring wide-eyed at the effeminate teacher. The man rolled his eyes. I said, Signore Naruto, that you have been chosen to duel Yuki Jidai for the title of school representative in the upcoming inter-school duel. As Kronos watched the boy gape like a fish, he recalled how this came to be. XXX flashback XXX. Why is that? Kronos asked, standing up and slamming his hands on the table. For our good will duel with the Duel Academy's rival school, Royal Academy, our Signore Raya Marufuji must be chosen as our representative, just as he was last year. No any. The chairman was amused by Kronos' exclamation. If the other representative wasn't a first-year student, that is. A first year? Kronos repeated in shock. To that end, it would be best if our representative was also a first-year student, wouldn't it? He turned to Ryu, who was standing by the door. What do you think, Marufuji-kun? Ryu turned to the chairman. I do not mind. Sanjima hummed. Well then, the question now is who should be our new representative? Marufuji thought for a few seconds. Yuki Jidai. Kronos recoiled at the names. Sanjima looked thoughtful. It looks like this would be a tough choice, Naya. Daidokuji remarked. Right, Pharaoh? I believe he would give us an interesting duel. Ryu explained. Sanjima nodded. I have no doubt about his skills. Kronos was gritting his teeth angrily. This cannot be no one. To think that dropout boy will become our representative. There must be some way to oppose him. Let's see. With a look of victory, he yelled out the first name that came to mind. Ah. In that case, I nominate Uzumaki Naruto no NE. And instantly after, his face fell. Non. Why did I nominate him of all people? From our yellow? Kronos had another quick brainwave. Wait. If I can do this, that brat will owe me a favor. And with his connections, the payout could be grande. Climbing on the table, he pitched his idea. How about we have the two of them battle, the winner becoming our representative? By the time he had finished his sentence, he was pretty much in the chairman's face. Backing away, Sanejima turned to Marufuji. What do you think, Marufuji-kun? Both he and Kronos looked at the Kaiser expectantly. I think it would be a good duel, he simply said. Sanejima nodded with a smile. Then it is settled, Uzumaki Naruto-kun of RA Yellow, and Yuki Jidai of Slifer Red, shall duel for the title of school representative. Kronos chuckled quietly to himself, and no one caught the smirk on Raya's face. XXX flashback and XXX. Naruto was astonished by this, but then narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Hang on, it's a well-known fact that we hate each other. Why would you nominate me instead of someone like, say, Misawa? Kronos froze. Why didn't I think of that before? No, he internally despaired. Naruto's eyes narrowed further. You didn't do this to get some sort of favor from me, did you? Seeing Kronos stiffen, he sighed. Okay, what do you want? Kronos tilted his head thoughtfully, before a light bulb dinged above his head. Well, Signore Uzumaki, how about when you get your crushing revenge on that dropout boy, you forget all of our little transgressions in the past? No one. Naruto frowned in thought. What should I do? I mean, I really don't want to forget what he's done, especially what could have happened to Asuka. But I really do owe him for getting me a proper one-on-one with Jidai. With a sigh, he nodded. All right, we have a deal. Kronos clapped his hands in delight. Excellent, no one. I am glad that we reached an understanding, Signore Uzumaki. With a jaunty whistle, he walked down the corridor, pleased as punch. Shaking his head, he walked off in the opposite direction. Haku appeared next to him as he walked. I would have thought you'd be happy to have a chance to duel Jidai. Naruto looked at his friend, and sighed. I'm not saying I'm not, it's just that this feels bought. Haku raised a brow. And threatening someone was a better way to do it. Naruto frowned. You could say I was being a bit hasty back then, Haku. He closed his eyes before shrugging. Oh well, at least I'll have a chance to put that Kuribo head in his place, he said, with a raised fist and grin on his face. It's about damn time too. I mean, I could have brought him down with me in our last duel, but I had no other choice. This time there's nothing stopping me from crushing high off. Hitting the floor, he groaned. On my coccyx. Looking up, he noticed a man in a Slifer Red uniform looking at him. Oh, excuse me, I am sorry, the man exclaimed, offering the blonde a hand. Taking it, Naruto pulled himself up. Are you okay? The Slifer asked. Naruto nodded. Yeah, just watch where you're going next time. With a wave, he carried on down the corridor, leaving the man staring after him. A minute later, Haku reappeared with a teasing smile. Are you okay, Naruto-kun? Not losing your eyesight, are you? Naruto half glared at the spirit. Oh, shut up. Looking forward, he noticed the red trio. They also spotted him, stopping still as they did. Closing his eyes, he smirked and walked past them, stopping next to Jidai. Opening his eyes, he spoke to the boy. So, Jidai, are you ready to get a beat down? Jidai grinned back at him. Heh, I should be asking you that. I'll beat you like I did last time. Naruto laughed lightly. Ha, don't make me laugh. This time your little sidekick won't be there. He started walking again, and this time I won't be holding back. With that, he left the trio, with confused looks on their faces. Later, Naruto was looking through his deck, making some final preparations. He looked at a certain card and thought, I wonder, will I need to use this card? With a nod, he slid it into his deck. It's about time he debuted, and the last thing I want to do is underestimate Jidai. Putting his deck down, he heard his door open. Turning around, he saw his rival smirking at him. So, are you ready to face Jidai tomorrow? The genius asked, closing the door and sitting down on Naruto's bed. Turning on his spin chair, the blonde shrugged. Pretty much. Just finished some prep. Misawa raised a brow. Prep? You mean you're taking this seriously? The genius smirked. You surprised me. Naruto stuck his tongue out. Screw you. The two boys laughed. Once they calmed down, Misawa got up and wished his friend good night. Returning it as he went through the door, the blonde spun back around in his chair and looked at his deck. With one last breath, he got up and prepared for bed. Tomorrow, we'll see who's the better duelist, Judai. He gasped as the pain sharply increased, sending hot waves through his body. He felt himself flung wildly in the darkness, hitting nothing yet feeling like he crashed into a wall. He screamed as the dark tendrils grabbed him, wrapped round his neck as life slowly drained from him. He struggled to try and escape from his bindings, but it was no good. As he felt his senses numb, he let in one last breath before. Naruto-kun! Gasping, Naruto sat upright in bed, breathing heavily as he grasped his throat. Sweat covered his shaking body as he left the plane of dreams. Naruto-kun! Wearily looking to the side, he saw a terrified Haku looking at him. With no warning, the spirit girl latched onto him, drawing him into a tight embrace. He absent-mindedly returned the hug. He felt Haku shake. All was quiet until he heard a sniffle. Why you scared me, Naruto-kun? You wouldn't wake up and... She hugged him tighter. You haven't been like that in years and... She broke off into tears. As Naruto hugged her tighter, he remembered when he was a child, how he would have these nightmares, and Haku would comfort him as he cried. He couldn't help but smile at the irony. Releasing the hug, he held Haku at arm's length. Hey, why are you crying? I'm the one who should be a sobbing mess, he said with his megawatt grin. Haku rolled her eyes and hit him lightly, sniffing slightly. Shut up, she mumbled, unintentionally repeating his words from earlier. Getting out of bed, he started to put some clothes on. I'm going for a walk to clear my head. Be back in a bit. Nodding, Haku watched as her first and only ever friend left. Naruto-kun. Naruto looked up as he walked through the forest, trying to see the moon. He sighed heavily. Man, I haven't had one of those dreams in years. Why did I have one now? He was cut off from his musings by a rustling in the bushes. On edge, he turned around, before relaxing as he saw Asuka. Hey, what are you doing out here? Recovering from her surprise, she smiled back. I could ask the same of you. Naruto grinned at this fellow blonde before shrugging. Oh, you know, just going for a walk, clear my head. Together the two blondes started to walk back to the school. Thanks to their chat, Naruto completely forgot why he was out in the first place. Signori e signore. Our apologies for making you wait, no any. Kronos shouted out, flourishing his arms in the air. We are now commencing the Academy representative decision duel, no one. The crowd roared and cheered in excitement. Kronos flamboyantly pointed to the right. From our yellow, we have Uzumaki Naruto. All of the Ras and Obelisks cheered for one of the top-tier duelists in DA. With a significantly less amount of enthusiasm, he pointed to the left. And from Slifer Red, we have Yuki Judai. All the Slifers cheered for their dorm's ace. Judging from that face, you're pretty confident, eh? Judai asked his opponent seriously. Naruto smirked from the other side. You could say that. The blonde replied, equally serious. I hope you're ready, Judai, 'cause this ninja's still got quite a few tricks up his sleeves. Judai raised a clenched fist. I won't be losing, you know, he said with a smile. Sho could be heard cheering for his Aniki. This will be an interesting duel, Raya said as he stood next to Asuka at the top of the stands. Asuka nodded. Yes, that's true. Raya looked at her. Asuka? She was startled and looked at Raya. Huh! It's nothing. She looked back at Naruto. Naruto, you're not holding back this time, are you? No more messing around, no more chances, you intend to win this. She smiled fondly at him. I'm glad that this time, I can cheer for you, Naruto. Raya smirked at the smile, before looking at Naruto. Show me how much you've improved, Uzumaki. He turned to Judai. And show me what you can do, Judai. And now, we will begin, no one. Let's go, Naruto. Duel. Naruto. Judai. My turn, draw. Naruto declared. I summon Akatsuki Zetsu in attack mode. The plant clone thing appeared on the field. AZ. I end my turn. Judai grinned. My turn. Draw. I summon Elemental Hero Burst Lady in attack mode. The sole female of the E-Heroes series appeared in a burst of flames. EHB 1200. Naruto's eyes narrowed on the monster. Burst Lady, when combined with Featherman, makes quite the dangerous combo. Here goes Naruto. I use Burst Lady to attack Zetsu. The fiery female hit Zetsu with a burning jab, or at least it tried to. To the shock of quite a few people in the room, Zetsu split into two versions of itself, a white and a black one. When they split, Burst Lady's attack missed completely. Judai's eyes widened and Naruto smirked. Oh, that was Zetsu's ability. When he is attacked, he splits in two to avoid being destroyed. Judai blinked, and then grinned. That's awesome. Many people's sweat dropped at his response, Naruto included. I'll set one reverse card face down, ending my turn. As he declared this, the two halves of Zetsu emerged, and after a puff of smoke, Zetsu was whole again. Naruto smirked. If you like that, then you're gonna love what's next. Drawl. Naruto grinned at the card he drew. I play the spell card Explosive Tag. I don't think I need to tell you what this does by now. Grit his teeth as his face down card was destroyed and life points damaged. Naruto. Judai 3500. Next, I summon Akatsuki Sasori in attack mode. The level-headed puppeteer appeared on the field. AK 1800. Sasori, destroy Burst Lady. With a wave of a hand, Burst Lady was destroyed by way of dismemberment. Naruto. Judai 2900. A few seconds later, Burst Lady reappeared before Sasori, except she looked different. She was wearing a roughed-up cloak, and her eyes were empty. She also had two lines down either side of her mouth. Judai stared in shock. What the hell? He shouted. Naruto grinned. When Sasori destroys an opponent's monster, that monster becomes a puppet for him to use. It powers up Sasori by its level multiplied by 3. AS 2700. And now, Zetsu attacks him directly. The plant dived underground and appeared behind Judai, and slashed him with a sword made from roots. Ah! Naruto. Judai 1900. And with that, I'll end my turn. Raya looked at Naruto, highly impressed. It seems Uzumaki has improved a great deal. He isn't giving Judai a break. Asuka nodded with a smile. Yes, he really wants to win this duel. Raya closed his eyes. Yes, but for what reasons? Asuka sent him a questioning look, which he ignored. Turning back, Asuka frowned. Naruto will have to be careful now. Judai is known for his turnarounds in tight spots. He has the ability to adapt to the flow of a duel. Judai started his turn straight away. My turn. Draw. I summon Elemental Hero Sparkman in attack mode. The Lightning Warrior appeared in a flash of lightning. EHAs. Next from my hand, I activate the equipped spell card, Spark Gun. I'm equipping it with Sparkman. The gun materialized in the warrior's hand. Man, materialized, I've gotta start using that word more often, it's awesome. Because of this card's effect, I'm able to change the battle mode of a face-up monster. I switch Sasori to defense mode. The gun shot at Sasori, forcing him into a defensive position. Next, I play the field spell Skyscraper. A city of skyscrapers emerged from the ground and surrounded the two duelists. Now Sparkman attacks Sasori. Sparkman shot some lightning at Sasori, and because of Skyscraper's effect, it gained attack points, enough to defeat Sasori. I end my turn. Same Jima turned to Daidokuji. This year's Slifer Reds aren't half bad, Daidokuji-kun. Yes, he's the star of hope for Slifer Red Naya. Chronos smirked. Heh. So what if he destroyed one monster? Signore Uzumaki isn't even damaged yet. How's that? My elemental heroes are strong, aren't they? Naruto scoffed. Oh please, so you destroyed Sasori, big whoop. Naruto drew a card. Starting his turn, I have a much deadlier ninja in store than him. Like this guy, for example. I tribute Zetsu to summon Akatsuki Kakuzu to the field. The money-loving old man of the Akatsuki materialized, yea, where Zetsu once stood. AK. Kakuzu destroys Sparkman. With his arm turning black, Kakuzu charged at the hero, smashing it in the face with his black arm. Naruto. Judai 1500. And before I end my turn, I activate a second explosive tag, destroying Skyscraper. The buildings all exploded, and once they died down, the field was clear again. Naruto. Judai. Naruto-san really isn't holding back, is he, Hayato-kun? Sho asked his large friend worriedly. Hayato hummed nervously. Samejima leaned in for a closer look. This is quite an intense duel. Almost one-sided. Daidokuji nodded. Yes, Judai-kun may be in a spot of bother, Naya. Kronos was beside himself. Just as expected of one worthy of entering Obelisk Blue Na no one. At that rate he will trounce that dropout boy no any. And with that I will end my turn. Come on, Judai, prove to me that you are as skilled as you claim to be. If you can, the blonde thought with a grin. Judai grinned back. Man, you're really good. You definitely are not holding back, are ya? Well, neither will I. Draw I summon elemental hero Clayman in attack mode. The Earth Warrior arrived on the scene. EHC 800. Next I play the spell card Miracle Fusion. By removing monsters from play on the field and in my graveyard I can summon a fusion monster. Naruto's eyes widened. I fused together the Clayman on my field and the Sparkman in my graveyard to fusion summon elemental hero Thunder Giant. The large, lightning warrior emerged from a bolt of lightning. EHTG 2400. With its special effect, once per turn by discarding one card from my hand I can destroy one monster on the field with an original attack of 2400 or less. A bolt of lightning struck out from Thunder Giant's hand, but it had no effect on Kakuzu. Kakuzu's special effect prevents it from being destroyed once per turn, Naruto said with a frown. Judai grinned. Well then, Thunder Giant attacked Kakuzu. Raising its hand once more, the large hero shot another bolt of lightning at the shinobi, destroying him upon impact. Naruto. Judai. And with that I end my turn. Judai grinned triumphantly. Way to go, Aniki! Sho cheered from the stands. Naruto's frown deepened. Damn it, I wasn't expecting him to pull out a miracle fusion on me. My turn, draw. I activate the other effect of Akatsuki Kakuzu from within my graveyard. By removing one monster in my graveyard from play I can special summon him to the graveyard. Removing Sasori from the graveyard and putting him in his back pocket, he summoned Kakuzu. However, he won't be sticking around long, because I sacrifice him to summon Akatsuki Kisame in attack mode. In a splash of water the shark-like man was summoned to the field. Aki 2350. Judai frowned, but that doesn't have enough attack points to defeat Thunder Giant. Naruto smirked. Normally you'd be right. However, he picked out a card from his hand will change that. I activate my own field spell, Geto Mazo. The giant, freakish statue rose from the ground behind Naruto. This gives all monsters with Akatsuki in their names a boost of 300 points to their attack and defense points. Aki 26501900. Judai took a step back as a bead of sweat ran down his face. Shit. Naruto pointed at the fusion monster. Kisame, tear apart that oversized lightning rod. Samahata slash. The bandages on Kisame's sword flew off, revealing the spiked blade underneath. Charging at Thunder Giant he struck it down in one fell swoop. The monster shattered into shards of light, and Judai's life points took a hit. Naruto. Judai 750. And thanks to Kisame's special ability he gains 200 attack points. Kisame's sword grew slightly bigger, and gave off an excited shudder. Aki 2850. And now, I'll activate Kisame's another effect. Any extra attack points he gained through his first ability can be transferred to my life points. Judai's eyes widened. What? Kisame's sword shrank slightly, and a blue stream flowed off it into Naruto's dual disc. AK 2650. Naruto 3800. And with a face down I end my turn. Judai gulped and looked at his deck. Oh my, it would seem Yuki-kun has landed in a tricky situation, Sanjima remarked. Daito Kuji nodded wordlessly. Kronos was doing a dance of pure happiness. Bellissimo na no ne. Signore Uzumaki has backed him into a corner, one that he cannot escape from no one. Misawa smirked at his friend. Amazing, you've managed to so easily and swiftly bring Judai to the brink of defeat. As to be expected from number 1. This duel has provided me with significant data with which I can put to good use. Sho stared at his Aniki with worry. Aniki? Hayato frowned sadly. Judai, I don't think you can win this one. Ryo smirked at what he was seeing. Just as I expected, Uzumaki. Asuka raised a brow at him. Are you telling me? Did you suggest Judai for the representative role, because you knew he and Naruto would end up dueling each other? She asked, amazed at his planning. Ryo smirked at her. I had my suspicions. Even if Kronos had suggested someone else, I would have brought Naruto's name up anyway. He turned back to the arena. Thanks to this duel, I have been able to assess both his and Judai's skills. Although Judai is an incredible duelist, Naruto's instincts are just that much sharper, and he doesn't take unnecessary risks, unlike Judai does. Although both are arrogant, Naruto doesn't let his arrogance affect his dueling. Asuka stared at him, amazed. He managed to see all that. Incredible. He definitely deserves the title of Kaiser. She too turned back and looked at Naruto, then Judai. Anyone can see the outcome of this match. But it doesn't mean Judai is going to give up. Judai felt sweat drop down his face as he looked at the yellow standing opposite him. Amazing! Is this Naruto's true strength? He really was being serious when he said he wasn't holding back. He swallowed some saliva that gathered at the back of his throat. He's probably as strong as the Kaiser. He looked at his deck. Man, if there ever was a time for a good draw, it's now. Placing a hand on his deck, he closed his eyes. I gotta believe in my deck. My turn. Drawl. He whipped a card from his deck. All right. I activated the spell card Pot of Greed. This card allows me to draw 2 cards from my deck. Drawing 2 cards, he grinned at what he drew. Sweet. I play the spell card the Warrior Returning Alive. This card allows me to add 1 warrior-type monster from my deck to my hand. And I choose Burst Lady. He took said card from his graveyard. And now I'll summon her, Go Elemental Hero Burst Lady. In a pillar of fire, the red heroine returned to the field. Naruto raised a brow. I don't think that's going to do anything to me. Judai grinned at him. Is that so? Well, I'll show you just what she can do. I activated the spell card Burst Impact. If I control 1 face-up elemental hero Burst Lady, this card destroys all monsters on the field except Burst Lady. Naruto's eyes widened. Burst Lady crossed her arms over her chest, and with a fierce roar fire exploded from her, completely engulfing Kisame, destroying him completely. Naruto lowered the arm protecting his face, and Judai smirked at him. Oh, and when this card's effect is finished, both players receive damage equal to the number of their monsters destroyed x 300. And since only your monster was destroyed, Sho couldn't help himself and shouted out the obvious. Only Naruto-san will receive damage. Enarupt grit his teeth as his life points decreased. I swear I'm going to wring that midget's neck. Naruto 3500. Judai 750. Judai pointed at Naruto. Now Burst Lady will attack you directly. With a fiery hand, Burst Lady charged at Naruto. Naruto looked scared, before he dropped the act and smirked. Head, not bad Kuribo head, but you're forgetting something, my trap. Judai's eyes widened, along with everyone else in the arena. Hayato stood up. Of course, from earlier. And with a face down I end my turn. That's right. How about I show you what I could have done in our last duel? I activated the trap card Curse of Jashin. The card flipped upright to reveal a red version of the pendant that Haiden wore. On the turn that this card is activated, any damage I receive to my life points is also dealt to my opponents. Judai took a step back as the symbol appeared on the ground at Naruto's feet. Eh? He shouted. Sho stood up. Aniki! Judai! Hayato shouted seconds later. It was for naught, however, as Burst Lady struck Naruto in the chest, and both he and Judai shouted out in pain at the same time. Ah! Naruto 2300. Judai. The crowd cheered as the holograms disappeared. Raya smirked. It seems that Uzumaki really wasn't holding back, was he? Asuka nodded her head. No, he wasn't. She couldn't help but smile at her friend. Although Judai was her friend also, she was glad that the blonde had won instead. Raya noticed the smile and smirked. Are you happy Uzumaki won, Asuka? Asuka nodded before she noticed what she was doing, and stopped with a red face. She hid her blush in her hands while Raya chuckled silently at the younger teen's embarrassment. They both turned as they saw an older man cheering at the entrance. That's the way, Judai. I can't believe he won. He seemed to realize what he was doing, as he stopped, but put his hands in his pockets and walked off with a cheery smirk. Asuka gasped. Isn't that? She ran off to follow him. Kronos was jumping up and down in joy. Ha ha! Finally that dropout boy has been put in his place. Bellissimo, bellissimo! Sanjima stood up from his seat. Raising his right hand, he spoke to the crowd. The winner from our yellow is Uzumaki Naruto. He lowered his hand. Congratulations, you are our Duel Academy's representative. Naruto grinned at the chairman. So you did it? Turning around, the blonde saw his rival Misawa grinning at him. I wouldn't expect any less from my rival. Another voice came from behind him. Yeah, that was a good duel. We should have a rematch sometime. Alexander Belmont said as he walked up to the two. Naruto grinned at his dorm mates. Was there ever any doubt? He turned to Judai, and walked over to the teen, who was being comforted by his roommates. Hey Judai. Slifer looked at him. The blonde grinned. Well, who's number one now? Judai blinked, and then grinned back. That was a fun duel, man, but don't think you'll win next time. Naruto smirked. I could say the same to you. Looking up, he frowned as he noticed Asuka was missing. Shrugging it off for now, he fist-pumped victoriously. All right. I'll do my best as Duel Academy's representative, and whoop Royal Academy. The mysterious man watched the CCTV footage from Duel Academy's duel arena. He chuckled maliciously. Excellent, excellent. Just as I had hoped. Standing up, the man turned around, with his arms out wide, dog collar just about visible in the dim light. Soon, my holy mission will be complete. I will have my revenge, Uzumaki Naruto. Wahahaha. Outside the office, the armed guards shuddered in fear at their boss's crazed laughter. Whoever their boss wanted dead, they were just glad it wasn't them who were the target of the man's wrath. Make. I activated the spell card plot device of greed. This card allows me to draw 2 cards from my deck and add them to my hand. Next I play the warrior conveniently being added to my hand, to add Burst Lady to my hand, who I summon to the field. Next I activate the spell Bullshit Coincidence, and since Burst Lady is on the field I win. Chapter 17. Well, this sure never happened on Time Team. Alchemy. For some reason, it is a subject at the Duel Academy. Now, you're probably wondering why alchemy is on the curriculum at a school that teaches children how to play a card game that they already need to know how to play in order to enter. Well, if you start to analyze one stupid thing, all the others start popping up, so just forget about it. Or at least, that's the answer you would get if you were to ask Uzumaki Naruto of RA Yellow. To him, it was the dumbest idea for a class ever, but there was one thing that made him attend. Raising his head slightly from his arms, he looked over at Asuka who was paying rapt attention. Sighing, he followed where she was looking to see Daidokuji-sensei holding a test tube and a beaker, both containing a strange orange substance. And to that end alchemy in the Middle Ages was used to make gold by mixing chemicals, like this Naya. He poured the contents of the test tube into the beaker, causing it to glow. Everyone gasped as the mixture exploded, engulfing Daidokuji in smoke, and Naruto sat up with wide eyes. As the smoke cleared they saw a dazed Daidokuji sway on the spot. But it doesn't mean they could use it Naya, he said before he collapsed. The bell rang and people got up to leave, and Naruto stared at the fallen teacher. Isn't anyone going to help him? His fears were put to rest as the cat-loving sensei stood back up. Please wait for a second, Naya. I want you to take this handout with you, Naya. What, is it homework? Judai asked the charred teacher. No, it isn't, Naya. I've planned a picnic for this Sunday to visit the dormant ruins on the island Naya. I would like all those interested to participate. Naya. Asuka and Naruto looked at each other. I'm so glad everyone came today. Naya. Naruto looked around at the small group who decided to turn up. Everyone? There's only 5 of us, Asuka pointed out. On top of that, it's like Daidokuji-sensei was able to get us here against our free will, Sho said, turning to Hayato. Still, I'm interested in those ancient ruins. Those ruins are close to the volcano, so it's always off limits, the large boy said. Judai hummed and scratched his chin. We have to go since we're in Slifer Red, but what a surprise to think that you came, huh? He said, turning to Asuka and Naruto. Those ruins have a shady history, the female blonde said. It's said that they even had something to do with the duels of darkness. Huh. So, do they have some connection to your brother's disappearance? Naruto grunted. That's what we're hoping for, he said, and Asuka smiled at him thankfully. They say that these ancient ruins are the graves of the ancients. Naya. Daidokuji said, checking his SPP. Everyone else was copying him. Sho made a whining noise. Aniki, there's something I'm worried about. The small boy dragged Judai 2 meters away, and had a hushed conversation with him, one that Naruto paid no attention to. It's not like he cared about the worries of the always anxious Slifer. Now everyone, let's head out. Naya. Daidokuji said, walking off into the woods. Right. And so, the brave students followed their cat-obsessed teacher over rocks, hills and water, all of which they had great difficulty traversing over. Well, all except Naruto and Asuka, the latter having had help from Naruto in some places. She blushed hard when he carried her across a log that formed a bridge, and hit him hard when he put her down. An hour later they emerged from the woods. Sho and Judai were supporting a shattered Hayato, while Asuka was panting slightly and Naruto wasn't fazed in the slightest. Daidokuji was quite far ahead when he stopped and gasped in appreciation. We've arrived. Naya. This is the entrance to the ancient ruins. Naya. The Slifer trio oohed and awed at the ruins. The ruins are kinda ruined, Judai said. Naruto rolled his eyes. Well, yeah, that's kind of the point. Inside are what are said to be more amazing ruins of ancient duel arenas and the ruins of the graves. Naya. Daidokuji said excitedly. Sho and Hayato looked at him from where they were resting. I wonder why Sensei's so enthusiastic. Sho thought out loud. Everyone's all worn out, Hayato muttered. Speak for yourselves, Naruto thought. Judai put his bag down. Before we really go and explore the ruins, let's eat our lunch. I don't see why not. Naya. Only Naruto picked up on the slight stutter. What's up with him? Well then, we'll use this time to eat our boxed lunches. Naya. All right. As a teacher, I have a boxed lunch specially made by Tome-san from the store. Naya. Judai looked at the man. Huh? You used your whole backpack for your lunch? Share some with me. I don't want to. Naya. There isn't enough to share with everyone. Naya. TCH. Judai sat back down. Naruto shrugged as he finished his second ramen pot. Daidokuji hummed happily while he searched his bag for his lunch. However, all he found was one very satisfied cat. P-Pharaoh? You ended up eating all of my lunch. Naya. He collapsed to his hands and knees. Darn. He jumped up and clasped his hands together. I'd like you to share your lunch with your sensei. Naya. He said with anime tears streaming down his face. We don't want to. Naya. Naruto hugged his ramen closer. Ain't no fu gonna be touchin' my ramen. Don't say such a cold thing. What am I supposed to do? Naya. You're the one who said it first, sensei. Sho said. Well, see? You heard the wrong thing. Naya. I heard it as well, Asuka supplied helpfully. But still, I was a bad sensei. Naya. Suddenly Pharaoh let out a frightened meow as a green light flashed from a relic. The group of 6 turned around and gasped in shock as green beams of light began to emerge from the ground, before their vision was covered by green. When the light died down, they saw the sun begin to multiply. What is happening? Naya? The sun is splitting into. What is that? I've never seen a natural phenomenon like this. It's beautiful. Sho said. Naruto snapped. Beautiful? The world's going to shit and you're admiring it. Haku appeared next to Naruto. Naruto-kun, get away! Something's going to. She was cut off as the three sons made a loud noise. Everyone, run away, Naya! As they ran, the noise sounded again. Run to the inside of the ruins, Naya! Naruto and Judai stopped to look at the spectacle. What's going on? Naruto muttered. Aniki! They turned around to see the others hiding in a ruin. It's cramped, Naya. Judai! Naruto! Asuka shouted. We'll be fine. Judai assured them. You guys hide there. Judai then ran off. Judai! Asuka called after him. Where are you going, idiot? Naruto yelled as he ran after him. Naruto! Asuka shouted again, this time much louder and more desperate. It's no use, Hayato said. Everyone's vision was obscured by white, before it all went black. To-kun! Ruto-kun! Naruto-kun! Naruto sat up with a jolt as he heard his name being called. Hearing a sigh of relief, he turned and saw Hake kneeling next to him. Good, you're awake, she said, relieved. Naruto held his head. What happened? He stopped as he saw a giant pyramid in front of him. Haku. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Haku nodded. Yes. And the thing that you and I are both seeing is a pyramid. Naruto nodded. Right. Just wanted to make sure. Naruto breathed in. Why the fuck is there a pyramid there? Halt. Who goes there? Jumping to his feet, he was shocked to see men with spears glaring at them. What are you trespassers doing here? Naruto put his hands up. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Easy there. We're just. He blinked. Wait. Did you say trespassers? As in the plural? He pointed at his equally shocked companion. You can see her? One of the men frowned. Of course we can. Are you mocking us? He thrust his spear at Naruto's face. You are to be taken prisoner for trespassing, just like those other trespassers. Naruto's shocked look melted into a smirk. You really shouldn't have done that. Striking swiftly, Naruto grabbed the spear off of the man and beat him round the head with it, knocking him out. The others yelled out in shock, but before they could react, their bodies were riddled with needles. They fell to the floor, unconscious, and Naruto snapped the spear in half, before dropping the pieces. Kneeling down, he grabbed the first of the men by the scruff of the neck, and pulled him up. The barely conscious man was slapped awake, and he groggily looked at the teenager who bested him. Now then, tell me about these other trespassers. The man sneered and spat in his face. Naruto calmly wiped it off. You really shouldn't have done that either. He punched him in the face hard, but just enough to only break his nose. Care to rephrase that? The man coughed out some blood. We captured some trespassers in the temple earlier. They are being held prisoner. Naruto smirked. See, that wasn't hard now, was it? He turned him around to face his spirit companion. Now, tell us where they are, or Haku-chan here uses you as target practice. And you know what? Her aiming is pretty shaky near the groin area. The man went stark white at these words, and spilled out all the information he knew. A dark corridor was lit up by the light of a torch held by Naruto as he walked through the tunnels of the pyramid. I wonder if that guy was telling the truth earlier? Haku shrugged. Most likely. After all, threaten that part of a man and they'll do anything. Naruto looked at her, freaked out. I really don't want to know how you learned that. Turning a corner, he noticed a large area. Entering the room, he noticed it looked like a duel arena. Looking around, he saw coffins and tomes lining the walls, hieroglyphics everywhere. Geez, talk about your spooky rooms. Must be one of Duel Arena's senses mentioned. He stopped when he noticed a man standing in the middle of the room. He and Haku put up their guard, and the man raised his hand. Trespassers. You should not be here. The man looked quite intimidating, what with his Anubis mask and golden chest piece. Over it he wore a trench coat, trousers and a blue scarf, and in his right hand he bore a staff. If you have made your way here, you must be quite the warrior. Naruto raised a brow, before blinking. Wait. Let me guess. If the guards are beaten, they give directions to you, where you take care of trespassers. The man smirked. And smart too. Yes, this will be a worthy battle. He lifted his left arm, and it was only then he noticed a dual disc. Naruto's sweat dropped. Oh, come on! Does everyone settle things with a duel? He shrugged. Oh well. He activated his own disc at the same time as the man. This shouldn't take long. And when I win, you'll take me to my friends. And Sho and Judai too. Duel! Naruto. The man drew a card. I summoned Grave Oja in attack mode. A large, purple monster, with big purple forearms and blood-tipped claws materialized before the masked man. Grave Oja Rockearth LVL, 4. 1500. Next I play the spell card Foolish Burial. This card allows me to send one card from my deck to the graveyard. Taking a card, he discarded it. Next, I play the spell card The Shallow Grave. This card allows us to take one monster card from our graveyard and summon it in face-down defense mode. A face-down card appeared next to Grave Oja. Obviously, one did not appear next to Naruto. I end my turn. Naruto whistled. Man, now that's a turn. My turn, draw. I summoned Fake Hunter Haku in attack mode. Haku, in her battle outfit, appeared in a swirl of mist. Haku destroys that face down. Faster than the eye could see, she swiped her hand through the air, sending a handful of at the face down. Suddenly, bandages flew from the card and grabbed Haku. She screamed in pain as she shattered into light. W what? Naruto shouted. The masked man smirked. You activated Grave Squirmer's effect. When it is destroyed by battle, I can choose one card on the field and destroy it. Naruto grit his teeth. Damn. Sorry, Haku. TCH, fine. I place a face zone and end my turn. My turn, draw. I summon a monster in face-down defense mode. A defense face-down appeared. Grave Oja attacks the enemy directly. The large monster charged at Naruto. Not so fast. I activate the face-down card Paper Person of God. When your monster declares an attack, this card destroys it. The ground spilt open, causing the monster to fall into the crevice created. Suddenly, billions of explosions sounded from the crack, and when they stopped, the ground closed again. The man showed no signs of reacting. Instead, he picked a card from his hand. I activated the spell card Early Burial. By paying 800 life points, I can special summon a monster firm in my graveyard. And I choose Grave Oja in attack mode. The giant returned with a roar. Go. Naruto. 3200. I end my turn, the man said. Naruto drew a card. Draw. I summoned Kabuto Yakushi in attack mode. The purple-clad medic of Odo was summoned to the field. Kabuto, attack Grave Oja. After a few seconds of nothing happening, Naruto gave the order again. When the same happened, he was confused, before he heard a low chuckle from his opponent. What did you do? He demanded. The man chuckled again. When there is a face-down defense position monster on my side of the field, Grave Oja cannot be targeted as an attack target. Naruto smirked. Fine, I'll just attack that then. Kabuto, attack his face. With glowing hands, the silver-haired spy charged, and the card flipped over to show a hideous chained creature in defense mode. When Kabuto struck, his hand bounced off. Grave Protector Fiend Dark LVL, 4. 0. Damn it. Naruto muttered as his life points decreased. Naruto 3900. 3200. The man smirked. When a monster card is flipped face up, Grave Oja's effect causes 300 points of damage to your life points. Naruto. 3200. TCH, fine, I'll end my turn. Naruto said, glaring at the man. He's pretty good. His cards complement each other well. The man smirked. My turn, draw. I place a monster in face-down defense mode and end my turn. Naruto glared. My turn, draw. Looking at his hand, he cursed under his breath. Damn it, nothing useful. Naruto's hand. Hidden Misjutsu. C0. Snake Summoning Tattoo. Trap hole. Fusion. TCH, I guess I'll just have to hope for the best. Kabuto attacks his face-down card. Kabuto once again charged, and a mummy in red rags appeared, only to be destroyed immediately after. Poison Mummy Zombie Earth LVL 4. 1800. Naruto grabbed his chest in pain as his life points decreased. 3200. Naruto 3100. Poison Mummy's effect deals 500 points of damage when it is flipped face up. The man said, smirk on his face. But don't forget Grave Oja's effect. Naruto grunted as more life points were lost. 3200. Naruto 2800. Oh, and by the way, when a monster is destroyed while Grave Protector is on the field, instead of going to the graveyard it is added back to the deck. He placed Poison Mummy in his deck and reshuffled it. Oh, and yet another thing, take a look at your hand. Naruto looked at his hand, and was surprised to see half of his arm gone, along with a portion of his chest. What the fuck? The man chuckled darkly. Oh yes, did I not mention that? This is a shadow duel, boy. Lose and you'll forfeit not only your life, but your very soul too. Mwahaha. The masked man burst out in dark laughter. Naruto growled. Damn it, this is the real deal. Just where the hell are we? I end my turn. The man smirked darkly at Naruto. Give up, boy, you cannot defeat me. I sacrifice Grave Protector to summon Giant Axe Mummy in attack mode. Grave Protector shattered, and its pieces swirled together to form a large, fat mummy with an axe, and its lungs on display. Giant Axe Mummy Zombie Earth LVL 5. 1700. I activate Giant Axe Mummy's effect, and flip it into face-down defense mode. The card flipped over, hiding the obese zombie from sight. Damn! Not only has he ensured his Grave Oja's safety, but that card's other effect means if I attack it with Kabuto, then I'll be defenseless. My turn, draw. His eyes widened at the card he drew. Perfect. I activate the spell card Fusion. By fusing the Kabuto Yakushi on my field with the Snake Sannin Orochimaru in my hand. Kabuto and Orochimaru disappeared into a swirling vortex. Then, the vortex went in the opposite direction, and there stood Kabuto, but he looked different. He was topless, revealing his white, scaled skin and snake tail wrapped around his waist. His eyes had markings on them, like Orochimaru's but bigger, and he still wore his glasses. He also had 4 horns on his head. I fusion summoned Snake Sage Kabuto in attack mode. Snake Sage Kabuto Warrior Earth LVL 9. 30002600. The man took a step back. What is that? Naruto grinned. The beginning of your downfall. Firstly, one of his effects activates. When Snake Sage Kabuto is successfully summoned, I can add 1 Edo Tensei to my hand from my deck. A card came out of the deck and Naruto added it to his hand. Next I activate the spell card Snake Summoning Tattoo. Usually, this card can only be used by Snake Sannin Orochimaru. However, while Snake Sage Kabuto is on the field, it is treated as if it is Snake Sannin Orochimaru. In a puff of smoke, a giant snake appeared on the field. SSLV 4800. Next, I activate Edo Tensei and sacrifice Snake Summon level 4 to special summon someone from the graveyard, and I choose Snake Sannin Orochimaru. The snake dissolved into flakes, which went into the coffin, which shook for a few seconds before the door fell open, revealing the snake scanning himself. SSO 2400. Now, Snake Sage Kabuto destroys his face-own card. Kabuto's snake tail shot out and bit the card, destroying it as soon as it flipped. Naruto then took the damage from Grave Oja's effect. 3200. Naruto 2500. The man smirked. So what? You summoned some powerful monsters. Next turn I shall destroy them easily. Naruto smirked right back. Oh really? Orochimaru's effect activates. By absorbing 1 monster on the field, his attack points increase by that monster's level times 300. Snake Sannin Orochimaru. Absorb Snake Sage Kabuto. The man's eyes widened as Kabuto shattered and his shards were absorbed by Orochimaru. Let's do some maths. 9 times 300 is 2700. 2,400 plus 2,700 is SSO 5,100. The man took a few steps back. 5,100 attack points. He stuttered in fear. Naruto grinned at the man. Yep, and that's enough to finish you in one strike. Snake San Nin Orochimaru. Finish Grave Oja. Striking shadow snakes. Hundreds of snakes shot out of Orochimaru's sleeves and latched onto Grave Oja, the many bites destroying it instantly. The man roared as his life points depleted to nothing. Naruto 2,500. The masked man fell to his knees as the duel ended, and Naruto sighed in relief as his body returned to normal. Naruto walked over to the man. Well, that was fun and all, but could you tell me where my friends are? The man surprised him as he stood up. Very well. You have defeated me, so I shall do as you ask. Follow me. As he walked out the room, he turned and saw Naruto staying still. The man smiled in amusement. Do not worry, you have won the test, so are allowed to leave here alive. I would not dare do anything to you now, lest I be executed for ignoring tradition. The man carried on, and Naruto shrugged, and deciding to trust him, followed suit. As they left the temple, Naruto saw the others and some other people. Hey guys! Where have you been? He asked, running over to them. Naruto! They said, running over to them. Where have we been? More like where have you been? Asuka asked demanded, poking the blonde in the chest. He chuckled nervously. Ah, well, he pointed behind him. I was looking for you a lot, and was challenged by this guy to a duel. The masked man walked over and approached a man with a beard. Ah, it seems that you too have been defeated, brother. The bearded man nodded. Indeed, brother. He turned to Judai. Now, return to your own world with your friends. Judai turned to him. But how are we going back to our world? The beardy bloke looked up at the sky. The three lights of the heavens will overlap as one. Before the curtain of light appears, you must come forth at the gate of the royal family's gravesite. Huh! Judai said in confusion. Suddenly, the sounds of footsteps could be heard, and they watched as a group of guards appeared and pointed spears at them. What are you all doing? The beard man demanded. Those who raid the royal family's gravesite must face judgment, one said, and they began to approach the group. Face judgment. Beardy stepped in front of them. Stop! This young boy went through our ritual, in accordance with the law, and made it through that ordeal. Face judgment. It did no good, as they continued to approach them. Face judgment. Face judgment. Face judgment. As they attacked, they were blocked by a masked woman with 2 daggers. Judai shouted out in recognition. Your! Her mask fell apart, revealing her face. My apologies. I am the Gravekeeper's assassin. I could not disobey the orders of the Gravekeeper's chief. So, that was it. Aniki! When did you become friends with such a pretty lady? Naruto bonked the boy on the head. You idiot! We're in some deep shit right now, and that's all you care about. He yelled with a twitching brow. If you return to your world, tell this to the one holding the other half of that item. Even if she's in another world, Sarah hasn't forgotten you. She believes that, one day, you will be able to meet again. Judai scratched his cheek. Well, I guess it's not me. Naruto facepalmed V2. In case everyone's forgotten, there's an angry mob with pointy stabby sharpie sticks over there who want to kill us all. At their mention they took another step. Don't move! This young boy won through his ritual. Or have you forgotten your pride as sacred gravekeepers? I won't show mercy to anyone who lays a finger on them. The masked man stood next to her. You heard the woman. Stand down. I order you as commandant. Slowly, the mob moved aside to let them through. Now, while you have the chance. Judai nodded. Yeah, but where should we go? The woman turned with a smile. Well, I think your friend will tell you. Everyone looked at Judai's pocket as they heard a noise. Winged Kuribo. The winged fur ball flew off. All right. Let's go, guys. They ran off after Kuribo. The 3 lights. They'll overlap as one. At the gate to the royal family's gravesite. They saw that they were approaching the gate. That's it. Guys, hurry! Judai shouted and they sped up. Suddenly, Hayato fell on his face. Hayato! Are you all right? The large boy grabbed his leg in pain. I'm not all right. They looked upwards as a light glowed in the sky. The suns turned into one, and the curtain of lights shone up. Hurry! Hurry and get out of here! What are you saying? You think we'd go and leave you behind? Judai said as he put a hand on Hayato's arm. Naruto joined him, putting a hand on his other hand. Those who abandon their friends are worse than trash, Naruto said firmly. Hayato looked at them in awe. Judai. Naruto. Suddenly, Hayato's backpack glowed, and from it emerged a giant koala bear. Everyone gasped. Geez, dual spirits are popping up everywhere today, Naruto muttered so no one could hear him. The bear picked up Hayato, and the group rushed towards the exit, as fast as they could. However, Sho began to fall behind. Sho! Judai shouted. Onik! He was cut off as a masked person picked him up and put him over his shoulder, and ran fast enough to keep up with the group. As they approached the gate, the familiar green lights shot up from the ground once again. Their entire vision was obscured by green light, and they vanished, leaving the world they were trapped in. Naruto woke up to the sound of giggling. Groaning, he looked over and saw Haku grinning at him. He grinned back. Is this how I'm going to be woken up all the time now? By you? Haku giggled again. Oh no, not at all, but she might though. Blinking, he almost yelled out in shock as he saw Asuka leaning against him, fast asleep. Quickly and carefully getting up, he noticed Judai was also awake. Hey Naruto, isn't this yours? He handed the blonde Haku's card. It was over there by Sho. Looking around, they saw everyone else was still asleep. Huh. I wonder if it was all a dream. Naruto shook his head. No, it wasn't. If you want some proof, just look around your neck. Looking down, the Slifer saw half a medallion hanging round his neck. Heh, so it wasn't a dream. That shadow duel. That spirit's world. They really were real. Naruto sighed. That's what I just said, dumbass. Chapter 18. Enter Royal Academy. At a mysterious location. Rows of teenagers, standing at attention, were gathered in a dark, barley-lit room. They all stood, looking up at a podium, where a shadowed man was standing. He raised his arms high into the air, like a preacher. Members of the Royal Academy. The school duel draws near. Soon, Royal Academy will stand proud and tall over the defeated form of Dual Academy. The small army's worth of students saluted. Hail, Royal Academy! They chanted as one. The man smirked. Indeed. He dropped his left arm and motioned to the right with his mother as a teenager walked up next to him. Our school's representative, Nakamura Theron-kun, will be the one to bring honor and glory to this esteemed institution. The boy smirked slightly at the crowd as they chanted once again. Honor! Glory! Hail Royal Academy! Two boys stood at the back of the crowd, leaning against the wall. Fools. They have no idea what's going to happen. They know nothing of the commander's plans. The shorter said, saying commander with disdain. The taller one smirked down at him. What do you expect? After all, they are nothing but ornaments to uphold this charade. He said, his voice laced with arrogance, as he flipped his long hair over his shoulder with his hand. I could defeat them all single-handedly. The shorter one smirked, but before he could say anything they were interrupted by a voice. And that is why we are here, Yashiki. They turned around to see the teenager from the podium approach them. It is up to us to fulfill the commander's plans. That is our role that we must carry out, just as they have theirs. The shorter boy said, causing the team to turn to him. You may scoff, Raiden. But without them the commander's plan would not be able to proceed. And with that the teen walked off, leaving the two glaring at him. TCH, that damn Nakamura. Where does he get off, acting all high and mighty just cause he's the representative? Raiden growled, clutching his fists in anger. Yashiki flipped his hair again with a sneer on his face as he stared down the corridor, where the other teen had disappeared. And he has the audacity to refer to us by our first names like we are his friends. The nerve! He spat. Raiden turned his glare to the man still standing at the podium, addressing the other students. TCH. Turning on his heel, he stalked off down the hallway, Yashiki following him, leaving the enamored crowd to chant. I'll just be glad when this shit's all over. Hail Royal Academy! Hail! The man observed them with a mad gleam in his eye. In the dim light of the room, a dog collar could just about be spotted around his neck. So, it's today? Haku asked her friend as he put on his jacket. Turning around to face the spirit girl, Naruto gave her a grin. Yep. I hope the guy's tough. I don't want to fight a pushover after all. There's enough of those around here. Haku rolled her eyes, before disappearing as the door opened. Turning around, Naruto saw his best friend rival enter his room. The genius raised a brow. Talking to yourself? That's not a good sign. Are you sure you should be dueling today? Naruto flipped him off and he laughed. Anyway, you won't have to worry about any pushovers. After all, Royal Academy are well known for their elite duelists. It is said that one of them could be the next king of games at the rate they are going. Naruto blinked. Well you've certainly done your research, he said with a blank stare. Misawa smirked and crossed his arms, leaning against the door frame. Of course. After all, it is better to face the enemy that you know about, even slightly, than one you do not expect. Naruto tilted his head as he thought on that for a sec before shrugging. Meh, waitevs. Let's just go, shall we? After a while they reached the docks, where their friends and the staff had gathered. They turned around as they saw Naruto and Misawa approach. Uzumaki-kun, you've arrived, Sanejima said jovially. Naruto grinned. Well, I thought seeing as I went through the trouble of beating Judai effortlessly I might as well turn up. Hey, it wasn't that easy, Judai said indignantly. Sho turned to the deluded boy. Maniki, it kinda was. Judai face faulted and jumped straight up. Oh? You're supposed to be supportive, aren't ya? He said, shaking the blue midget by the shoulders. Aniki, stop. Everyone laughed at the pair, and they stopped still, before joining in. Naruto finished chuckling and looked out at sea. So, where are these goose splash? He was cut off by a massive splashing sound from the ocean. All those present stared in shocked awe as they were cast into shadow by a ginormous submarine emerging from the ocean's depths. Shintekoku Royal Academy Redux Sub. The giant sub towered over them, front end in the air, before it fell down on the ocean's surface with a mighty crash, sending a small wave at the gathered crowd. They let out a cry as they covered themselves with their arms, struggling to stay standing as they were buffeted with sea water. When it had stopped, they all stared at the submarine in awe once again, before they noticed a bridge extending from the side of it onto the dock. A part of the submarine slid down, and a young man stood at the end of the bridge. He had long, white hair and a thin ponytail, and stormy gray eyes, and he looked to be in his late 20s, early 30s. He wore red, cardinal robes with red shoes and a flat, wide-brimmed red hat. Around his neck was a dog collar, and from a piece of string hung a rosary with a red gem in the middle of it. With a friendly smile he walked along the bridge, stopping before the dripping Sanejima. With his smile still in place, he spoke with a calm voice. Greetings, Sanejima-san. It is a pleasure to meet you. Sanejima frowned in conclusion. Hello? Where is Yudo-san, and who are you? The white-haired man blinked before smiling again. Ah, yes. Sadly, Yudo-san was in an unfortunate accident a few months ago. He has entered our Lord's arms, and is now enjoying eternal rest. Samajima's eyes widened. Oh, I see. That's terrible. The bearded man frowned. He was a good man. The other man nodded with a sympathetic smile. Yes, he was a very good man. And to answer your previous question, he took off his hat and held it against his chest, and closed his eyes and bowed his head with a smile. My name is Daniel Gray, new commander of Royal Academy. Putting his hat back on, he reopened his eyes, and they wandered over the Dual Academy students behind the bearded man. Momo, Junko, Sho, Judai and Hayato were still staring at the submarine he had arrived in, while Naruto, Misawa, Ryu, Asuka and Alexander were observing the interaction between him and their chairman. When his eyes landed on Naruto, they flashed with malicious intent briefly, but too fast for anyone to notice. Well, anyone except the subject of said intent, who was taken aback at what he saw. While the man continued to look at the rest of the students, Naruto wondered what he had just seen, before dismissing it as paranoia. Sanejima came out of his daze and smiled at the gray-eyed man. So, Gray-san, I'd like to introduce you to Duel Academy's representative. Uzumaki Naruto. Daniel interrupted, gaze once again turning onto Naruto. Sanejima blinked daftly. Yes. May I ask how you know his name? Daniel smiled yet again. Oh, well, I happened to watch young Naruto-san on the television a few years ago. He was in the finals of a championship, one that he won, I believe. Naruto's friends, and the dynamic duo, turned to the blonde. You never said anything about winning a championship, Asuka said. Naruto shrugged. Nobody asked? As they talked, no one noticed Daniel's hand twitching, almost like he was strangling an invisible man. Calming down, he turned to Sanejima. Well, he started, grabbing the older man's attention. I think it's time I introduce you to the Royal Academy's representative. Everyone, except Daniel, turned when they heard clunking footsteps from the bridge. Approaching them was a teenager, the same age as Naruto and the others. He had deep blue, messy, spiky hair and chestnut brown eyes. He wore a black uniform that consisted of a jacket and trousers. The jacket was red at the end of the sleeves, which was separated from the black fabric of the rest of the jacket with a gold trim. It had a red collar, also with a gold trim, and it buttoned up along the right side, and it also had a gold trim. Each shoulder had a gold pad, and a golden line made an arc from the right shoulder up to the middle. I probably haven't explained it well. Just search Tikoku uniform, and it should be at the end of the first row. The trousers were plain black, as well as deep purple military-style boots. On his arm was a black dual disc with a golden trim, and unlike the typical Kaibacorp model, it was more angular than rounded. I'd like to introduce you to Nakamura Theron-kun, the top student at Royal Academy. As he said this, Nakamura stopped next to the man with a light smirk on his face. Naruto shuddered as he heard some girly giggles from Junko and Momo behind him. Even Asuka had a very slight blush, which made Naruto glare at the boy, who met his gaze with a cool smirk. Holding his hand out, he spoke to Naruto. So, you are Uzumaki Naruto. I've heard a lot about you from the commander. It's a pleasure. Naruto took his hand in a handshake, and he blinked at the strong grip of his to-be opponent. Looking into his eyes, he saw a flash of something flicker across his gaze, like his commander earlier. And also like the man, it disappeared quicker than it could be noticed. What is it with these guys? Something's off about them. Naruto responded with an even stronger grip, and Nakamura's eyes widened slightly, before returning to their cool gaze. So you're the guy I'm supposed to duel? Naruto smirked confidently. You don't look so tough. Nakamura smirked back. Well, you don't look too impressive either. I'd have thought an obelisk blue would have been chosen. He looked past Naruto and winked at Asuka. Maybe even that beautiful jewel behind you. Naruto glared at the smug boy, and tightened his grip even harder, making the other teen wince slightly. Oh, what's wrong? Don't like me talking about her like that, he whispered maliciously, tightening his own grip to match Naruto's. At this point, bones could be heard clicking from both teens' hands. Sanejima, hearing this, coughed loudly. Shall we go inside? Daniel chuckled. No need for Sanejima-san. Please, all of you follow me. He turned on his heel and walked back across the bridge, Nakamura hot on his heels. With a confused look to Kronos and Daidokuji, Sanejima motioned for the group to follow them. Crossing the bridge and entering the submarine, they followed their two guides through a dark corridor. Momo and Junko hung off Asuka, and Sho and Hayato did the same to Judai, while Naruto, Misawa, Alexander, and Rai just walked along normally. Hey! Can't we get some lights in here? Momo complained to the priestly-looking man before them. He chuckled, and they could have sworn they heard a hint of maliciousness in it. Oh, you don't have to worry about light, because we have reached our destination, the man said as he stopped before a metal door. The group following him stopped as well and looked at the door. Daniel typed in a short code on a keypad next to the door, and it opened with a swish. They continued inside, and stopped a few dozen yards in. Momo looked around. Hey! It's still pitch black in here. Yeah. Anyway, why did you take us here? Asked Junko. Daniel chuckled again. Yes, allow me to fix that, and answer your question. He grabbed the rosary from around his neck and pressed the red gem with his thumb. Everyone looked up as the roof began to split open, and harsh sunlight blinded them, and they closed their eyes quickly. They heard hydraulics and machinery move, before it all stopped. Everyone from Duel Academy slowly opened their eyes, and gasped in shock at what they saw. They were standing in the middle of a giant duel arena, while surrounding them were large stands, with one half of them filled up with hundreds of teenagers, all in the same uniform as Nakamura. "Welcome," Daniel said, raising his arms skyward, "to Royal Academy's dueling ground." "Hail! Royal Academy!" the stands roared, freaking the DA group out. Daniel turned to Samejima. "I hope you don't mind if we have the duel here, Samejima-san? After all, it would be a shame to waste such a divine stage." Samejima took a few seconds to compose himself, before smiling unsurely at the younger man. "Not at all. It would be a fine place to hold the duel." He turned to Kronos. "Kronos, go collect the rest of the students." With a nod, the effeminate man took off back down the corridor and back outside. Half an hour later, the rest of the student body were sitting in the Royal Academy stands, eager for the duel to get started. Asuka, Misawa, Alexander, and the rest were sitting at the front, so they had the best view possible. They were near the edge on Naruto's side, so they could cheer him on. Sho looked around at their surroundings. "This place is kinda scary," he muttered to himself, before Judai wrapped an arm round his shoulders. "What are you talking about, Sho? This place is awesome," Judai yelled in the poor boy's ear. Sho's sweat dropped. "Aniki." Naruto rolled his eyes. "Typical Judai. But I do kinda agree with Sho. There's something off about this place." He looked across at his opponent at the other end of the arena. Catching the blonde's eye, Nakamura smirked at him, causing his eyes to narrow. "And there's something about him. And that commander guy too." His attention was taken away from the brunette to the man in the middle of the arena with his hands raised. "The duel between Duel Academy and the prestigious Royal Academy will now commence." Samejima sat in a chair up in the viewing box at the top of the stands. Standing behind him were Kronos and Daidokuji, and sitting a few feet away from him was the commander of the Royal Academy. "I am looking forward to seeing how those two do against each other," the bearded man said, and Daniel smirked back at him. "Oh yes, so am I." He folded his hands across his face, hiding his smirk, which had now turned slightly insane. "I'm looking very much forward to this," he finished in his mind. The announcer back down in the arena called out again. "This will be a full match, so each of you will start with 8,000 life points. Are both competitors ready?" Turning to each one, and receiving nods in return, he yelled out, "Duel!" "Naruto 8,000. Nakamura 8,000. Naruto took a card out of his deck. "I'll start, draw." Looking at his hand, he grinned. "I summoned to the field Akatsuki Zetsu in attack mode." In a puff of smoke, the plant-like man of the Akatsuki appeared on the field. "Next I play a face-down and end my turn." A face-down card materialized in front of Naruto. Nakamura smirked. "Is that all?" He drew a card from his deck draw. "I summon Grey Wing in attack mode." In a burst of wind, a long dragon with short arms and papery wings appeared with a roar. Grey Wing Dragon Wind LVL 3 13000700. Now, I activate my Grey Wings effect. By discarding one card from my hand to the graveyard, this monster can attack twice this turn. Naruto's eyes widened. No way. He couldn't leave. After discarding a card, Nakamura pointed at Zetsu. "Grey Wing! Attack!" The dragon charged at Zetsu, but he split into two, making the attack miss. "Man, those cards are just as tough as always, huh?" Judai said. Sho nodded in agreement. Misawa was frowning in worry. "This isn't good. If his earlier move is anything to go by, then that means he has figured out Akatsuki Zetsu's weakness." Nakamura smirked. "Grey Wing attacks the white one." Naruto and Misawa's eyes widened. "He knows," they thought in unison. Grey Wing turned around in its earlier charge and grabbed White Zetsu token in its jaws and clamped down, smashing it into shards of light, destroying it. Nakamura 8,000. Naruto 7,200. But he already attacked that monster!" Sho shouted, and even Judai couldn't help but look at him like he was stupid. Alexander facepalmed with a heavy sigh, and decided to enlighten him. "Idiot," he muttered. "He literally just said he activated Grey Wings' ability, and that allows it to attack twice in one battle phase." Sho looked very sheepish. "Oh yeah? I knew that." Misawa spoke up. That's not the main issue here, he said seriously. What do you mean? Asuka asked the resident genius. He looked at her with a frown. He knew Akatsuki Zetsu's weakness. Judai looked at him confusedly. What do you mean? What weakness? The Slifer asked. Misawa turned his gaze to him. Although Akatsuki Zetsu is hard to beat, it is not invincible, no card is. You see, when Akatsuki Zetsu is attacked, it is removed from play and replaced with one white Zetsu token and one black Zetsu token, both with 500 attack and defense points apiece. At the end of the opponent's turn, the two halves once again become whole. Asuka nodded. I see. Destroy one of the halves, and Akatsuki Zetsu cannot reform. Misawa nodded. Exactly. Now the question is, was it a happy coincidence that he summoned a card with an effect that allows it to attack twice in one turn, and instantly figured out Akatsuki Zetsu's weakness after seeing its effect? Or did he have prior knowledge of its abilities and weakness? Hayato turned to them. Couldn't he have seen it on TV? I mean, that commander guy said that he saw Naruto at a tournament. Raya shook his head. No, that is not possible. Uzumaki has only been using that deck for a few months, whereas that tournament took place several years ago. The Kaiser's eyes narrowed. Something's going on here. Back at the arena, Nakamura was rounding off his turn. I played the spell card Flying Dragon Whirl. This card. Not so fast. I activated my face-own card, Explosive Tag. This card negates your spell card and destroys it, dealing 500 points of damage to your life points. Nakamura 7,500. Naruto 7,200. Nakamura just smirked, completely unfazed. Taking another card from his hand, he placed it in his spell trap card zone. I activated the spell card Dragon's Gunfire. This card can only be activated if I have one face-up dragon type on the field. And since I do, I can choose one of two effects. I can either deal 800 points of damage to your life points, or destroy one monster in your field with 800 defense points or less, and I choose the second. Naruto's eyes widened and he took a step back. Shit, he muttered. Grey Wing opened its mouth, and a fireball bigger than its head blasted at Black Zetsu token, destroying it in a blazing inferno. Misawa narrowed his eyes. Odd, he muttered, gaining everyone's attention. The way he acted, it seemed like he didn't even care that his first spell was thwarted. It's almost like he was expecting Uzumaki's card. Raya finished. Suddenly, Judai's stomach growled, ruining the serious mood. I gotta go, you know. Jumping from his seat, the Slifer vaulted over the stands and ran out of the arena, shouting, "Tell me what happened when I get back." They all watched, and blinked at the space the boy had been in. Asuka shook her head and turned back to the duel, thinking about what had been said. Naruto grit his teeth as his field was left open, but lucky for him Nakamura had just finished his turn. My turn, draw. Looking at his card, he smirked. I summoned Fake Hunter Haku in attack mode. In a swirl of icy mist, his dual spirit shimmered into existence. Next, I activate the spell card Hidden Mist Jutsu. A thick mist covered his side of the field, hiding Haku from view. This protects all water monsters on my side of the field from being attacked. Now, Haku destroys that giant lizard. A large barrage of needles flew out from the mist and impaled Grey Wing, destroying it with an ear-splitting roar. Naruto 7,200. Nakamura 7,200. Next, I place a face zone and end my turn. Nakamura smirked. Do you think that poxy little mist is protecting you? I'll disperse that fog and destroy your monster. He drew a card from his deck. I play Resurrection of the Dead, which is a special summon Grey Wing from my graveyard. The wind-type dragon returned in a flash of light. GW 1300. However, he won't be around for very long, because I activate the quick play spell card from my hand Adamantine Sword Revival. I can only activate this card on the turn a dragon type has been specially summoned from the graveyard. I then tribute that monster to summon one Diamond Head Dragon in face-up attack mode. Grey Wing exploded into shards of light, and in its place appeared a large dragon made of diamond. Diamond Head Dragon Dragonlight LVL 8. 2800. Diamond Head Dragon's attack is the sacrificed monster's plus. And since Grey Wing had 1,300 attack points, DHD 2300. Next I play the spell card Dragon's Demon Eyes. For every dragon I have on my side of the field I can destroy one spell or trap card on your side of the field, and I choose Hidden Mist Jutsu. 2 demonic eyes appeared behind Diamond Head Dragon, and the mist vanished, the card shattering. Fortunately for you, the turn Diamond Head Dragon is summoned. He can't attack, so you're safe for now. I end my turn. Naruto smirked at the monster before him. Hey, not bad, not bad. You definitely live up to the Royal Academy's reputation. My turn, draw. Looking at his hand, he went off into thought. This guy, he's good, no doubt about it, but there's something else. He thought back to what happened earlier. Now, I activate my Grey Wings effect. By discarding one card from my hand to the graveyard, this monster can attack twice this turn. Grey Wing attacks the white one. Not so fast. I activated my face-own card, Explosive Tag. This card negates your spell card and destroys it, dealing 500 points of damage to your life points. Nakamura 7500. Naruto 7200. Nakamura just smirked, completely unfazed. Taking another card from his hand, he placed it in his spell trap card zone. There's being a good, on-the-spot thinker, but this is getting kinda ridiculous. Naruto mused. He looked at his opponent with narrowed eyes, then back at his hand. Right, let's see how he likes this. I play the spell card 5-Pronged Seal. This card forces one monster on the field into face-down defense mode. And seeing as Diamond Head Dragon is the only monster on the field, looks like it'll be him. Diamond Head Dragon was flipped over, and on the back of the card were 5 small purple flames in an arc. Next, I sacrifice Fake Hunter Haku to summon Demon of the Mist Zabuza. Haku shattered, and in his place appeared his master, Zabuza. DOTMZ. Seeing as Zabuza was summoned by tributing Fake Hunter Haku, I can add 1 Mist Demon's Rage equipped spell card to my hand from my deck. A card shot out of Naruto's deck and he caught it between 2 fingers, and put it in his spell zone. By equipping it with Zabuza he gains attack points. The bandages around the man's mouth fell off, and a kunai materialized between his teeth. A large, purple aura in the shape of a demon's head appeared behind him as he became hunched over. DOTMZ 3000. And thanks to this card's ability, he can destroy a face-down card without flipping it. Go! Zabuza charged at the face-down and stabbed it with the kunai, causing it to disappear. The kunai and the aura then disappeared, and he fell over onto his face. DOTMZ. Sadly, when the attack is over, Zabuza becomes completely useless. Naruto smirked. Well, not entirely. He picked out another card from his hand. I play the spell card Edo Tensei, and by removing Zabuza from play I can special summon Fake Hunter Haku in attack mode. Zabuza entered the coffin, and after a quick shake Haku emerged from within. FHH. And now I place a face-down card and end my turn. Naruto ended with a smirk. Nakamura raised a brow. Is that all? Don't get so cocky because you beat Diamond Head Dragon so easily. He held up his dual disc. I have much more powerful dragons in my deck. Drawl. He swiped out a card and smirked at it. With this card, the commander's revenge will be complete. Naruto blinked and Nakamura's eyes widened as he realized what he just revealed. Shit! Up in the view box, Daniel cursed as his apprentice slipped up. That fool! He's jeopardized everything. Flipping a hidden latch on his chair's arm, a button was revealed. Pressing it with a hard jab, armed thugs rushed into the room and pointed their guns at the shocked trio next to him. Down in the arena, Raya's eyes widened as an alarm went off, and he noticed some holes open up on the barrier before them. Ignoring the confusion around him, he looked up and he saw holes in what was left of the ceiling sparkle with electricity. Thinking fast, he reached out to the 2 people closest to him and pushed them over the edge. Misawa and Asuka let out alarmed yelps as they were pushed over the barrier and onto the arena floor. Before anyone had a chance to question his actions, beams of pure electricity shot out from the holes in the ceiling and into the holes in the barrier, effectively making a cage of electricity around the stands. As they saw this, all the Duel Academy students started yelling out in alarm and panic. Ah! What's going on? Shouted Sho, staring at the electrical bars in front of him. Naruto looked on in shock at the sight before him before he rounded on the teen opposite him. What the hell's going on? Nakamura smirked, before the floor around them shifted, and 10-foot walls shot out from the floor and surrounded them, blocking their views of their surroundings. Naruto let out another shocked cry. Up in the viewing box, Sanjima was glaring daggers at the man next to him. What is the meaning of this gray sand? The priestly man smirked at him. I was hoping to keep this until later, but that buffoon let the cat out of the bag. He spat in anger. Sanjima frowned. What do you mean? Answer my question, he roared before shutting up as several guns were aimed at him. Daniel smirked evilly. Very well, I'll enlighten you. The reason for all of this is simple. Our goal is vengeance on you, Nakamura said, pointing at the stunned blonde before him. Why? Naruto asked in alarm. What has Uzumaki-kun done? Sanjima asked with confusion. Daniel snarled. That is for me to know, and for you to never find out, he growled out. What have I done to warrant all this? Naruto asked in astonishment. Nakamura smirked. You won't get an answer from me, Uzumaki, Nakamura smirked. Release us at once, Gray-san, and maybe we can forget all about this disgraceful treatment, Sanjima said, trying to reason with the man before him. Daniel snarled again. No! Not until my divine wrath has befallen that blonde heathen, he shouted. He pressed another button. Nakamura, he said, his voice echoing throughout the arena. Finish the duel, and explain the consequences for when you win. Nakamura smirked. With pleasure. He looked back at Naruto. You see, if you lose this duel, the floor beneath you will open up and drop you into the deep blue sea. Naruto's eyes widened, and looking down he saw a circle under his feet that he hadn't noticed earlier. When he tried to move away, two arms shot out of the walls next to him and grabbed his ankles, holding him into place. When he glared up at Nakamura, the teen just smirked right back. Oh, and by the way, if you lose, not only will you die, but every student in your pathetic school will be mowed down by gunfire. True to Nakamura's words, all the Royal Academy students pulled out rifles from under their seats, and each and every one of them picked a target at the other end of the room. Due to the electrical fencing around the stands, they will have nowhere to escape to, and if they do try, they will be killed by bolts of electricity. Naruto's eyes widened to impossible proportions at this information. Samajima's eyes were wide as he stared at the madman across from him, who had told him the exact same thing. You're insane! Kronos shouted, all this for some sort of revenge at Signore Uzumaki. Daniel smirked. Whatever it takes to ensure the death of Uzumaki Naruto. The man let out a mad cackle as the three watched him in fear. Shit, this is bad, this is really bad. Naruto thought desperately as sweat poured down his face. If I lose this duel, not only will I die, but so will everyone else. Chapter 19, Misawa's Plan. The arena was silent as the Duel Academy students stared fearfully at the Royal Academy students opposite, aiming at them with firearms. A few people had fainted from the shock and terror, while some others were crying, holding each other while shaking violently. Sho and Hayato were also holding each other in fright, but thankfully only Sho was crying. What are we going to do? He wailed. We're completely trapped. Hayato shook violently, while Raya sighed at his little brother. Not all of us are, he said, looking at Asuka and Misawa, who were staring at the walls containing Naruto and his opponent. This is madness. Misawa muttered. What could have possibly spurred all of this on? Asuka had a worried look on her face. I don't know, she said, not so helpfully. They turned around and looked at the electrical cage surrounding the stands. It's a good job you pushed us out when he did, otherwise we'd be stuck in there too. Misawa put a hand on his chin and thought, there must be some way to turn this thing off. He mused, his genius mind working at top speeds. Turning his gaze back to the wall, he noticed that he couldn't see the stands anymore at the angle they were standing at. Thankfully, this wall blocks our view of the Royal Academy side, which means that they most likely cannot see us either. Which is probably why we haven't been shot dead yet. He looked back behind him to study the cage once more. Following the electric bars upwards, he noticed some cables along the walls. Following them along the wall, he noticed that they led into a doorway. Of course. That's it. He quickly turned to Asuka. Asuka-san, he shouted, whispered. Jumping, the blonde girl turned to him. What? She asked. Misawa pointed to the cables. See those cables? At the girl's nod, he moved his finger, her eyes following it. It's most likely that those cables supply power to the cage. His finger stopped on the doorway and her eyes widened. If we can follow those cables, then we can find the generator powering the cage and turn it off. She finished in realization. She turned back to Misawa. But how are we going to reach the door without being spotted? Misawa frowned before his gaze wandered to the whimpering Slifer duo. The genius smirked. I might just have a plan. Naruto glared at the smirking boy opposite him. Damn it, this is too much. He glanced down at his confined legs. Looks like I'm just gonna have to win this duel. Nakamura grinned smugly. Anyway, where were we? Oh yes, that's right. I was just about to commence your defeat. I summoned twin-headed behemoth in attack mode. In a flash, a purple dragon with wings and heads where its hands should be and a spike where its head should appear on the field. Twin-headed behemoth dragon wind LVL 3 1200. But it won't be here for long because I remove it from play, to special summon a monster from my hand. Naruto's eyes widened. What could it be? Come forth, Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon. In an explosion, a giant black metallic dragon appeared on the field with a ferocious roar. Naruto nearly fell over in shock, but he recovered quickly. Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon Dragon Dark LVL 10 28002400. Everyone stared at the giant monster that towered over the walls in awe and shock, causing those who were crying to instantly either shut up or cry harder. Misawa quickly turned back to Sho and Hayato. Do you understand the plan? His question snapped the two of them out of their awe, and they nodded rapidly. Misawa nodded good. He and Asuka made their way back to the wall, and pressed their backs to it, watching the stands. Hayato and Sho looked at each other, before nodding. Suddenly, the large boy pushed Sho off him, and yelled at him. Damn it, Sho! Stop clinging to me, you wimp! Sho jumped to his feet and yelled back. What the hell's your problem, Tubby? He shouted at the top of his lungs. People's attention was taken away from the giant dragon and towards the two bickering Slifers. What did you call me, you midget? Hayato shouted, grabbing the smaller boy by his collar. Raya looked towards the Royal Academy side, and saw that all of their attention had also been drawn to the argument, some even lowering their guns at the sight. Seeing this, Raya turned to the two outside and nodded his head. After nodding back, the two of them ran as quickly and stealthily as they could towards the door, and went through it. Sighing in relief, the two ran down the hallway. Daniel watched a screen in amusement as the two teenagers ran down the corridor. You have some sneaky brats, Samejima-san. He turned to the man with a smirk, but that's not going to be much of a problem. I have certain precautions set up in case of such an event. He chuckled maliciously as he turned his attention back to the duel at hand. Samejima continued to watch the screen worriedly. Misawa-kun, Tanjoin-kun, good luck. Nakamura smirked. What's wrong with Uzumaki? Has my dragon scared you speechless? Don't worry, it happens a lot. Naruto grit his teeth. Damn, that's one tough monster, but he looked at his face on this should get rid of it. I activated Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon special effect. Once per turn, I can special summon one dragon-type monster from my hand or graveyard. Return to the living once more, Grey Wing. The wind dragon returned in a small gust of wind. GW 1300. Nakamura pointed at Haku. Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon attacked Fake Hunter Haku. The dark dragon shot a large blast of black fire at the shinobi. Not so fast! Naruto shouted, throwing his hand out to the side. I activate my face-owned paper person of God. When my opponent's monster declares an attack, it is instantly destroyed. Nakamura's eyes widened as the fireball dispersed and his dragon fell into a deep ravine, where a massive explosion engulfed the mighty dragon. After all the explosion stopped, the ravine closed itself. Shit! Nakamura muttered. I switch Grey Wing to defense mode and end my turn. Naruto sighed. Phew, close one. Luckily he has no hand left. My turn, draw. Judai exited the bathroom, drying his hands on his trousers. Man, this place took me way too long to find. Better hurry back to the duel. Hearing footsteps, he turned around to see Asuka and Misawa running towards him. Hey guys, where are you going? He asked, confused. Stopping in front of him, the two looked at each other, before Asuka turned back to him. It's a long story. After filling Jidai in on the details, the three of them were running side by side, before they came across a crossroads. There were 3 paths, all with cables going into them, one going left, one going right, and the last going straight ahead. Nodding to each other, they chose their paths: Misawa left, Asuka right, and Jidai straight ahead. Naruto looked at his hand in thought, before making a decision. I sacrifice fake Hunter Haku to summon Akatsuki Uchiha Itachi in attack mode. The Uchiha prodigy appeared on the field. A UI 2500. Destroy Grey Wing, he ordered, and in a blaze of fire the dragon was destroyed. I end my turn. Nakamura drew a card, and growled in anger. TCH, I summoned Decoy Dragon in defense mode. A small, cute blue dragon appeared in defense mode. Decoy Dragon Dragonfire LVL, 2. 300,200. I end my turn. Naruto grinned and drew a card. Heh, perfect, he's struggling. He looked at the card he drew. I'll destroy that with this, and have Itachi attack him directly. I summon Kabuto Yakushi in attack mode. KY 1900. Attack Decoy Dragon. The silver-haired spy smirked before charging at the tiny monster. Nakamura grit his teeth, before smirking. Decoy Dragon's effect activates. Naruto's eyes widened. What? When Decoy Dragon is chosen as an attack target, I can special summon one level 7 or higher dragon-type monster from my graveyard and the attack hits that. I special summon from the graveyard, Red-Eyed Darkness Metal Dragon. Naruto's eyes widened further as the giant dragon once again returned to the field. Shit! Kabuto struck the black dragon with a glowing hand, but he just bounced off. He slowly looked up to see the red eyes monster towering over him, before it opened up its jaw and released a torrent of flames. Nakamura 7200. Naruto 6300. Naruto swore under his breath. I switch Itachi to defense mode, place a face on and end my turn. Nakamura laughed. Face it, Uzumaki, you're going to lose, and all your friends are going to die along with you. Naruto glared at the teen opposite him. Okay, seriously, what the hell did I do? Nakamura closed his eyes with a smirk. If you don't know, then I'm not going to tell you. You did it, you should remember. He opened his eyes and swiped a card from his deck. I activate Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon's effect, and special summon Serpent Night Dragon in attack mode. A serpentine, winged dragon appeared next to the black dragon. Serpent Night Dragon Dragon Dark LVL, 7. 23502400. Naruto gulped nervously at the 2 imposing monsters before him. Nakamura laughed manically. Serpent Night Dragon, destroy Akatsuki Uchiha Itachi. Opening its mouth, it fired a multicolored beam towards the stoic ninja. Not so fast! Naruto yelled. I activate the continuous trap card Susanoo. A spectral warrior surrounded Itachi, protecting him from the dragon's attack. Nakamura's eyes widened. What? He shouted. Daniel sat forward in his seat. What? He also yelled. Naruto sighed in relief before smirking. This is Susanoo, a card that can only be activated when an Uchiha card is on the field and in defense mode. By sacrificing half of Itachi's defense points, he is protected from any attack. A UI Def 1150. Nakamura growled before smirking. Oh really? If that's the case, Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon will attack him too. The black dragon released a giant fireball at the specter, but it dissipated upon impact. A UI Def 575. Nakamura laughed. You may think that card is protecting you, and you may be right, but how long can a card like that last? Naruto sweated slightly. Damn, he figured it out. Susanoo only works 3 times before it breaks. Drawing a card, he looked at it. This card should help. I activated the spell card Amaterasu. By sacrificing 500 attacks and points I can destroy one monster on the field, and I choose Red Eyes. Black flames shot out of Itachi's eye and engulfed the black dragon, causing it to explode. A UI 75. How about that? Naruto grinned. Nakamura TCHD. Yeah, we'll enjoy it while it lasts. Misawa ran down his chosen corridor, noticing how it was turning to the right. After a few minutes, he entered a large room, and following the cables, he noticed that they were cut off, attached to nothing. He cursed under his breath. Well, this is irritating. If you think that's bad, then you're going to hate this next bit. Spinning around, he saw a section of the wall open up, and a teenager entered the room. He was tall, about the same height as Ryu, with long purple hair that ended at the middle of his back. He had green eyes, and the Royal Academy uniform. Misawa glared at him. Who are you? He asked, highly suspicious, and to be honest, he had all the reason to be. The purple-haired teen smirked, and flipped his hair with his hand. Well, we might as well tell you. I am Kimura Yashiki. Be prepared to be dazzled by my monsters, he declared flamboyantly, doing a spin. After he finished his revolution, he sneered at Misawa. I take it you want to get to the generator powering the electric cage. Misawa clenched a fist. As a matter of fact, I do, he growled. Yashiki laughed. Well, I'm sorry, but your generator is in another castle, he said, but he pointed behind him. This passageway will take you there. Their eyes widened. If you want to get through, he said, you'll have to beat me in a duel. He pressed a button on the wall next to him, and an old-fashioned duel arena appeared in the middle of the room, causing Misawa to yelp and run out of the way. Misawa stared at it in awe. A dueling arena? I never thought I'd see one up close. He noticed Yashiki standing on the red platform, and he elevated to the top. Doing the same on the blue platform, Misawa glared at the grinning teen opposite him. Duel! They all shouted. Misawa. Yashiki. Yashiki drew a card with a flourish. I summon Honest in attack mode, he sang. A winged man in armor appeared in a holy light. Honest Fairy Light LVL 4 11001900. Misawa drew a card. I was going to save this deck for Judai, but I have no choice but to use it now. I summon Hydrageddon in attack mode. A gaseous dinosaur appeared. Now, Hydrageddon attacks Honest. The angel was destroyed in a blast of condensed air. Misawa. Yashiki 3500. Thanks to Hydrageddon's special effect, I can special summon a second one from my deck after destroying a monster. In a flash of light, a second dinosaur monster appeared next to the first. Hydrageddon number 2 attacks him directly. Yashiki's eyes widened as the air blast hit him directly. Misawa. Yashiki 1900. With that, I end my turn. Misawa finished with a smirk. Yashiki flipped his hair. You are pretty good. He smirked, and drew a card. But you're not as fabulous as I am. I summoned Gelendo in attack mode. A pair of small fairies with halos around them appeared in mid-air. Gelendo Fairy Light LVL 4 17,000. Next, I equipped my wonderful fairies with the equipped spell card Centus of Dagla. 2 handheld weapons, which were way too big for the equipped, materialized. G2200. Gelendo, strike that dino down. Comically hefting the large weapons, the fairy duo charged at the first Hydrageddon. With a mighty lift, they dug the weapons into the monster, destroying it. Misawa 3400. Yashiki 1900. You know, Centus of Dagla has a very interesting special ability, Yashiki said, flipping his hair. When a monster with it equipped destroys another monster and inflicts damage, I gain the same amount onto my life points. Misawa 3400. Yashiki 2500. Next, I play the field spell card The Sanctuary in the Sky. This card makes battle damage I receive from a battle with a fairy type 0. The dual arena changed into a shining palace. I end my turn. Misawa grit his teeth. This guy is no novice, the genius thought. Drawing a card, he drew in some breath. Here goes nothing. I activated Living Fossil. I select one monster in my graveyard and special summon it to the field with this card equipped to it. However, it must lose attack points, and its ability is negated. I chose Hydrageddon. The air dinosaur reappeared on the field. H600. However, that does not matter, because I use them to summon Hyozanryu in attack mode. A large white horned dragon appeared where the two water types had been previously. Hyozanri Dragonlight LVL 7 2800. Misawa picked a card from his hand. Next I used the spell card, a Wingbeat of Giant Dragon. This spell destroys all spell and trap cards on the field, as long as I return one level 7 or higher dragon type on the field to my hand. Hyozanria flapped its wings, and the surrounding area was destroyed, and the dragon was sent back to Misawa's hand. Next, I place one card face down and end my turn. Yashiki frowned. You are a wily one. My turn, draw. I activate my face down, Ring of Destruction. This card targets one face-up monster and destroys it, dealing damage equal to that monster's attack points to both sides. And seeing that Gelendo is the only monster on the field. Yashiki growled as a metal ring with spouts of fire shooting from it surrounded Gelendo. Detonating, it engulfed the fairy in an intense wave of fire. Misawa 1700. Yashiki 200. Grr, I summoned Shining Abyss in attack mode. Yashiki yelled, slamming the card down. A fairy-type monster appeared on the field. I really don't know how to describe this thing. Shining Abyss Fairy Light LVL 4 1800. Shining Abyss attacks him directly. Yashiki 200. Misawa 100. Fortunately for you, I have nothing else I can do this turn, so I'll end it. Yashiki said, significantly less flamboyant, and definitely angrier. Misawa gulped and looked at his deck. This is my last chance. If I lose this, well, who knows what will happen, and I most certainly don't want to find out. Ha ha. See, Sanejima-san. Daniel crowed, leering at the screen before him. Your student doesn't stand a chance against Yashiki. Sanejima watched the duel nervously, before turning back to the other duel down on the floor. My turn, draw. Nakamura said. Serpent Knight Dragon attack. The mystical dragon attacked, and was repelled by the spectral figure once more. A UI Def 38. Decoy Dragon? Your turn. The small dragon coughed up a laughably small fireball, but it was still powerful enough to destroy Itachi. Nakamura blinked before smirking. I see. That trap card can only be used 3 times, it would seem. He raised his head, so he was looking down on the blonde. Well, Uzumaki, you better draw a damn good card, otherwise you are done. Naruto glared at him, before looking at his deck. He's right. If I attack Decoy Dragon, he will be able to special summon that red eyes, and it's unlikely I'll be able to summon a monster powerful enough to beat Serpent Knight Dragon. My turn, draw. My turn, draw. Misawa said, pulling a card from his deck. I play the spell card Pot of Greed to draw 2 more cards from my deck. Looking at the 2 cards he drew, he smirked. Perfect. I activated the spell card, Ritual of Litmus. Yashiki's eyes widened as he saw the card. What? He yelled. Misawa smirked. I suppose I'll have to tell you. This is a ritual spell card, and by tributing monsters from either the field or my hand whose levels are equal to 8. Yashiki blinked before smirking. Ha! Are you stupid? There aren't any monsters on your field, he said with a triumphant smirk. Misawa shook his head. And are you deaf? I said field, or my hand. The color in Yashiki's face strained. By tributing the water dragon in my hand, I can tribute summon, Swordsman of Doom Livness. He roared. Water dragon appeared on the field, before disappearing in a flash of light, and in its place stood a caped man with a strange hat and 2 swords in hand. Swordsman of Doom Livness Warrior Ritual Dark LVL 8 00. Yashiki stared at it, before he chuckled once. Then, the chuckling increased, until he was in full-on laughter. Is that it? He cried. Is that your saving piece? You're finishing the act? A monster with no attack or defense points. He laughed again, and Misawa watched with a calm expression. He picked the last card in his hand. I place 1 card face down and end my turn. Yashiki laughed again. And I will end you. Shining Abyss, finish him. The fairy charged the swordsman, and Misawa smirked calmly. I activated the trap card Spirit Barrier. When this card is activated, I take no battle damage. Yashiki sneered. So what? I'll finish you next turn. Misawa closed his eyes and shook his head with a smirk. Usually you'd be right. However, Swordsman of Doom Litmus has a special effect. He opened his eyes. When a trap card is face up on the field, he gains 3,000 attack points. Yashiki paled once more. What? He squeaked. He watched in horror as Shining Abyss's hand bounced off Litmus, and the swordsman stared down at the fairy. Raising a sword, he bisected the fairy, causing it to explode. No, he said quietly. Misawa 100. Yashiki. Misawa sighed in relief, before jumping in shock as he heard screaming. Looking across, he was surprised to see the purple-haired teen bending over in pain. His eyes widened as he saw electricity sparking of a choker around the long-haired teen's neck that Misawa only just noticed. With a pained grunt, Yashiki slumped over, face first on the screen before him. Misawa stared. What the hell? What the hell? Samejima uncharacteristically roared at the man sitting next to him. How could you do that to one of your students? He asked, disgusted. Daniel simply sneered. If that weakling couldn't win, then he got what he deserved. He closed the window the CCTV footage was on, and opened another. It would seem that one of your other students is close to approaching one of my other students. Samajima's eyes widened. Signora Asuka. Kronos muttered, before being jabbed in the back by a gun. Quiet freak. Who said you could speak? Mamma mia! Naruto grinned at the card he drew. Yes. I summon Akatsuki Haiden in attack mode. The silver-haired man of the Akatsuki materialized with a bloodthirsty grin on his face. I activate Haiden's special effect. By sacrificing 500 life points I can destroy one monster on your side of the field. Say goodbye to your Serpent Knight Dragon. Haiden went black, with white skeleton decoration, and he stabbed himself. Serpent Knight Dragon disappeared in an explosion of pixels. Nakamura 7200. Naruto 5800. Since I use Haiden's effect, he can't attack this turn. I end my turn. Nakamura closed his eyes and took a calming breath. Opening his eyes, he drew a card from his deck. I summoned Divine Dragon Ragnarok in attack mode. A serpentine dragon appeared before Nakamura. Divine Dragon Ragnarok Dragonlight LVL 4. 1500. Next, I activate the spell card Dragonic Tactics. By tributing 2 dragon types to summon 1 level 8 dragon from my deck. Decoy Dragon and Divine Dragon Ragnarok broke up into pixels, which swirled together in a vortex. I summoned Genghis Khan the Emperor Dragon in attack mode. A giant, golden Chinese dragon was created by the swirling pixels, and it roared ferociously. Genghis Khan the Emperor Dragon Dragon Dark LVL 8. 28002300. Genghis attacked Akatsuki Haiden. Golden flames shot from the dragon's mouth, engulfing Haiden, but not destroying him. Nakamura 7200. Naruto 4800. I end my turn by playing the spell card Super Rejuvenation. At the end of the turn this card is activated. I draw cards equal to the number of dragon types I tribute this turn. I end my turn. He drew 2 cards before smirking at Naruto. My turn, draw. I summon Akatsuki Sasori in attack mode. The red-headed puppeteer of the Akatsuki materialized next to Haiden. AS 1800. Firstly, I activate Haiden's special effect to destroy Genghis Khan the Emperor Dragon. After Haiden's ritual, the golden dragon exploded. Nakamura 7200. Naruto 4300. Instead of looking annoyed, Nakamura looked triumphant. Genghis Khan the Emperor Dragon's effect activates. When he is destroyed by a card effect, I choose a monster from your graveyard and you lose life points equal to that monster's attack points. And I choose Akatsuki Uchiha Itachi Naruto Cursed. Nakamura 7200. Naruto 1800. Naruto growled tch. Akatsuki Sasori attacked him directly. Sasori swiped his hand and Nakamura grunted as he was struck by invisible wires. Nakamura 5400. Naruto 1800. Nakamura stumbled. Bastard. He muttered. Hey, are you alright? Misawa asked loudly, shaking Yashiki by the shoulders. After he had recovered from his surprise, Misawa had grabbed the purple-haired teen and laid him on the ground. He was worried when he got no reaction, but he sighed in relief when his eyes opened slowly. "Are you okay?" he asked. Yashiki chuckled weakly. "Showing compassion to an enemy, how wonderful," he rasped sarcastically. Misawa frowned. "What happened up there?" He looked at Yashiki's neck. "What's this choker?" Yashiki's eyes narrowed. "Call it incentive from the commander." Yashiki spat, and Misawa raised a brow. "You don't seem to like your boss," he said, letting go of the tall teen's shoulders, allowing him to lie down. He snorted. "Of course not, the guy loco," he muttered before looking at Misawa. "If you want to get to that generator, follow the path where I came from, it will lead you to it." Misawa nodded and stood up before his leg was grabbed. "Oh, by the way, I'm the weakest." Misawa looked down in confusion. "What do you mean?" he asked. Yashiki chuckled. "Out of the four of us elites, I am the weakest, and the power gap is massive." Misawa frowned. "Elites?" he questioned. Yashiki smirked. "Yeah, there are only 4 members of the Royal Academy with any decent dueling skills, and the masses refer to us as the elites. I am the weakest, Nakamura is the strongest, and the other 2 are just about equal, although one is definitely stronger than the other if not for anything but his mind. He is a strategic genius, and he can only be matched by another genius. Heck, he even gives Nakamura a run for his money." Misawa kneeled down next to him. "What's his name?" he asked. Yashiki chuckled. "His name is Suzuki Raiden." Asuka stared at the short teen she had run into. They were standing in a large room, where her cable trail had also led to nothing. Like Yashiki, Raiden had appeared from a panel in the wall. Asuka narrowed her gaze. "Where is the generator?" As she asked this, she took the time to observe him. He was short, between Judai and Sho's height, with short, slicked-back blonde hair. He had light blue eyes and the Royal Academy uniform. He glared at her, and ignoring her question, he pressed a button on the wall next to him. Asuka scrambled out of the way as a duel arena emerged from the floor. Turning her gaze back, Asuka looked at him with a confused look. He grunted before nodding his head at the duel arena. "You want to get to the generator, you're going to have to get past me." Judai ran down the corridor, still trying to understand what was going on. "Geez, I leave for 5 minutes and this happens." He noticed a light at the end. "All right. Looks like this is it." He exited the long hallway, only to notice a completely blank room. He furrowed his brow. "Damn it, I guess I went the wrong way." You may think that way, slacker, but this works pretty well for me." Judai's eyes widened in shock as a hidden door opened and a familiar black-haired teen stepped out of it. He took a step back as he stared at the smirking teen with his mouth agape. Manjum. Chapter 20 Uzumaki Naruto, Dragon Slayer. Asuka stared into the icy blue eyes of the blonde teen opposite her. He glared back, and he placed a hand on his deck. Shall we get this over with?" The short boy said. "I have better things to do than play with weaklings." Asuka glared back. "Fine, I need to finish this quickly anyway." Duel. Raiden drew a card from his deck. "I summoned Samurai of the Ice Barrier in attack mode." A samurai in light blue armor appeared, pointing a sword made of ice at Asuka. Samurai of the Ice Barrier Warrior Water LVL, 4. 18001500. Now it's my turn. Asuka drew a card. "I summoned Cyber Tutu in attack mode." A female ballet dancer with pink hair appeared on the field. Cyber Tutu Warrior Earth LVL, 3. 800. Next I play the spell card Prima Light. By sending one Cyber Tutu I control to the graveyard, to special summon one Cyber Prima from my hand. Cyber Tutu vanished, and in its place stood a female with 2 golden hoops around her hips, which had a very short, see-through blue tutu on them. She had a mask with 6 tassels, I think, coming off it, and long silver hair fell down her back. She had 2 golden hoops around each shoulder and wrist, and blue thigh-high boots. Cyber Prima Warrior Earth LVL, 6. 2300. Now Cyber Prima, attack Samurai of the Ice Barrier. The dancer flew across the battlefield and slammed a toned leg into the water type. Shattering into a million pieces, the samurai was no more. Asuka. Raiden 3500. I end my turn. Raiden looked at her calmly and drew a card from his deck. I must admit, he said, I am somewhat impressed by your skill. He drew a card from his deck. Let us see which is superior, careful strategy, or natural talent. I activated the magic triangle of the ice barrier. By revealing 3 ice barrier monsters with different names in my hand, he held up 3 cards: Strategist of the Ice Barrier, Defender of the Ice Barrier, and Prior of the Ice Barrier. I can then select one card my opponent controls, and that card is destroyed. Asuka's eyes widened as 3 monsters surrounded Cyberprima in a triangle formation. They glowed, and the ballet monster was destroyed. Now I can special summon one of those 3 monsters, and I choose Defender of the Ice Barrier in defense mode. A fox, with ice-like armor on its body, appeared in a defensive position. Defender of the Ice Barrier Aquawater LVL 3. 200. Next, I special summon from my hand Prior of the Ice Barrier in attack mode. An old man in a blue and white robe, holding a staff with a snowflake on the end, materialized in a small blizzard. When I control a face-up ice barrier monster, I can special summon this card from my hand. Next, I activate its other effect. By tributing it, I can special summon one ice barrier monster from my graveyard. Prior shattered, and in its place stood Samurai. Sodip 1800. Next, I summon Strategist of the Ice Barrier in attack mode. A very old man with a fan and dressed in Chinese robes appeared on the field. Strategist of the Ice Barrier Spellcaster Water LVL 4. Attack her directly, Raiden said, pointing at a wide-eyed Asuka. The 2 ice barrier monsters attacked, dealing heavy damage to Asuka's life points. Raiden 3500. Asuka 600. Asuka collapsed to one knee, panting from the harsh pain of the twin attack. You cannot win, the blonde said, drawing her attention. No matter how much natural talent you have, careful strategy will always defeat natural talent. He glared at her, pointing at her with the hand holding his cards. Next turn, you're finished. Asuka gulped, before shakily getting to her feet. Stumbling slightly, she glared back at the short teen. Damn it. I don't know if I can win this duel. All was silent in the duel arena. The crowd had finally calmed down, but they were staring at the scoreboard, which was the only part of the duel they could see, with fear. Nakamura 5400. Naruto 1800. Some people at the back started to freak out again, seeing their only hope for survival so close to losing. Ryu ignored the worried mutterings of his brother, opting to instead stare at the scoreboard stoically. Come on, Uzumaki, you're not done yet. My turn, draw, Nakamura said, glaring at Naruto before glancing at the card in his hand. He smirked, remembering what he knew about Haiden. I activated the spell card Shrink. I target one of your monsters and it loses half of its attack points, and I choose Akatsuki Haiden. Naruto's eyes widened as Haiden shattered, and Nakamura didn't look the least surprised, almost like. Naruto's eyes widened further, as he remembered all the little things that happened throughout their duel. Now, I activate my Grey Wings effect. By discarding one card from my hand to the graveyard, this monster can attack twice this turn. Grey Wing attacks the white one. Not so fast. I activated my face-own card, Explosive Tag. This card negates your spell card and destroys it, dealing 500 points of damage to your life points. Nakamura 7500. Naruto 7200. Nakamura just smirked, completely unfazed. Taking another card from his hand, he placed it in his spell trap card zone. Since I used Haiden's effect, he can't attack this turn. I end my turn. Nakamura closed his eyes and took a calming breath. Opening his eyes, he drew a card from his deck. All throughout this duel, he has either immediately countered my plays, or not even been shaken by them, Naruto thought, looking down, as Nakamura gloated some more. And that time before. I activate the continuous trap card Susanoo. A spectral warrior surrounded Itachi, protecting him from the dragon's attack. Nakamura's eyes widened. What? He shouted. That was the first time he truly acted surprised. That was the first time I've ever played that card, there's no way that's a coincidence. He looked back up and set Nakamura with a glare. Have you been spying on me? His question cut through Nakamura's boasting, stopping him immediately, and he fixed him with a wide-eyed look. What? He asked. Naruto frowned. You've been spying on me, in order to gain information on my cards. Haven't you? He said loudly, pointing at Nakamura, his words echoing around the room. Everyone shut up and listened in carefully. What's he talking about? Junko asked Momo confusedly. Said girl shrugged. Don't ask me. Ryu spoke up. Just as I suspected. Sho looked up to his brother. What do you mean? The boy asked. Ryu looked at him. Think about it, the Kaiser said. For most of the duel, Nakamura has been neutralizing Uzumaki's strategies. Only when he played a new card was Nakamura stumped on what to do. It was only through accident did he discover Susanu's weakness. Hayato blinked in confusion. Wait, how do you know all this? Ryu was about to answer, when Alexander cut in. Because he's actually been listening, not whimpering or crying, the English boy said with a blank look on his face. The other's sweat dropped. I forgot he was here, was the collective thought. Internally, Alexander was crying anime tears, but he didn't know why. Naruto glared at the shocked Nakamura, before the boy chuckled. Well, it looks like you've figured it out, Uzumaki, I'm impressed. Yes, the commander has been observing you for quite some time. Back in the viewing box, Sanjima turned to Daniel. How did you? Daniel laughed at him. Easily, your security settings are pathetic. All it took was a bit of hacking and voila. Instant camera access to the entirety of Duel Academy. Sanjima gaped, absent-mindedly taking note to ask Kaiba for betting security. And that's not all. Nakamura said we sent in an agent to duel you beforehand, in order to get some better data for preparation of this duel. And if that tin can defeat you, then all the better. Naruto frowned. Tin-CA, his eyes widened once again. Target locked. Registering facial construction. Registration complete. Cross-referencing from database. Match found. Identity, Uzumaki Naruto. Mission objection located. Engaging target in duel. I am Synthetically Advanced Dueling Intelligence, or SUDI as my creator calls me as an abbreviation. I have been sent to duel you and crush and humiliate before a painful death, unquote. You mean SUDI was sent by you guys? He gasped. Nakamura smirked. That's right. You're on a roll, Uzumaki. Naruto frowned. Why? Why are you guys doing all this? What have I done? He yelled in the last part. Nakamura smirked, before picking a card from his hand. I'll tell you what. If you beat me, I'll tell you why. How's that? He placed a card onto his dual disc. I summoned Bright Star Dragon in attack mode. A bipedal, golden armored dragon appeared in a flash of light. Bright Star Dragon Dragonlight LVL, 4. 1900. Destroy Akatsuki Sasori. With a burst of light, Sasori was no more. Nakamura 5400. Naruto 1700. Now it's my turn. Naruto growled. Damn it. Now my field is empty again. Drawl. He smirked at the card he drew. Perfect. I play the spell card Bounty Exchange. A spell card with a picture of a bald man with a thick mustache and equally thick eyebrows, and scars on his face appeared on the field. This card allows me to send one monster card from my hand to the graveyard, and I draw cards equal to that monster's level. I send it to the graveyard Akatsuki Kisame to draw 6 cards. Placing Kisame in the graveyard, he drew 6 new cards, and he grinned widely at his new hand. Perfect. It looks like that card will debut. I hope you're prepared, Nakamura, he declared, pointing at his foe. Cause this turn, shit's going down. Judai stared at his rival in shock, his mouth opening and closing wordlessly. Every time he tried to say something he faltered. Manjum smirked at the cipher before him. What's wrong, Judai? Surprised to see me? This seemed to snap Judai out of his daze. Manjum, he said again, why are you working with guys like that? He glared at the arrogant teen in front of him. They've threatened everyone from Duel Academy. They've got them at gunpoint for Ra's sake. Smirked. Like I care. I just want to destroy you. And working with Gray has given me this opportunity. He smirked as he walked over to the wall panel and opened it. I knew you'd go down the middle path. A guy like you wouldn't be able to resist it. He pressed a button and a dual arena emerged from the floor. Judai ignored it, not moving his glare away from the X-obelisk. So, shall we, Judai? He asked, moving towards the arena. Closing his eyes, Judai reopened them a few seconds later, determination set deep within them, and he followed Manjum to the dual arena. Nakamura raised a brow at Naruto's bold claim. Oh really, Uzumaki? Shit's going down, you say? He opened his arms challengingly. Well then, bring it on, he said with a wide smirk. Naruto returned it, before picking a card from his hand. I played the spell card Dead Soul Technique. A card that showed a corpse rising onto its feet appeared on the field. For one turn only I can special summon a monster from either player's graveyard, and I choose Kabuto Yakushi in attack mode. Kabuto appeared on the field, smirking at Bright Star Dragon. KY 1900. Nakamura smirked. Heh, I think you're losing it, Uzumaki. That card has equal attack points to Bright Star Dragon, they'll just destroy each other. His smirk faltered slightly as he saw Naruto smirk and reach into his hand. I activated the spell card Brainwashing Brain Control. By paying 800 life points I can take control of one of your monsters for one turn, and seeing as Bright Star Dragon is the only monster you have. Nakamura 5400. Naruto 900. Nakamura growled as Bright Star Dragon left his side of the field, before smirking. Can you not count, Uzumaki? Combined, those two monsters still don't have the necessary attack points to finish me off, and next turn, Kabuto will be gone and Bright Star Dragon will be mine to finish you off with. He waited for the realization to cross Naruto's face, but after a minute he was confused to see him as confident as ever. What, aren't you scared? He sneered. Do you not care that not only will you die, but so will all your friends? I never thought you would be so heartless, Uzumaki. Now, Naruto glared at him, furious. Don't. He growled out, don't you dare suggest I don't care for my friends. I just don't need to be worried. Nakamura narrowed his eyes. And why's that? Naruto smirked. 'Cause I'm not done yet. He pulled another card from his hand. I tribute Kabuto Yakushi and Bright Star Dragon to bring out a special monster. He smirked as the two monsters shattered into light. Prepare yourself, for a god amongst men. The man with the power to crush cities, a slayer of demons, and the possessor of the legendary Rinnegan Eye. The light began to swirl together in midair. I summon Akatsuki Leader Pain in attack mode. A bright light filled the area, causing Nakamura to cover his eyes, and everyone outside the walls looked over at the light. Floating in midair, above the towering walls was a man in the Akatsuki robes, with spiky orange hair, many facial piercings, and purple, rippling eyes. He slowly lowered to the ground, a cloud of dust rising as he landed. Akatsuki Leader Pain Warrior Light LVL, 8. 30002800. What was that? Asked Sho, amazed at the monster he just saw. Alexander smiled faintly at the walls. Our only hope. Raya looked at the younger teen blankly. Really? He asked, causing the boy to chuckle sheepishly. Neither of them noticed Momo looking at Alexander with a slight blush, which Junko took notice of. She looked at her friend with wide eyes. Really? She thought, surprised. Shaking her head, she turned back to the walls. Nakamura stared at the monster with wide eyes, before calming down as he looked at the last two cards in his hand. I never expected Uzumaki to be able to summon such a powerful monster, but it doesn't matter. Next turn I'll use Miracle Fusion to summon the most powerful dragon in existence, 5-God Dragon. Nakamura smirked. I hope this isn't your coup de grace, Uzumaki, because if so it's weak. Daniel smirked in the box. Ha 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 ha, Uzumaki's made a big mistake. When Nakamura uses the card I gave him, my revenge will finally be complete. Naruto smirked at his foe. Oh no, I'm just getting started. First of all, I activate the field spell card Geto Mazo, giving all Akatsuki monsters a boost of 300 attack. LP 3300. Next, one of Pain's effects activates. Once per turn I can special summon one level 5 or lower Akatsuki monster from my hand. Nakamura's eyes widened. What? he asked, nervously. Naruto smirked. You heard me. I specialize Akatsuki Konin in attack mode. The blue-haired kunoichi of the Akatsuki appeared in a twister of paper. AK 2300. Daniel stood up in anger, while Sanjima smiled to himself, Daidokuji sighed in relief, and Kronos started to cry in joy. The students from Duel Academy perked up at hearing the summoned monsters, and Nakamura took a step backwards in disbelief. WH, he stuttered, staring at the two powerful monsters. Naruto smirked, and pointed at Nakamura. Konan, attack him directly. Raising her hands, Konan fired a barrage of razor-sharp pieces of paper directly at Nakamura, causing him to cry out in pain. Nakamura 3100. Now, Pain, finish him off. Shinra Tensei. Pain raised his hands also, as a sphere of gravity exploded outwards from his position, hitting Nakamura and lifting him off his feet. Ahhhhhh, he cried, before hitting the wall, unconscious. Naruto 900. Nakamura. Naruto did the good guy pose, as the walls retracted into the floor. And that's how you kick ass. Databeo. Daniel fell back into his feet, as he stared down at the arena floor in shock. He lost. He muttered quietly. The security guards were also shocked, which left them open to a twin assault from Kronos and Daidokuji, and they fell to the floor, knocked out. Hearing the thuds, Daniel looked up, only to see Sanjima before him with his fist raised. With a solid smack, Daniel's head lulled to the side, and he joined his guards and apprentice in unconsciousness. Asuka was just about to start her turn, before the duel arena powered down. Raiden's eyes flew open in surprise as the platforms were lowered to the ground. I guess this means that guy lost then, he said, causing Asuka to smile. Misawa or Judai must have turned the power off, and not a moment too soon, because Asuka had nothing in her hand that would have helped her win. She ran round the side of the duel arena, only to find Raiden had already left. Looking around, she tried to find him, before a shout grabbed her attention. Asuka-san! Turning around, she saw Misawa approach. She smiled at him. Misawa! I'm guessing since you're here, Judai was the one who turned the power off. Misawa nodded. It would seem so. Turning around, the two of them went back to the arena, to see how Naruto was doing. Manjum was on his knees, shocked that he lost again. The duel was the same as in canon, except with some obvious changes, such as no brothers pressuring him. Judai looked at him, before going over to a large pull switch, next to a generator that he had not noticed before. Hearing a quieting hum, he correctly assumed he just cut the power. Turning back to Manjum, he spoke up. Hey Manjum. The boy looked up. Let's have fun next time. After staring at the cipher for a while, Manjum closed his eyes. Fine. He stood up, and opened his eyes. Judai, there's something I should tell you, and it involves this entire situation. As Manjum spoke, Judai's eyes grew wider and wider, and by the time Manjum was finished, the cipher blinked, before whistling. Damn Manjum, I never would have guessed. Manjum nodded with a smirk. Of course not, slacker. Now let's head back. As they walked back, Manjum pulled out a phone and dialed a number. It's time. The students of Duel Academy cheered as the electric fence disappeared, and the Royal Academy students looked about in confusion. One of them held a hand up to an earpiece. Commander, what are your orders? After silence, the boy spoke again. Commander? After a few minutes, the boy was about to speak again, before a voice came through the device. Stand down, it's over. The boy nodded, before relaying the order to the others. One by one, the Royal Academy students sat, placing the guns down by their feet. Back up in the box, Kronos dropped Daniel's earpiece and stepped on it, destroying it. Nodding to Sanjima, the three adults left the box, and went down to the floor to congratulate Naruto. As they left, they never noticed Daniel begin to stir. Many students had the same idea, and were climbing over the sides of the barrier to approach Naruto. As they started to do this, Asuka and Misawa entered the room, causing everyone to change course and approach them. They were swarmed by grateful students, and Asuka was practically tackled by a crying Momo and Junko. Alexander nodded at Misawa, and the genius returned it. Getting up from the floor, Asuka looked over to Naruto with a smile, but frowned as she noticed something. Seeing the frown, her friends followed her gaze, and they stared in shock. Naruto still had the shackles around his legs. Instead of them disappearing with the wall, they had simply disconnected and reconnected with the floor. Before they could approach to help him, the duel arena suddenly started to rise, causing Naruto to nearly lose his balance, and Nakamura's unconscious form slipped off the edge. Students cried out as the arena continued to rise, before it became level with the viewing box. The three teachers, who had just come downstairs, stared in shock, and before they could go back up to check what happened, a security door slammed shut, barring them entrance. Naruto stared at the viewing box, as a portion of it opened up, revealing a slightly blood-stained Daniel Gray, glaring furious daggers at Naruto. "You just had to do it, didn't you?" he whispered heatedly. "You couldn't just lose and die like you were supposed to," he screamed angrily. Naruto stared wide-eyed at the man as he took ragged breaths. A platform went from the box to the arena, connecting them together. Daniel walked forwards, a dual disc epic marrying from under his robes. As they say, if you can't get something done right, do it yourself. His dual disc turned on. This time, the stakes are different. A pole ascended from the floor in front of Naruto, and a collar wrapped around his neck. This time, if you lose, you'll be blasted with enough electricity to kill an African elephant. Naruto stared at him with wide eyes. "Why, you're crazy!" he shouted. "Why are you going to take all these measures to kill me?" he asked. Daniel closed his eyes. "You don't even know." He chuckled darkly, before they turned into maniacal giggles. "Of course not. Why should you remember what you did? It was 5 years ago, after all." Naruto frowned. 5 years ago. That was during that tournament. His eyes widened as remembered him. He was the guy I beat in the final. He stared at the insane priest in surprise. "You mean, you're doing all this for such a stupid reason?" Daniel glared at him ferociously. "Stupid reason? You killed my father, you little shit!" Silence. All the commotion below stopped. All eyes looked upwards in shock. Most shocked of all was Naruto, who stared at Daniel with wide eyes. What? Thanks for watching. I hope you had as much fun as I did putting this epic what if together. Make sure to smash that like button, subscribe, and hit the bell icon so you never miss a single twist in the story. Drop your thoughts, theories, or even wild ideas in the comments. I read every single one. And hey, if you're craving more awesome Naruto content, go check out the other videos on the channel. I've got plenty of heat waiting for you. Until next time, stay sharp, stay awesome, and remember, even a shadow clone needs love.